Here I am in front of the famous giant ice cube at the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and the Netherlands 11. Well, they're looking pretty cool at the moment. They're top of the table, undefeated. Can anybody give them a challenge? All these 5 teams are fighting for 2 places in the 4th and final championship week. So 5 T10 matches on the way. Mr. Maximo here, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 3 of Group B, the second of 4 weeks of this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. 5 European nations are going head-to-head this week for only 2 spots in the 4th and final championship week. And what a matchup to start the day. Match 11 sees Austria taking on the Netherlands. Well, both these 2 teams, they've had plenty of success in this tournament so far, so I think it'll be a very spicy matchup. Let's go over to the match referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Tails.
Tails is cool.
It is. It is tails, so we're batting first.
So it's Sebastian, he's elected to bat first. What a run he's on. I mean, they've won 4 in a row, but he's won 4 tosses in a row. So once again, they will be batting first, trying to put the score on the board. And what a score they put on the board. Last night, in their last match, they put the magical 200 up in 10 overs. Well, that was mostly thanks to their openers, Sebastian Brandt, the first ever T10 international century. He scored 115 off 35 balls, also assisted by Musa Ahmed, who scored a very, very exciting half century. So look, Netherlands 11, who can stop them? That's the question. They're such a well-balanced side with their batting and also their attack. They've got the spin twins of Floyd and Julian Tomei. Also, the opening bowlers, Vivian Kingma and Ryan Klein, have been very good during the series, so it'll be hard to stop them. But Austria, they're going to try. And look, apart from the 1 loss, which was against the Netherlands 11, Austria have been good during the tournament. They did lose in the corresponding fixture yesterday, 135 to 77. And their batsmen just didn't stand up against the higher quality in bowling, but they've had a look at them now. I expect them to do a little bit better. Really, only their captain, Rasmal Shigawal, stood up against the Netherlands 11 yesterday. He scored 41 of their total of 77 all out. Let's talk about the conditions today in Spain. I can tell you there are some concerns about the weather, but at the moment it looks good. There's a lot of blue sky. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 25. Currently it's about 21, but yeah, there is that chance of a thunderstorm a little bit later on. Hopefully we dodge it just like we did yesterday. So we're going to go up to the commentary box now and get ready for the first ball. Michael McCann is there. He'll be joining me for the first match of the day. Michael, the news from the toss, the Netherlands have won the toss again, and they'll be batting first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and wherever you are across the globe, welcome along to another exciting day of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We've already kicked on to the 8th day of cricketing action, and it starts with this game, match 35 of the tournament, match 11 when it comes to Group B. And here comes the pair that was so destructive last night, Musa Ahmed and Clayton Floyd. Floyd making that 115 off 35 balls, the first ever T10 international century. These are your team sheets for this game. The Netherlands 11 have, for the 5th time in a row, won the toss. Captain Sebastian Brandt seems to be getting very lucky at the moment. At the point where it's becoming a bit of a running joke with his teammates. And unlike a lot of teams in this competition, in fact, pretty much everybody else in the competition so far, aside from Luxembourg, have consistently won the toss and decided to bat. And it is a formula that has worked. The Netherlands with 4 wins from 4 so far. Austria with that only defeat coming against the Netherlands yesterday. And Shahil Momin will open the bowling. It's driven out to long off. So they're off and running for this game. Consensus is generally in this very early morning that it's actually better to bowl first. There's the dew, bit of moisture on the surface. Ball nips about a touch. It can be awkward for batting. We saw yesterday, albeit 2 very different teams, that Hungary were 10 for 1 after 3 in the power play, batting against Portugal in the very first innings of the day. And Austria will be really hoping that in this clash between the top two in Group B, they can give the Dutch a better game than yesterday. That's a full toss that Musa Ahmed misses out on. Yesterday when these sides met, the Netherlands posted 135 for 7. And in reply, Austria managed just 77 all out. The Netherlands winning by 58 runs. Worked away by Musa Ahmed. And they'll pick up just one. Fielded by Zabiullah Ibrahim Kel, who's nicknamed the Submarine by his teammates, a nickname he's picked up this week when playing around in the swimming pool at the Sunset Beach Hotel due to his ability to swim underwater for long periods of time. It's one of the Austrian team's favourite activities that has kept them occupied when they've not been out on the cricket field. Short and cut away. It's a good diving stop from Iqbal Hussain in front of our commentary position. And the boundaries are so short here that there's every chance this would have skipped away for 4. Remember, 50-metre boundaries all the way around the ground, so there's no short side as such that you see often in cricket. And all 10 overs being bowled from the same end. Indeed, all of the overs this week being bowled from this far end of the ground, which has the practice pitches behind it. Full toss from Momin, and that's sliced away for 4, the first boundary of the day. Bit of fortune for Musa Ahmed. Not exactly where he wanted to put it, but Momin can't complain too much. If you bowl a full toss on this postage stamp of a ground in T10, it's probably going for 4 or 6. Musa Ahmed just working his early morning eye in. He hit 63 not out off 20 balls last night against Romania, after hitting 24 off 12 against Austria earlier on in the day. Still in the power play, of course. The other thing that Floyd and Ahmed give you is this left-hand, right-hand combination, so all of these singles are forcing a fielding change. End of the first over. Apart from that ball that scooted away off the edge of the bat. I'll be pretty happy with that, Austria. Netherlands 8 without loss after that first. Touch surprised to see use of the spin generally with these dewy conditions. Aside from teams has been to try and get their seamers into the action early. Ismail Shigivelt organising his troops. He's been a star with the bat for Austria. They'll need him later on. Could so easily have been the first man to score a T10 international 100. Fell 4 runs short against Romania on Monday morning. This week 2 of a 4-week competition. Spain and Belgium have already made it through to finals week. 2 teams from Group B are going to join them, and right now you'd say these 2 are the hot favourites to do that. Keep Iqbal on for the second. Just jabbed away by Musa Ahmed. Fielded by Ibrahim Kel. Wherever you're watching on one of our broadcast partners, or on the European Cricket Network YouTube page, it's fantastic to have your company. Now, if you're in Austria, you might well be watching us via ORF. So alongside me for this one is Vinny Sandy.
Morning, Michael. Morning, everybody.
Down the ground from Floyd, and 6. Over the head of long off. It's the Netherlands' first 6, and it's the first 6 of the day, and Floyd just carrying on from where he left off last night.
And what an innings that was at 115. You see his teammates appreciating it. Max Hornweg, 12th man today. Just you can see him just imitating that shot. It was a beautiful shot straight through the line. You can see there's very little margin for error. Iqbal just bowling in the slot, disappearing. A very warm welcome to all of you, and thanks for joining us for another exciting day of T10 cricket. We have 7 matches in total today on ECN, 5 in this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Flicked away this time by Floyd. It's back-to-back 6s. He just looks in such good touch.
I mean, this is just picked up, isn't it? It's just angled in. Once again, it's the length, I think. And no one's worked out a plan to bowl to Floyd. I think you probably can't give him anything that bounces. I think you've got to go Yorker. And that's probably your percentage play. If you miss it, you might go anyway. But I probably haven't seen enough Yorkers. This artificial surface, anything you can pick up off a length, batsman like Floyd is making it disappear. He hit 15 sixes yesterday in that innings. What an opening partnership it was. It was worth 142. And these two are at it again.
Doesn't just bat either, bowls his clever slow left armers that we'll see later on. A star with bat and ball so far in this tournament, not just for the Dutch, but across the whole competition. Slow ball, straight at backward point. Ibrahim Kell has a go. I think Ahmed had just about made his ground, even if the direct hit was successful.
Yeah, it's a good run as well. And you see he's not all just about the big shots. Floyd will also respect the ball, turn the strike over. Musa Ahmed was kind of overshadowed yesterday, but still it was a good knock that he played. He's going at something like 3 a ball.
Just over 3 a ball. Just lacked a bit of strike, Musa Ahmed. That was his problem. So it's just rotated once more.
It's a great test for Austria, though, isn't it? And of course, they were kind of blown away yesterday in that match, 135 to 77. And their batsmen in particular, with the exception of the captain, Rasmus Shigwal, just didn't have the stuff to compete with the Dutch. So I'm sure they've thought about it, and I'm hopeful that we'll see a lot better batting performance today from the men in red.
Slow ball. And it's nicked just short of the keeper, and the shy comes in and had that hit. Floyd was out. Well, for a second here, Clayton Floyd didn't really know where the ball was or what was going on. He left his ground, and that gave the chance for Abrar Bilal to have a go.
He just napped a second, didn't he? And you'll see here when the ball goes past, yeah, no doubt about it, he would have been gone. What an opportunity to remove the key batsman for the Netherlands. It's the end of the over.
So 23 without loss after 2. Iqbal concedes 15. Now it does look like Momin's going to bowl out in the power play. His first only went for 8.
What a chance, though, to get rid of Floyd.
Yeah, you do already feel like that could prove to be a critical moment in this match. Swept. And swept well for 4. Gets past Iqbal Hussain. That's a nice shot against Momin. Musa Ahmed into double figures. Well, it doesn't really suit Momin to be bowling against Musa Ahmed because he's turning the ball into him. I'd much rather be bowling at the right-hander than Floyd.
Yeah, it was just placed around the fielder who was there. And a fair bit of dew on this field. And the weather's beautiful at the moment. I keep hearing these threats of storms, but at the moment it's pretty as a picture. Musa, let's see what he can do. Both these pair have been so destructive for the Netherlands 11. There's Stefan Gooch. Well, he's recovered from his accidental blow on the head yesterday.
And swung away by Musa Ahmed for 6 over mid-wicket. Well, he does like the ball turning into his arc. And that one goes out of the park.
Yeah, hits with the spin, doesn't he? And just a little short arm jab from Musa, but still goes the journey off the top of the fence. It'll take some finding. So already things getting a little bit out of control, aren't they, for the Austrians?
You mentioned umpire Gooch, Stefan Gooch out there with Anand Shub. Third umpire is Sunil Kesh Patel. And our fourth is Charles Croucher for this game.
It was this match yesterday, actually, where Stefan Gooch, there was a return to the bowler that just, unfortunately, hit him in the head, and he had to go off for a little while. But he has been checked out. He's feeling a lot better today, so it's great to see him back out there.
Musa Ahmed goes once more, and this is 6 over square leg. He's really liking this bowling from Momin, who's not really finding an answer. Not really managing to mix up his pace enough to cause Musa Ahmed any trouble. It just hangs there. Musa just waits for it.
Well, that's another one.
Through the line.
Yeah, they want it in the chat. I'll say that is a Maximo. 6 of the best. Quarter of the way through this innings now. 39. And Moment, they try to use spin to counter these openers, but at the moment it's not really working.
Quicker ball, nicely bowled, and it almost comes back onto the stumps. Well, Floyd and Ahmed have now both had lives of sorts. Floyd almost stumped in the previous over with that shy from Bilal. And this one just jams into the pad, nearly comes back onto the stumps. This is a real test for Austria. I know, speaking to a few people in the Austrian camp yesterday, they were adamant that it wasn't a case of being intimidated by the name of playing the Netherlands. It was just that they had a bad game, and they were very clear that they thought they would compete better this morning, and that's the task for them.
They live by the sword, die by the sword, and it was just that kind of a game, and none of them really got in long enough to I suppose, show whether they had it technically or not.
They were adamant that they weren't mentally intimidated, because that's what I was also interested in that as the power play ends with the Netherlands 11-41 without loss, whether it was maybe a psychological thing as well, playing a team like the Netherlands and the extra pressure that comes with that.
And climbing
that one, and the skyscrapers are climbing, aren't they?
Yeah, climbing the ladder. And so, yeah, no, I think it's a great opportunity. I mean, we saw it with the Romanians last night. Of course, they were chasing a record score, but yeah, the way you test yourself as a cricketer when you're playing teams that are a bit more accomplished, and that's what makes you better as a cricketer. So it's a great opportunity for Austria. Of course, a team that hit 195 in the opening match of Group B. And I'd love something approaching that today. Sticking with the slow bowling options, and looks like this is Akbarjan to bowl over number 4.
Oh, he's got him. That's the one they had to get, Clayton Floyd. The first ever T10 Centurion last night, but he's out for 16 off 8. And it's Abdullah Akbarjan who does it again for Austria. He's been their best bowler in the tournament, and he picks up yet another wicket for them, 41 for 1.
Yeah, spot on. And I did say I thought maybe the York was the way to go. Akbarjan's all about accuracy. That's what he does. He's a man that took 2 hat-tricks in the European Cricket Series in Vienna earlier this year. This one goes straight through the 5-hole. It's straight through the legs of Clayton Floyd. Well, he's got to go. It's a lot cheaper than last night. Austria will be very happy to see the back of him. He goes for 16, and the score in the 4th over, it's 41 for 1.
99 runs cheaper, to be precise. 115 yesterday evening against Romania, and Akbarjan continues his excellent run. 2 sixes from Clayton Floyd, but I think if you'd have told Austria that they'd have him out for 16 off 8, they would take that. But this is a very strong Netherlands A side, and out to the crease comes another exciting young player, as we see that delivery again from Akbarjan, who doesn't necessarily look anything too threatening, but he's got great variations with his left arm medium paces. He was the most valuable player of that European Cricket Series in Vienna that was alluded to. He's bowling to Boris Gorley. Immediately goes on the ramp, and because he's fallen over whilst doing it and it's gone to short fine leg, can't really do much about it. Mirza Hassan has a good laugh, because I think he wasn't necessarily expecting to be in the game from Gorley's first delivery faced.
Gorley loves this shot, doesn't he? Yeah, Akbarjan, I call him a bit of a hybrid. He's not a spinner, he's not a medium pacer, he's somewhere in between. He doesn't really turn too many, but he's really nagging. So, again, I like players that are a bit different, and Akbarjan is one of those. His accuracy is his greatest attribute, though, I think, in this form of the game.
Got good changes of pace, though. It's not like he just bowls the same stock ball. In fact, it's sometimes difficult to know what his stock ball is, really. Down the ground from Gorley, who is off and running. Boris Gorley, 20-year-old who is captain already of Hague Cricket Club. He's been in the job for the first time this season, having come through captaining quite a lot of youth teams, a bit of a natural leader. And he settled well into life playing T10 for the first time. He hit 40 off 21 against Austria in their earlier meeting in this group. Turned away by Mr. Ahmed. They're going to I2 here, but such a tiny ground that it is generally, bar a bad misfield, quite difficult to get a second run.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, had the change in the Austrian lineup from yesterday. Zishan Garai has been left out of the lineup, and Ibrahim Keel, the leg spinner, comes in.
Down the ground, a hit hard, and well stopped. Coming round by Akib Iqbal. Keeps it to 1, times the dive well.
I think that's a pretty good change, bringing in Ibrahim Keel, the leg spinner. Because again, I think he's a sort of bowler that he's not the same military medium that we saw taken to the cleaners by the Netherlands yesterday. So he offers something a little bit different.
Oh, that would have been a very good stumping by Abra Bilal. It wasn't easy down the leg side, standing up to someone like Akbarjan, who is quicker than your average spinner.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, these stick or they don't. I mean, he does well to get there, but it's been a smart bit of work to leg side stump Musa Ahmed.
This time picks up a single to keep the strike. Another very good over from Abdullah Akbarjan. And to be honest, if you've been paying attention to our coverage, you won't be surprised at all. His bowling figures for the tournament so far: 2 for 21, 1 for 11, 2 for 13, and 1 for 12. And the strange thing about Akbarjan is when you're facing him, you know it's not like he's got an 80-mile-an-hour bounce, so he's not going to hurt you. But he's just nagging, isn't he? He's got all these little variations and little tricks.
It's the beauty of cricket, really, isn't it? It's the beauty of cricket that, you know, there's so many different ways to be effective. And, well, hopefully you're enjoying the action. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann for the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcast partners today. We have 5 T10 matches. It's day 3 of week 2. So we have 5 European cricket nations going head-to-head in T10 format this week, and 2 of them will go through to the finals week. And certainly these are the 2 teams that have impressed the most over the first couple of days, Michael.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Netherlands going for their 5th win from 5. The Austrians looking for a bit of revenge. Austria with 3 wins from 4. As leg spin of Zabibullah Ibrahim Kel gets into the action. He's quite a character in this Austrian team, one of the jokers and the pranksters of it. He's known for playing a prank on you and then giving a laugh that is somewhat evil. Scully slog sweeps that away for 1. It's known for sort of having this laugh that kind of sounds a bit like the Joker from Batman. It kind of will stitch you up and then he'll give you that laugh, and that sort of lets you know that you've been had. That's Zabibullah Ibrahim Kel in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's an exciting player to watch. Of course, wrist spin, one of the more difficult things to do on a cricket field.
So that is straight from Musa Ahmed and way over long on's head. Well, he's enjoying the spin, Musa Ahmed, because both spinners that Austria have got are turning the ball into him, and I just wonder whether Ibrahim Kel's got to learn the lessons from seeing what happened to Shahul Momin and maybe mix it up.
Well, this is the difficulty of being a leg spin to a left-hander. This is where, you know, if you do have a bit of a wrong one or something like that, that's the real weapon that you've got. I haven't seen too many wrong-uns from Zabi, but you know, has one that just kind of slides on.
Well, that is a horrid wide as he tries to push one through quicker. You can see what he was attempting. It just didn't work.
Outstanding keeping.
Yep.
That's outstanding. He saved 4 runs there, Abra Bilal. I know he's missed a couple of, I suppose, half chances. That was fired down the leg side. Oh, great work.
Slow ball and too short. Could have picked up a wicket, though, just over the head of deep mid-wicket. And it's yet another 6 for Musa Ahmed, who is really having fun against the spin in this early morning Spanish sun. Got to find a better answer than this, Ibrahim Kel. And poor old Noor Khan out there.
It's bounced off the giant ice cube.
Quicker and in the slot, and that is a huge 6. Well, that's gone 20 metres back into the bushes. That's going to take some fetching, and if Musa Ahmed can hit 1 more, he has a half century.
Well, what can you do about this? This was a blast. Send out the search party. This ball's not coming back. And Musa, we didn't have much of the strike yesterday. He's making up for it today. And he's been outstanding.
Well, Noor Khan's in there looking for it, and he's done a very good job of finding that. Even international cricketers occasionally have got to search for the ball like their village counterparts.
Well, we've seen a bit of it, of course, in COVID times. The players become the ball boys. Last ball of the over coming up from Ibrahim Kel.
Well, this is quicker And the faster it comes, the faster it goes. It's 6 more, and it's a magnificent 50 for Musa Ahmed. Well, he played second fiddle to Clayton Floyd last night. Not this morning. 52 off 18 balls. He brings it up with his 6th 6 to go with 2 4s. And that over has been absolutely pummeled for 27.
Just a little love tap, wasn't it, from Musa, but still gets it out of here. The fielder was interested. I think if he was standing on the boundary in that spot, he probably could have caught it, but does take us to the halfway point. Musa on fire.
73 for 1. Netherlands 11, well, they're unlikely to get 200 from here like they got against Romania, but they're well placed to better the 135 for 7 that they managed against the Austrians when these sides met for the first time yesterday. Ibrahim
Kell just didn't have the answers to the left-hander, did he? He's certainly a very difficult player to bowl to when he's in full flight. Musa missed out in the first couple of games, but I knew at some point he's going to come good. And yeah, that innings last night and then this morning, it's over 100 runs of pure elegance from the Dutch opener.
He plays his cricket in the top class with Amsterdam CC. From a cricket-mad family. He's played in the same team as his father and little brother in the Dutch second tier previously. Akbarjan back. Try and bring some control back to this innings. Abdullah Akbarjan, who's been Austria's best wicket-taking threat and most economical bowler in this tournament at the same time. And you're seeing why.
Yeah, he's so impressive, Akbarjan. He's a real competitor, and that's what I like to see, which players in these slightly lower-ranked nations step up against the big boys.
Swung away by Musa Ahmed. Could be out. He's out. They've got him. Musa Ahmed gets to his 50, but then gets out from the very next ball he faces. It's an exemplary knock that has put the Netherlands in an advantageous position in this game, but it is Akbarjan once again who comes up trumps for Austria.
Yeah, that's it, man. Abdullah Akbarjan again. He's just nagging, and this is a slight miss hit. It's down the bottom of the bat from Musa. And the catch was taken. Again, smart work. It goes from the sun into the shade, so it wasn't the easiest catch for Noor Khan, but he took it. But still, what an innings from Musa. 52 off 19 balls. 6 big maximos in there and 2 4s. Netherlands lose their second wicket. It's 74 for 2.
And out comes another man who can give it the long handle. Victor Lubbers with 36 off 11 against Portugal earlier on in this Group B. For now, a moment to appreciate the fantastic knock from Musa Ahmed. 52 off 19, 6 6s and a couple of 4s in there. Caught by Noor Khan off Akbarjan. Netherlands 11 in a very decent position here. Musa Ahmed showing his versatility. Openers generally, stereotypically, are thought to maybe be better against seam, but almost all of his destruction in that innings was caused against the spin-heavy diet that he was fed by the Austrians. So now Gorley is joined by Victor Lubbers. It's part of quite a cricketing dynasty, I should say. Stefan Lubbers being an ex-Dutch national team captain. And he's also a bit of a hustler. He's actually the first player to get a personal kit sponsor in the Netherlands, which he sorted himself out with when he was just 18 years old.
Yeah,
got a bit of entrepreneurial spirit about him.
Can come and whack it from ball 1 as well.
And he's tried to whack it from his very first ball, and he's done so successfully. It's over the head of Akib Iqbal. Well, he's a very valuable asset in this form of the game. Any player that can hit their very first ball for 6, and that is exactly what Lubbers has done, not for the first time in this competition.
It's a cricketing shape, isn't it, of Lubbers. He just hit straight through the line. Akib Iqbal thought he was in the game there for a second, but had just enough to get it over him. So I don't think that wicket's going to slow things down too much if Lubbers has got anything to do with it.
Akbarjan's got to find a response. Slower ball. It's down the leg side. And it will be giving us a wide. And this is more great keeping from Abra Bilal. This is not easy.
Yes, actually top-class work from Abra. He's stepping up, especially first thing in the morning. I think your feet might be a bit heavy. Day 3 of action. He's been keeping the whole time for Austria. That was a very important stop again. Saved 4.
Straight from Lubbers, and that's what he likes. Full in the slot from Akbarjan. He was trying the Yorker, he missed it, and he's punished. 12 of 2 for Lubbers.
Yeah, so this one doesn't go all the way, but there's normally a gap straight down the ground. So he pitches just inside. 4 carreras más. Lubbers, he's there for a good time, and if it's a long time, could be a lot of runs.
So 10 off 2 for Lubbers. He's come left arm around now, Akbarjan, but it's the same result. 4 more. 6-4-4 for Victor Lubbers. It's arguably the Netherlands' quickest scorer, or certainly one of them. And he's showing that ability once again. He's taking apart Austria's best bowler.
Yes. It's just in the gap, wasn't it? All about the placement, that one. So Norkan is trying to get around, but couldn't quite make the ground. So still 1 ball left in the 6th, and this total's already looking very imposing for the Dutch 11.
Well, they'd have wanted a minimum of the 135 that they managed against Austria yesterday. Should get past that now. Miscued. And there's a bit of hesitation from Gorley. Does eventually make his way through to the non-striker's end. There's a bit of hesitation from Lubbers too, but they get through. So 90 for 2 after 6 overs. Akbarjan gets a bit of tap. That is actually his most expensive spell of the competition so far, but in the context of this game, it's still very much a good one. 2 for 22 off his 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's good to see him stepping up. No one's really going to avoid the kind of punishment. And you've got batting like this. Top ball very strong for the Netherlands 11. You can see there, Ibrahim Kell, bowled to left-hander. He struggled to contain Musadini, 27 off that over, but all the bowlers in double digits.
Just wonder where they go now that Ibrahim Kell and Iqbal both got hit quite substantially in their overs. And now it's Sahel Zadran. Sliced away, and that's 4 through third man. Well, it's a bit of luck for Lubbers. I'm not sure this is quite exactly where he wanted to hit it. He threw the bat at it and got his reward.
Yeah, and this is the problem. You can't have them everywhere. You can only have 5 outfielders. Typically, you'll see in a traditional game of cricket, you'll see fine leg on the boundary, probably third man on the boundary, but you do tend to sacrifice them when you want more men out straight down the ground, which is where a lot of the balls have been hit.
I've seen various fields this week and last week as well. Spain with a team last week that sort of went with the so-called baseball field of have all 4 behind square up and then 5 in a ring out on the boundaries in front of square. They've changed that now, Austria. They've put deep backward square leg out. Huge swipe and a miss from Lubbers. It's the first mistake he's made in this excellent innings so far. Mini win for Sahel Zadran.
They've kept Sahel Zadran back for the end. I think he's another one. He's a good competitor. You can see he's steaming in here. He wants this wicket. And probably Noor Khan as well will bowl 2 overs. So that's the likely death bowling partnership we're going to see in this match for Austria.
Slow ball, cleverly bowled. And even Lubbers in his excellent hitting run has to just take a single. So Gordy gets the strike. He's faced 5 balls. He's hit 4 of them for singles, which was fair enough in truth because he had at the other end Musa Ahmed absolutely whacking it. Similarly with Victor Lubbers, certainly a very capable shot player in his own right though.
He's hit a lot of balls hard though, Gorley, but he's hit them straight at fielders, straight at outfielders. So I still think he's hitting them okay. Let's see how he deals with Sahel Zadran.
First man to score a T10 50 for this Netherlands A team. 55-29 against Romania on Monday. Steps across Gorley and absolutely minces that towards the fan zone. Well, he's hit that very, very hard, and the Dutch dugout are understandably delighted.
Well, even the fan zone is a dangerous place to be with this Dutch team at the crease. This one sent them scattering. It's almost a bit of friendly fire towards his teammates, But they enjoyed it. 6 more to the Netherlands 11.
There's plenty going on for Dutch cricket right now. The men's first team, A team and under 19 teams all in action. Fancy footwork from Gawley, who's gone. Well, this is absolutely bizarre, and even Gawley himself is able to have a laugh about it. Well, you see everything on the European Cricket Network, but this is quite an extraordinary way for Sahal Zadran to pick up young Boris Gawley, 101 for 3. And even Gawley's having a chuckle.
Yeah, he actually chops it down into the stumps. So he actually literally plays an angle shot to third man, because where he plays it from, it's more or less, it's pretty close to the middle of the bat, actually.
It's come straight off the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to run it down. The problem is he stepped so far outside leg that he's hit it straight onto his leg stump, and he was just laughing in disbelief as he comes off. 10 off 7 for Boris Gawley. 6 and out, bowled by Sahal Zadran. But, well, to say it was bowled doesn't really tell the full story, does it?
It was a funny one. It was bizarre, actually, from Gawley. But so to make your own luck. And I mean, if it didn't hit the stumps, it was going for 4. I mean, that's the truth about it. But it did just flick the edge of them. So a handy wicket. Doesn't matter how you get them. Netherlands, 100's up. And 101 for 3 now. Last ball, the 7th over coming up.
And Sebastian Braat just thuds it into his pad. Well, they talk about playing on. That was almost sort of middled on.
Yeah.
Middled it straight onto the stumps.
He did.
End of the 7th, and Zadran's conceded 11. He's picked up valuable wicket of Gawley. They'd really want Lubbers out too. 101 for 3 off 7.
Pretty good over when it comes down to it. Well, if you have been following us this year on the European Cricket Network, you'll know that we have the Fan Code European Cricket Series week to week. We've been to 19 locations, and there's more to come at the end of this first ever ECC. We'll be going to Croatia for the first time for a 1-week series. Then we'll be in Greece for 2 weeks, a series in Corfu and a series in Athens. And then we return to Italy for the Codetta to our 5-week individual series earlier this year. The winners of those series will play off in the Italian Super Series starting on the 1st of November. So plenty more cricket to come even after the ECC is over right here on the European Cricket Network.
Huge swipe from Lubbers, who can't make contact. As the death overs that we're into now start, and the Netherlands 11 head to them. Already past the team 100 mark. To a ball from here would get them another 34, which would be exactly the same number they scored against Austria yesterday. That's well bowled by Aki Iqbal. It's just inside the wide line. Well, it is actually wider by umpire Shub. I wonder whether Aki Iqbal's been a touch unlucky here.
I think Aki Iqbal has this bad habit of running straight in front of the umpire. So see, look at where he is. I mean, so the umpire, he's not going to do him any favours. That's when it comes down to it. So I put that one squarely on the bowler. He's got to get off the wicket.
Good point. I guess maybe for him it is difficult with that right arm around angle to avoid doing that. Hit very hard by Lubbers. It's another 6. Well, he's at it again, Victor Lubbers. He's going at above 3 a ball here, and he's carrying the Netherlands 11 at the back end of this innings towards a very promising total.
And this is why, I mean, you get coaches saying, you know, hit straight or even try and hit to long on, because if you're a little bit late on it, I feel like he was a bit late in his timing there, but he still had so much power to take the ball over cover. Good knock. Lubbers the clubber. He's turning it on now towards the end of this innings.
Full toss, horrid delivery, and it's given us a no ball as well. It's a high one from Aki Iqbal. I'm a touch surprised, and I'm not just saying it now, that he's come back, because his first over went for 15 and he didn't look so good. They do have other bowling options. They've got Noor Khan, they've got Mark Simpson-Parker, they've even got Mirza Assam with his medium paces.
Yeah,
full of all-rounders.
Would have thought they would have gone for Noor Khan this over, although Noor Khan's had a couple of 8th overs, I should say, that both went magical for the wrong reasons, 20 plus. Still think we'll probably see Noor bowl the 10th. Free hit coming up.
Yes. Trying to hit that very, very hard, Lubbers, as players often do on a free hit and then end up missing out altogether.
I've got to give a shout out to the keeper, Abra Bilal. He's been really good in this innings. I know he missed a really tough leg side stumping and there was an opportunity to get rid of Floyd earlier, but he saved them 10 or 12 runs with some really good stops.
Short and absolutely hammered for 4 3-point. Well, he's scoring freely all around the ground here, Lubbers, and they just can't stop him.
He waits for this. That's the key. It's one thing to pick the slower ball, but then you have to work out exactly what you're going to do with it. And he lets that get a little bit further towards him, which means he hits it square up, and the man at cover was quite straight. So that's a nice bit of hitting, and Lubbers moves to 30 off only 12 balls.
Bit of a conference from Ajman Shigival with his bowler Akib Iqbal. Akib Iqbal, a very talented performer when he gets it right. He took 5 for 5 against Belgium last month in the T20 International. And also as part of the Tigers team that won the T20 Austrian Championship this season. But he's under pressure here. Look how deep Lubbers is sitting now in his crease. Waiting to try and launch it straight. This times that somewhat. And it is a costly misfield. It will allow for the second run. Well, they've generally been so good in the field, Austria. That's an uncharacteristic error.
Yeah, there's no real excuse for that as well. But a bit slippery, perhaps. Allows a second, so Lubbers comes back on strike.
Quicker. Could be out. Is out. Well, that's the end of Victor Lubbers. And Akib Iqbal does have a consolation wicket at the end of his spell, and a wicket that might yet prove pretty valuable. Victor Lubbers gone for a bright 32 off just 14.
Yeah, well, maybe the misfield was clever because Lubbers mishits the next one. He hasn't mishit many since he's been at the crease. Nice catch by Zadran as well. So good reward for the bowler. And takes us to the end of the 8th over as well. 115 for 4. That's the end of Lubbers for a very entertaining knock of 32 off only 14 balls.
So 5 dots, more importantly, 4 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate well above 2 a ball, given that we know 120 is around par on this ground. That is very good going. Lubbers at it again, a man with plenty of cricketing history in his family, and he's doing them proud out here representing this Dutch 11. Speaking of, with cricketing history, well, how about Asad Zulfikar, one of 3 triplets with Saqib and Sikandar. And he's actually often played cricket with all 4 of his brothers in Dutch domestic cricket in times gone by.
That makes it easy to get to the games, doesn't it? Just hop in one car. Here's Zadran.
Just jabbed away for 1 to start the 9th over. So crossing rule you might be used to when a catch happens is not being done here. So that is why. And Bharat, the skipper, facing up there. Tough task for these two, and they're in at the death, having both just got there. No real time to get going.
It all happens in the 9th, though. I mean, Austria look like maybe they can keep them down to 130s. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Let's see how they go.
Mistimed, and it skips away for 4. Well, that is so unlucky for Austria. They have got a short third man and a backward point. It's gone right in between them, and Asad Zulfikar gets a bit of fortune to get off the mark.
Yeah, I feel for Zadran. He's had a couple of these that are just squeezed away, and once they hit the turf, was always running away for 4. Nothing that Ibrahim Kell could do about it. So, moral victory for the bowler, but the batsman will take the 4 runs.
Quicker ball, effort ball, and that goes to 4. That's a lovely shot from Asad Zulfikar. He just leant on this and used all the pace that was already on it to get it through the backward point region. Well, this is as good a shot as the previous one was fortuitous.
That's a great shot. It's all about the hand speed. The way he gets those wrists through the ball and basically manipulates it, gets it in the gap. That was a cracking stroke.
I'm sure his brothers will be watching. You mentioned the carve-in. Well, he actually played with his three brothers and his dad Ahmed in the same top-class team at ACC.
You wouldn't get a bat at home very much, would you? You'd have to fight for it. Make the most of your innings, I'm sure.
I'm sure that's probably what's taught them to value their wicket. Just loses his run there, Sadran, and his dad Ahmed is an ex-Dutch international, and now all four brothers are playing their cricket at Punjab, who were the 50-over national champions this season.
Very recently as well.
So it was pretty handy when you've got the core of a team who certainly know each other's games well, because they've shaped each other's games in the back garden. And that is hit very hard from Zulfikar, and I think the fielder Shahar Momin's just lost this in the sun. It goes for 4, and it's a rare error in the field from the Austrians.
Never saw it. Zadran, well, if he was a kettle, he'd be boiling. Because he had no luck in this spell. The moment just never sees it. He has to act in self-preservation, and the result is a boundary to Zulfikar. I can't think of too many cricketing triplets or even sporting triplets.
Yeah,
that might be something that we put out to the chat if you want to put any examples you can think of in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Plenty of twins. 3 straight boundaries for Zulfikar. Full toss. The slightly slower pace of the delivery just caught Zulfikar's timing out slightly, but this is a great knock from him already. Yes. Not taking any time to settle in.
Certainly is, making the most of the luck. That sun is a bit of a menace for the fielder at deep mid-wicket at this time of the day. Didn't have the shades on, so if anyone's got the sunglasses out there, that might be a good position for them to go. Last ball of the over coming up.
Flicked away by Brat. Oh, and that's a foot fielding fail, as we call it, from Mirza Hassan. He didn't really fancy the dive. It skips away for 4 more, so the captain Brat gets his first boundary, and at the end of the over, they're 133 for 4.
Yeah, so yeah, it wasn't a good effort, was it really? And this maybe for me is the difference between the two teams. You've seen a couple of fielding errors, and interestingly, they're not going to go to Norkan. They're going to go to the captain, Razmal Shigarwal, to bowl the last over. So I don't think we've seen Shigarwal with the ball so far in this series. The key batsman. We did see him bowling a little bit in the European Cricket Series in Austria earlier this year.
He bowls a mix of offies, medium paces. Starts with a quicker one. That will be just a single. That's well bowled. Zulfikar loses the strike, but Sebastian Brat is an equally capable hitter. Do remember that you can get your comments, your questions, and everything in between to us in the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat. So that will be 6 more straight towards the dugouts. And Sebastian Brat is once again showing what he can do at the death. He's made a nice knack of coming in and playing late innings cameos, and he's at it again here.
Momi doesn't see this either, but luckily for him, it goes over his head for 6. I was just thinking about the live chat, up to 246,000 subscribers. I'd love to get up to 250. Maybe you can help us out if you don't already. Subscribe, and ECN European Cricket Network, that's where it's at. Over 1,000 games of cricket this year on ECN. I've been happy to see most of them.
That's a great Yorker from Shigarwal. That's really, really nicely done, and not much Sebastian Brat can do about that. Razmal Shigarwal, sort of the quiet leader of what is a very vocal and loud, enthusiastic Austrian team. Just knits things together. But for now, he's fallen into the slot, and Sebastian Brat has absolutely murdered that straight for 6. Tim de Leyder and the Netherlands 11 dugout looking very happy, and why not with shots like this?
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't quite nail the Yorker. So it's a little bit short, it's a comfortable driving length, and well, it's not just on the Autobahn that you can drive fast. The Netherlands have been doing it in this innings. 146 now, still 2 balls remaining. Can they crack the 150?
Full toss, and that's going to get the treatment as well. It sounded so good off the bat from Sebastian Braat. He's murdered that straight, so yes, they can get past the 150 mark. Well, we've got a couple of cricket balls that I'm shocked are still in any decent shape, because Sebastian Braat has just hit the cover off them twice in a row.
That's another one that he misses, but he misses full. So normally this is a slightly safer option if you're going to miss the Yorker to miss full, but nothing safe at the moment. So that is the 150 up. Last ball coming up. Shigarwal's gone for 19.
Another full toss, and Braat's just not going to miss out on this. So the innings ends with 3 consecutive 60s for Sebastian Braat. And it's going to be a long, long haul for the Austrians to find their way back into this game. Jubilation in the Dutch dugout. They have 158 for 4 on the board. Dutch delight. And why not with their skipper Sebastian Braat hitting them like that? He is the leader of this side, and it's a man that plays his club cricket with Hermes. They got relegated from the top class a few years ago, but it says a lot about the kind of player he is, that he's stuck around to try and get them back to that top division. He could well be playing at the top level of Dutch cricket, but instead wants to lead the troops, and his troops have been delivering for him this morning despite the best efforts of the Austrians. A run of boundaries early on in the innings. You'd expect nothing else when Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed are out there. But Floyd, who was threatening to repeat his heroics of last night, leaving us searching for the balls, wondering where they were, was to only make 16 off 8, bowled by Abdullah Akbarjan. Excellent Yorker. Sabibullah Ibrahim Kell was picked as something of a wildcard leg spin option. It didn't really work. He was hit for 27 by Musa Ahmed, who was really enjoying the ball turning into him. Mr. Parrish there, though, out the next ball after reaching his 50 for 52 off 19. Akbarjan smacked straight. Akbarjan bowling his most expensive spell of the tournament. That was an extraordinary dismissal from Boris Gorley. Playing onto his stumps for 10 off 7 against Sahil Zadran. It's Netherlands 11. Now that their batting's clicked and they've just figured out what works for them in T10, started to fire all guns blazing. Shahul Momin losing that one in the sun. And then Sebastian Braat late on, hitting the last 3 balls of the innings for big 6s. And it's what has got this Netherlands 11 up to 158 for 4. It is a total that they will back themselves to defend, no doubt whatsoever about that. So it's a batting card full of good contributions for the Netherlands. Makes for good reading from their point of view. Musa Ahmed with a half century, 52 off 19 balls, featuring 2 4s and 6 6s. It's put them in pole position to grab themselves a 5th straight win in this competition. All 5 have been achieved when batting first, but stranger things have happened than Austria chasing this. This game is a long way from done. So Musa Ahmed, the top scorer for the Netherlands 11. Victor Lubbers with a quick fire 32 off 14. Sebastian Braat hit 4 big 6s, including 3 in a row, to finish the innings off in his 29 off 8. Nobody wasted any time at the crease whatsoever, and it's a good team effort to get them up to 158 for 4. As for the Austrians with the ball, well, the selection of Sabibullah didn't quite work. Bowling wrist spin to left-handers is a difficult job. 2 for 22 for Akbarjan. He continues to be Austria's best bowler, no doubt about that. Shigival going for 25, bowling the last over. Nobody was really able to keep a lid on things for too long. So we'll be back very shortly for the run chase. It's going to be a tough one, a score that is well above par put up by the Netherlands 11. Austria needing 159 to win for what would be their 4th win from 5 in this competition. Can they upset the great Netherlands 11, who look, as things stand, to be certainly the best team we've seen in this competition so far? We'll see you for the run chase very shortly. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval, where in this the first match of day 8 of this competition, the Netherlands 11 have put themselves in a very good position. 158 for 4 on the board. It's going to be a tough chase for Austria. They'll have to do it against the likes of Vivian Kingma, who's been the most economical bowler in this tournament. And with size 14 feet, who was part of the 2014 World Cup T20 squad. Of course, trying to break into the main Dutch national men's first team at the moment as a seamer is very difficult. Got an abundance of talent in that regard. So Iqbal Hussain gets off the mark. It's a big change for Austria at the top of the order, because Iqbal Hussain is joined out there by Mark Simpson-Parker, who, compared to a lot of the big hitters Austria have got, who are somewhat sort of T10 specialists, he's a different proposition. He's a player that's a touch more conventional, will provide some solidity, will run very well between the wickets. Simpson-Parker. I know that they've been a bit concerned about top order having a lot of explosivity, but a lack of solidity. I hope that he might give them that. So that could be out. Well, if Floyd had hit, he was out. Even with the quick running of the giraffe that is Mark Simpson-Parker with those big long strides, he wasn't getting there. Just guides it away, but it's straight to Floyd at point. Well, that confirms it. I think he was just out. Steps down the track. Can't make contact, Iqbal Hussain. Power play time. We've got deep backward square leg and mid-wicket out. It's going to be a very, very tough chase for Austria against this unbeaten Netherlands 11, one of the favourites for this tournament. They struggled with the bat on the first couple of days. They've really started to get going with that. Their bowling's never been the issue. And Vivian Kingma's bowling in particular has never been the issue. Kingma's been oh so tricky to face in this competition. He's picked up the length needed on this pitch almost immediately when he went for just 4 runs from his 2 overs against Romania in the 3rd game of Group B action.
He's a man on a mission, isn't he? Kingma narrowly missed out on the Dutch T20 World Cup side. And the batsmen know all about it at the moment.
That comes into the body of Iqbal Hussain. Kingma just consistently banging it in, short of a length. He is tall, he bowls quite a heavy ball, and he's got good variations too. This
is a clever variation. This one, he just comes out of the front of his fingers. Have a look at how he just rolls his fingers on that, comes out as a bit of a back spinner. And I don't think the batsmen are respecting it. So it's all about keeping the batsmen off their timing. He's got a lot of weapons, Kingma. Only 2 off this over so far.
Flicked away and 6 over the keeper's head. Well, it's a quick ball from Kingma, and Hussain's managed to catch up with it and get it away. It's the first maximum of this innings, 8 without loss after the first.
Well, I think for Iqbal Hussain, he's lucky it's last ball of the over, because Kingma will have a few minutes to cool down, because I think he's steaming after that. Again, that's an example of the pace not being to the bowler's benefit. Also takes us to the end of the first over.
So it will now be Ryan Klein, as it so often has been. Tends to pull 1 over up the top in the power play, and 1 over at the death. Ryan Klein, a man of South African descent, who's got very good variations. I'd say his variations are as good as we've seen from any seam bowler in this tournament so far. Played 3 games for the Dutch A team against Denmark recently, where it had the best economy rate of any of the bowlers in those particular matches. 3 wins for the Dutch team in those games.
I've got to say that I like Simpson-Parker as an opening batsman in this game, because he's got a bit more technically behind him, and it doesn't have necessarily the big shots, but I think we saw when they've gone all out attack at the top of the order, they can implode Austria. So Simpson-Parker hopefully brings a little bit of stability to their top order.
got a great story as well, a proper European cricket story. His dad studied German, his mum studied English, and they met at university in Vienna. The rest is history, as they say. His mum played for the men's national team once upon a time. Flicked away by Simpson Parker, lovely looking shot. His first boundary in this competition, on his first bat in this competition. He's had to wait a long time, very patiently for his chance, but now up the top of the order as part of this tactical reshuffle. He's taken advantage of that leg stump half volley.
Yeah, and this is the thing, when you've got pacey bowlers, you don't necessarily have to play slog shots to get boundaries. That's another example of just using the bowler's pace. It was well timed by Mark Simpson Parker.
Short, and that is another very clever shot from Mark Simpson Parker. Well, this is what they've sent him up the top of the order to do. He just uses the pace of Klein. This is so clever. He knows that Asad Zulfikar's got no chance. Well played. Yeah,
just gets enough bat on it, that's the key. I think he was a little bit nervous when he first nicked it, but it was wide of Zulfikar. Flies away for another boundary. Good start this by Austria.
How about that as well? What do you make of that? He's not actually following in his father's footsteps. It was his mum who played for the men's Austrian national team in the late 90s and early 2000s when associate cricket was in a very different place, and that's still something that occasionally happened.
Wow.
Short, and this is another very well hit shot from Simpson Parker, but he's picked out deep backwards square leg, so he'll have to settle for a single that time. Karen Simpson Parker, her name.
I mean, that fieldsman, Lubbers, isn't exactly the right spot there. He's a lot further backward of square than you'd normally be, but I just think with the extra pace, I think that a lot of balls are going to get hit there, and he was certainly in the right spot that time.
Short, slow ball. Klein ends up on the floor, and Iqbal Hussain misses out. Well, this is what I mentioned with Ryan Klein. He's got good variations. That's a nice comeback.
He just slips here. Look at this. He does this sometimes, Klein. It's the step after his front foot. Dad looks back, wondering exactly what happened, but no damage. Last ball of the over coming up.
Skied up from Iqbal Hussain. Caught and bowled chance. And he's held on to it. Well, he took 3 wickets against Austria when they met yesterday, and he has one now as well. 17 for 1, I should say, at the end of the second, and he's picked up 1 here. It's the end of Iqbal Hussain, who never really looked settled.
Yeah, and this one went miles in the air. He had time to order brunch and get it delivered here, Klein, because it was up in the clouds. He took control of the situation and made no mistake. So Austria, they do lose their first wicket. Iqbal Hussain goes for 7. It's also the end of the second over, 17 for 1.
Just never quite looked in the groove at all, Iqbal Hussain. You could see the idea that he would come out and hit in a bit less of a textbook way than the more technical Simpson Parker, but Simpson Parker that's looked the better of the two in those early exchanges. So Iqbal Hussain goes, but they've got plenty more where that came from, Austria, and of course got to keep going with a big target like this on the board. And out comes their star man with the bat. Razmal Shigevali hit 96 of 28 against Romania in the first match of Group B action, and has continued that good form on since then. 20 not out against Portugal yesterday.
They're going to spin the power play, so they're not going to go back to Kingma. I don't think we've seen this before from the Netherlands, but it will be Julian Demey to bowl the 3rd over.
He's been one of the star bowlers of this tournament. The tall left-hander gets a lot of bounce. So that's it, straight to point. Now, I wonder whether this is a reactive move, because Simpson Parker looked so comfortable against the pace, and he does prefer pace on the ball, Simpson Parker, no doubt about that. Goes to sweep, and Simpson Parker's left a bit frustrated that Razmal Shigeval isn't running that one. Well, these two generally do have a very good understanding at the crease.
Yeah, so just a bit of an announcement this morning from European Cricket that Luxembourg are now a part of the European Cricket League. We saw Luxembourg last week, so their champion club will be one of the clubs that we'll see next year, as this next one is swung away on the leg side, and it'll go all the way for 4. So Simpson Parker did keep the strike, And unfortunately he did, Michael, because he gets a rare loose delivery from DeMay and he puts it away for 4. Nice shot.
You won't see many of these in a Julian DeMay spell. I know that it is actually the club that have qualified for the 2022 European Cricket League from Luxembourg that Harpal Singh plays his cricket for. So he'll be back with his celebrations and his floaty leg breaks.
Sounds good to me. They were very entertaining to watch, weren't they?
It's off the inside edge. Nicely bowled, and this is going to be a difficult challenge for Simpson Parker and Shigival. They're facing Julian DeMay, a man who has played for the Dutch national team.
So we do see there the European Cricket League. It's a club-based competition. There's 30 clubs that will be taking part in February and March 2022. So welcome to the family, Luxembourg. It's great to have you as a part of the European Cricket family. Just like we're happy to see all of you out there watching today on the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcast partners around the world. It's going to be an exciting year in 2022. And, well, 2021's been huge. Planning to bring you over 1,000 matches of cricket, hoping to be even bigger next year.
Short, miscued, and it's got in the gap between the two fielders, and this is a good covering stop from Neil Zetman. Has to make good ground and palm it back for Clayton Floyd to get it in. It's a pretty unconvincing way for Shigival to get off the mark. Shigival has looked better against pace. His 41 off 19 against the Netherlands when they met yesterday was scored almost entirely off the quicker stuff. Simpson Parker ends up just jabbing it away, and the experiment of getting Julian DeMay on early has worked. He concedes just 6 from his over. And the Netherlands are well behind where they'd want to be now, 23 for 1. DeMay, a man they already know, played a couple of T20 internationals against Nepal and one against Malaysia earlier on in the year, but it is pretty difficult to get in this Dutch national team as a spinner. You've got Peter Saylor, the captain, of course, and then Roelof van der Merwe, so that is a pretty well-stocked spin department. And speaking of spin, it will be another slow left-arm bowler to come on, but a man who offers a very different threat. He's not quite as tall. That's an understatement. You can see them next to each other, DeMay and Floyd, at the bottom of your screen. But Clayton Floyd will mix it up a bit more in terms of variations. And he's had a very good tournament with bat and ball so far.
Yeah, so he's going to come on and bowl the 4th. So often we'll see these two bowl in tandem. 4 overs somewhere in the middle. So today it could be 3, 4, 5 and 6. It was the Star Cricket Club from Luxembourg, which is Harpal's club. I think you might have mentioned that we'll see in the ECL next year. Can't wait for those celebrations. But here's Floyd. What a 24 hours he's had. Coming in to bowl the 4th over.
It's a nice looking shot from Shigival, but he'll pick up just 1. Clayton Floyd, who took 3 for 12 when these sides met yesterday. And I know there was a bit of chat in the Austrian camp last night about how they could better play the spin threat of the Dutch. Really difficult here, though. The required run rate's already up towards the 20 mark. Yeah,
that's true.
Short, he's through it early, Mark Simpson Parker. Well, we did see this at the European Cricket Series in Vienna. He was the 5th highest run scorer in that competition, but he definitely preferred the quicker stuff.
Yeah, it's just a bit too short to play that shot.
Short and just jabbed away for a dot ball by MSP, fielded by Klein.
This is the thing, though. You know what you're going to get from the Dutch. It's just hard to work out a plan of how you're going to counter it. That's the thing, because you've seen them now. I think I'd like to see MSP holding his shape, trying to hit the screen. There's a big gap down the ground. And rather than hit across the line, and they've put a deep mid-wicket in as well. So I think he's a good enough player to hit through the line. Let's see what he gets from Clayton Floyd.
Comes down the track and he's stumped. Well, the experiment of opening Simpson Parker has not quite worked, unfortunately. Some gorgeous shots off the seam bowlers early on, but he has to go now for 15 off 13. It is Floyd who snares his man, Zulfikar gone, and Simpson Parker left very frustrated, thumping his pad.
Yeah, and he was looking for it. I think the field change, they had plenty of gaps straight down the ground on the offside, so I think that's why he thinks I'm going to go play a big lofted cover drive, but he gets none of it. Smartly done by Zulfikar behind the stumps as well. So Simpson Parker's got to go. He becomes the 2nd wicket to fall, and it's 24 for 2.
Simpson Parker, who's a good team man in this Austrian side. quit his job as a real estate agent just around when he played that ECS in Vienna so that he could immerse himself in coaching kids and also women's cricket in Austria. He's a man that does a huge amount for the game behind the scenes as well. For now, he's done. His first bat in the tournament ends there. And Austria are going to need something astonishing here. They've sent up Shahul Momin, who again is a very technically correct player. It's not necessarily one of their biggest hitters. He's normally sort of used as a bit of an insurance policy in this team down at 7 or 8. So I'm curious about the fact they've sent him up with the required run rate so high. You would think this is the point at which you've just got to send in your hitters. But he is a very capable player, that being said. He scored 61 on his T20 debut against Belgium in July.
Maybe he likes the left-hander on left-hander matchup. Got to say a quick hello to Oktay Galami from Sweden, who's in the chat at the moment. It's great to see some of the players getting involved in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. And just a reminder, you can subscribe and tell your family and friends about ECN as well. There's a lot of action, isn't there? Cricket most days of the week. Such a dynamic format.
Oh, that's a nick through. It would have been straight into first slip's hands, but instead it's 4 for Rasmal Shigival.
I don't think there's anything on that at all. I think the nick was just the keeper's gloves. So we'll have a look at this. Yeah, it's just one that got missed.
Ah, you're right, yep.
Doesn't miss too many. Still, they'll take him however they can get them at the moment, the Austrians. It's the end of the 4th over.
Well, he might not be happy with that. Asad Zulfikar. It wasn't easy, but anytime the ball skips away for 4, you're not particularly chuffed if you're a wicketkeeper. And
wicketkeepers hate buys. 29 for 2 after 4 overs.
It's always the first thing you look for, a clean sheet, isn't it?
And it's a tough one. We saw the Netherlands playing a lot of these little jinky shots yesterday, and as a keeper, Abra Bilal had to make some decisions whether he was going to try and block the angle of where they might hit it, but then if they miss it, then often it goes for buys. So, I mean, these are the kind of things in the modern game that even the keepers have to think about, because it's very distracting when you're getting these little funny shots. But yeah, anyway, what we're seeing is innovation at its best. That's what we're all about. And at European cricket, here's DeMay to bowl the next one.
Pulled away, catching chance, and taken diving forward. Well, that is well judged. It wasn't an easy one, and it's held onto by Navjit Singh. So Austria's tough task is only getting harder here, it seems, as time goes on. And now 29 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good catch in the end. Again, it's an awkward area where it's kind of still in the shade. So it comes from the sun into the shade. Moment tries to go large. See that he misjudged it slightly at the beginning, had to come forward, but still good hands from Navjit. Another wicket goes down. Moment can only contribute a single. 29 for 3 now in the 5th over.
So the end of Momin, I was a touch surprised to see him come out in that situation. The required run rate steepling away from him. Of course, net run rate could be really important in the final group standing. So it really is important that even if Austria are going to lose this game, they at least don't completely capitulate to say 60 all out. They manage to bat through and maybe get past the century mark. That target of 159 to win really does look a long, long way away now, you'd have to say. DeMay picks up yet another wicket. He's got a rapidly growing tally. Now bowling to Abra Bilal, who we saw keeping so well earlier on.
He struggled with the bat this series so far, Abra Bilal, but he is talented. And so he'll be hoping to put together a good innings together here. I mean, it's not just the target, it's also just playing for your country and trying to represent yourself with as much skill as you can.
Shorter. And a great ball. It's a wide from DeMay, whose tournament figures are exceptional. 2 for 8 against Romania, 3 for 12 against Portugal, 3 for 22 against Austria, and then 2 for 9 against Romania. Every spell he picks up at least a couple of wickets and keeps it pretty tight. And as you can see at this stage, the Netherlands 11 were 48 for 1, and they only accelerated from that point.
Yeah, their splits were pretty good. 73 in the first half, 85 in the second.
Grunt from DeMay, and that time will get Dot outside off.
When I talk about those splits, I'm talking about the first 5 overs and second 5 overs of the innings, and par is about 60. So you can see both those were well above. An imposing score. Austrians, how many can they get?
Swung away by Bilal. Backward square leg keeps it to 1, as you would expect from a team where the vast majority of them in the cricket in the top class. Fielding has been of a very strong standard from Dutch 11 throughout the competition. Lubbers doing the work on that particular occasion, as this tournament gives yet another chance for the Dutch to put a bit of a flagpole in the European cricket cake. Now, of course, the reigning nation in terms of club cricket in Europe, after VOC Rotterdam won that ECL a couple of years ago. The last couple of seasons since cancelled, unfortunately, due to coronavirus. So that's a rare second wide in the over from DeMay, just trying something a bit funky.
Yeah. So, I mean, think of this competition as the Euros. Almost off the pitch from DeMay. That one got away from him.
Straight to deep backward square, and a sigh of frustration from Razmal Shigival. 5 overs gone, and Austria are in all sorts of bother. They are 34 for 3. A very tidy set from DeMay, 1 for 11.
It's been clinical. This is the thing that good teams do, is they just focus on trying to get the best out of themselves. At the moment, they are a class above the competition. The Netherlands 11, no doubt about it. It's Shigival. He was a man that could hold his head high yesterday. He contributed 41 of their 77 runs in that match. Yeah, so think of this competition, the ACC. It's like the Euros in football. It's an international competition, and national teams. The ECL that we'll see in February and March 2022, think of that as the Champions League. So actually, the champion clubs from various European cricket nations, they'll be going head-to-head over 7 weeks of action in February and March.
Except it's not like the Champions League in the modern sense, in that you can't finish fourth in English T20 cricket. You don't get to the semi-final of the English competition and we say in you come. You've got to win it.
It's pure. It's pure is what it is. So it literally is the champion clubs of 29 European countries, plus the returning ECL champions of VOC Rotterdam.
Niels Epman on, and starts pretty well. He's been consistent performer with the ball for the Netherlands, 2 for 9 against Portugal, and the same figures against Romania. Well, the only country that has more than one representative and will have a non-champion representative is, of course, the Netherlands, because VOC Rotterdam come back as defending champions. That's right. And then there is a specialist Dutch representative on top.
That's right.
Is hit back to Epman, and whilst we have had a very uncertain, changeable world in the last couple of years or so, one thing has seemed to be consistent, which is that in the Dutch T20 final, RBS Krijnhout will get there and they'll be beaten by VOC Rotterdam, and that is exactly what has happened again this season. So RBS Krijnhout will be at the 2022 European Cricket League. Hit very hard by Shigival, and a 6, a rare moment of joy for Austria. And that's got the batting dugout a rare thing to celebrate. Shigival's first 6. It's only the second 6 of the entire innings as well. They've been uncharacteristically becalmed here.
So certainly the Dutch top class is a good standard of cricket, no doubt about it. I'm sure a lot of European countries aspire to have that kind of competition going on in their countries.
Skied up from Shigival, should be caught. It's a caught and bowled for Niels Epman, and it's the end of the Austrian skipper Razmal Shigival. 41 for 4. As Austria slide to defeat and not really able to offer much resistance to the Dutch, who are chopping through them now at a rate of knots.
Yeah, that's disappointing for Shigival. After that really good 6 earlier in the over, this one just goes straight up in the air. Another caught and bowled. This wasn't quite as easy as it looked for Epman, who was looking straight into the sun. And he saw enough of it, and then he held it. And he just walks off. Probably needed his eclipse glasses there, but Shigival can't repeat his heroics of earlier in the week. In this match, he goes for 9, and it's 41 for 4.
So Austria now very clearly just playing to avoid the margin of defeat being too high. Net run rate could come into it. I think we can safely assume that the Netherlands 11 will get a 5th win from 5. They're going to finish in the top 2. That is beyond doubt now. So for Austria, it's about making sure they solidify 2nd place in the group. And it could well end up coming down to net run rate with Hungary, or who knows, even Romania.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the Netherlands that have troubled Austria, really. I still think they've had a very good tournament. Mirza Hassan, the new batsman.
He was eyeing a single there, but he's popped it straight back to Hetman. Mirza Hassan, who hits the fastest T20 international for Austria in terms of a half-century score. Taking just 18 balls in that knock. He's been dropped down to number 6 because they tried the more technical Moomin and Simpson Parker higher up. Doesn't get hold of that one. Hassan will pick up 1. I know that there was maybe a touch of worry in the Austrian camp still about solidifying 2nd spot, and that they were quite pleased as we get to the end of the 6th over. Hetman concedes 742 for 4. To see the fact that Hungary got upset, maybe somewhat, in losing by 6 runs to Romania, because that means that Austria have 3 wins from 4. It will be 3 wins from 5 in about 20 minutes or so. Hungary have 2 wins from 4, and Romania have 1 win from 4. So stopped Hungary from joining Austria on 6 points. You would still think, with the talent in this Austrian side, that they're well placed to make sure they win all of their other games that aren't against the Dutch.
Yeah, I think that's what they'll be planning. I mean, this is their last meeting with the Dutch in the group stage. And there's every chance they might meet again on Finals Friday, on Group B Finals Friday this week. But I guess we'll have to see if they can improve that time.
Hassan just jabs this away for 1. Floyd back for the 2nd over. It's pretty ruthless from the Dutch. They're not really using the opportunity to, right now, necessarily test out any other bowlers. They have already got a pretty good and balanced attack.
Yeah, they really do.
Flighted. And that will be 1 more. One interesting line I did pick up from the Dutch camp is that I think we can reasonably already plan they're going to finish in the top 2, and I would happily put my 2 cents on the fact they will make it through to finals week as well. That's gone straight through, and it's somehow missed the stumps as well. It's missed pretty much everything, and they get through for a bye. Well, Mirza Hassan's very lucky to survive here.
Yeah, I mean, looked like it was going to turn straight into the stumps, but it didn't. It just kept going with the angle. Missed leg in the end.
Nicked from Bilal. Won't get 4 though. Good speedy fielding from Niels Hetman.
That's top-class fielding, isn't it, really? Slide and throw.
I know that there's a few Netherlands players who, due to other life and personal commitments, won't be able to come back for finals week. There's every possibility that actually the squad will have quite a few changes when they return in week 4 of the ECC, assuming they were to. Hassan's got that one away, and it's a belated boundary to bring up the 50 for Austria. All very much too little, too late. 50 for 4 with 1 ball left of this, the 7th over.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, though. Nothing edgy about this one. Gets away. The mate, he's got long limbs, but he couldn't pull that one back. And 50 up for Austria now in the 7th over.
And from what I'm hearing, there's every chance that it will be a few players from the Dutch under-19s team get called up. That's a swipe and a miss from Hassan. Of course, that's not really going to result in any loss of quality from this Netherlands 11. They've got plenty of strength in depth, and one man who's been key for them in this tournament is Clayton Floyd. 1 for 9 from his 2 overs, 50 for 4 after 7. And that is how the overall tournament looks. Belgium and Spain have made it through. Belgium will start that week 4 group stage with an extra point on the ladder because they won the Group A final. Of course, we've got the England 11 coming over next week know that they're going to be very, very strong, and expect them to probably win Group C. But then there's going to be a really good fight for second. Italy and Germany would be heading up that chase. Finland and the Czech Republic in there too, as the 8th over starts with a big shot from Abra Bilal, who's had a horrid tournament with the bat. But it's sixes like this that are why he can be so exciting. And that's more like the Abra Bilal we know, smashing Etman away.
Yeah, that's right. We haven't seen the best of Abra just yet. So if we can get a few away here, hopefully it'll do his confidence the world of good. I have to say hello to Kushal Mendon from the Czech Republic. We'll see him next week in Group C, one of those teams you saw a moment ago.
Slow ball, mistimed by Bilal.
So many people getting involved in that live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. And Etman, yeah, it's nice to see him getting a bit more of a bowl as well.
Niels Etman, who plays with his brother Tim at the same club, Excelsior. Side full of very good young players. That's what they're known for. We're right in the hunt for the 50-over championship this season. As Bilal's hit that on one knee, straight down long on's throat. It's caught by Boris Gorley. It was one of those where he really didn't need to move. And Austria have lost yet another one. It's a second wicket for Etman, 56 for 5.
Well, this is the difference, isn't it, between the two teams? This is the kind of ball that was disappearing over the fence in the Netherlands innings. And now, might be a slight cutter from Etman. But Bilal just doesn't get the contact, and he holds out to Gorley. He has safe hands. And Austria, with a quarter of the innings remaining, they're a long way behind where they needed to be in this chase. 56 for 5.
Clever change of pace from Etman. That was what did the trick. So Austria's struggles continue. Bilal out for 11 off 9. 1-6, the only moment of note to shout about for Salzburg wicketkeeper and all-rounder. Can actually bowl decent off-spin as well, so he's a very versatile player for this Austrian team. They've got Mehar there as the backup keeper if they wished to bring Bilal out from behind the stumps, but given how brilliantly he kept this morning, you wouldn't expect that to happen unless he's injured.
Really kept well.
And Noor Khan, fair to say, didn't pick that slur ball from Etman.
Noor Khan, he's normally their go-to death bowling option, but we didn't see him today. Maybe a little bit low on confidence. He's got a very good slower ball. And he's a good striker of the ball once he gets going as well. But I think what we're seeing is the bowling's a level up from what the Austrians have been facing at home.
Same result, strike 2 at the ball game for Noor Khan. It's set to be another decent day in Dutch's cricketing history, which goes way back to their first ever game, which was in 1881, where they actually had 22 players playing against Uxbridge Cricket Club, and they still lost by an innings.
Yeah,
of course,
you do that all the time.
You fast forward to 2009, and they were beating England in the World T20 opener. And for now, they might well have another wicket. They do. It's a 6th. Well, strike 3 and you're out for Noor Khan. He's unable to make contact with the first 2. And the third presents a very easy catching chance. So Etman finishes his spell with a 3rd wicket, 3 for 14 for him. And it is 56 for 6 with 2 left.
Yeah, it just loses his shape, I think, in these shots, Noor Khan. This one just skews off the outside half of the bat. Just tried to clear that front leg, but yeah, Brutt, he wasn't going to miss that, was he? So it's been a clinical performance from the Austrians, from the Netherlands, I should say, taking apart the Austrian batting lineup. 56 for 6 now after 8 overs.
Well, Thomas Sebastian Brutt and his Dutch team were dancing in delight there. Brutt taking the catch off Etman. 3-ball quacker for Noor Khan. He's out. And for Austria, it is another horrible big defeat, chasing against the Dutch and getting nowhere near it. Echoes of yesterday where they lost by 58 runs, and it looks like the margin of victory is going to be even bigger today. They do play again today in the 3rd match of the day against Portugal. The Netherlands 11 have to wait until the 4th game of the day for their next encounter. They face Hungary. Up next, Hungary versus Romania. As for now, Klein's back on, and he's picked up a wicket as well. caught by Julian Demey. Well, they really are starting to fall like dominoes now. Mirza Hassan is out, and Austria in real danger of getting themselves bowled out. They're 56 for 7. They've lost 3 wickets now without the addition of a run.
Yeah, the chances keep coming, and they keep getting taken by the Netherlands 11. 7 wickets down, and Austria did get bowled out yesterday in that match. They got bowled out in the 9th over. Surely they'll want to avoid that this time. New batsman coming in, Abdullah Akbarjan. But ultimately, that is the end of Mirza. He did hit a boundary, but he goes for 6, and it is 56 for 7.
Well, Austria, knowing now that just playing to try and narrow the net run rate damage that they'll inevitably get from a result like this, are safe in the knowledge, though, if they just win 3 other games upcoming against Portugal, Hungary, and then Romania, will qualify in 2nd place. It doesn't really make a difference, actually, whether you finished 1st or 2nd or 3rd or 4th.
True.
It's about which block of 2 you end up in, the top 2 or the middle 2.
Unless rain intervenes. I mean, then it is relevant. Klein's got 2 for 9.
Slow ball, and he could have 3 for 9 now. He does have 3 for 9, holds on. It's a golden duck for Abdullah Akbarjan. And they've now lost 4 wickets without the addition of a run, the Austrians. It really is falling apart very, very rapidly. They keep coming out and swinging for the hills and just offering pretty simple chances. Good slow ball from Klein. Akbarjan didn't pick it up one little bit. And Klein does the rest.
Well, I'm just looking. I think this could be a hat-trick. It is. Yeah, it's a hat-trick to Ryan Klein, because I just looked back and he got Iqbal Hussain out off the last ball of his 1st over. That was the 2nd over. And then he's taken 2 wickets and 2 balls. So Ryan Klein has the 2nd hat-trick, and it was a sneaky hat-trick because I only just thought of it just then. And I thought maybe he didn't know either, but Ryan Klein has just picked up a hat-trick.
Well, it's just like Stuart Broad did it in a test match a few years ago. He's got no idea until I think umpire Stefan Gooch has maybe just told the players that. So it is a hat-trick for Ryan Klein. He's now got a big, big smile on his face. Congratulations to him. He becomes just the 2nd man in T10 international cricket to take a hat-trick, joining Sweden's Oktay Gulami in that particular club. So just 2 wickets left. Beg your pardon, Wally Gori from Norway. And he could have had 4 in 4 here. It's a decent Yorker, and it's well jammed out by Akib Iqbal, who, besides maybe the big hitting approach, isn't necessarily working for the Austrians, so just works it away for 1. This is what's coming up next. Yeah, we've got the Romanians back in action, and they had a very close tussle with Hungary yesterday, getting over by just a few runs. The news from the toss, Romania, they won the toss. They'll be batting first, so expect to see Taranjit Singh and Sathisen up the top of the order. That game is starting in just under half an hour's time, right here on the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcast partners around the world. Good to see quite a few people letting us know where they're watching from. Hungary, they've got some good players as well. Zishan Khan, Kukukale, and Makahuja has played some nice shots as well. I do like Safi and Harsh Manjian. Good top 4 for them, so I think it'll be a really competitive contest, maybe another close game. Inside out, and this is a nice shot through extra cover. It's a rare boundary for Austria. Sahal Zadran picking it up from just his 2nd ball faced. Not much consolation. They've struggled to find boundaries of any description in this innings. In fact, that is only the 5th 4 to go with 2 6s. Not something you say about Team Austria very often. Just jabbed back. You mentioned that game, so Romania posted 134 for 8. Taranjit Singh found some form with a blistering 59, and then Hungary fell 5 runs short. Samuel defending 18 to win off the last 1 over left here, 61 for 8.
Great game that was. I hope we get another one. Well, Gordon Tansey in the chat saying, well, now there are more hat-tricks than 3s at the tournament, because I think we've just had the 1-3 as a result of some pretty sloppy fielding and some overthrows, I think, as I recall. At Austria, they made 77 yesterday against the Netherlands. Looks like they're not going to make quite that many Last over coming up. Klein finishes with 3 for 14, including a hat-trick. Well done to him. What a great moment for him. And I think it's the best kind of a hat-trick. Taranjeet Singh took one in the ECS in Romania where actually didn't realise he took a hat-trick because his overs were quite spaced apart.
Skied up. This could be the 9th. It is the 9th. Nicely taken by Vivian Kingma. And now Austria on the brink of being bowled out by the Netherlands for the 2nd time in as many days. It is the end of another player just trying a big shot and not being able to resist the temptation of it, perishing doing so. Akib Iqbal has to go.
I think the shot was on here, to be fair. It just gets a bit of a top edge. This is Sebastian Bratt coming out to bowl the last over. He just had to get it over the man in the circle, and it went too high, just looped around, didn't have the carry to take it over the ropes. It was a good catch by Kingma, running back with the flight. So 9 down now. They're on their last legs. Austria, 61 for 9.
Sebastian Bratt, the skipper, taking the wicket. A pretty good time to bring yourself onto bowl. The man who's played 6 T20 internationals, and out comes a proper number 11, Zabibullah Ibrahim Kel, the youngest player in this Austrian side, a 20-year-old. Made his debut recently in T20 internationals, but unfortunately got injured without bowling a ball, which was a real shame. His leg spin got hit for 27 from his only over earlier on. Just struggling to adjust to the left-handers. In the nicest possible way is kind of opening ball of number 11, Ibrahim Kel, just sort of flaying at it and a bit lucky to not nick it through to the keeper.
Hello to Isaac De Bruyne and a few others that are watching from Australia. So it's great to have you guys joining us today on ECN.
Good slow ball, and Ibrahim Kel's got his hands through this, so he'll pick up his first run of this European Cricket Championship.
Here's a comment which I like from Sportsnut in the chat. He says, surely playing against better teams can only improve your own team's performances. And I agree. That's why I know these teams are going to learn a lot of the Netherlands this week and take it back to their own nations.
Huge swing and a miss from Sadran. And the Netherlands have that own process going on as they get through for an extra. Because, of course, they've got themselves into this ODI league where if it wasn't for coronavirus, they would have got a lot of fixtures against top-tier sides. They beat Ireland 2-1 in an ODI series in the Netherlands recently. They've got a trip to South Africa coming up in November. Ibrahim Kel gets this one away, and he's going to get himself a boundary to the delight of the Austrian dugout, who will be in somewhat of a moment of disbelief that he's managed to do this, Zabibullah Ibrahim Kel, because normally if he's batting out there, you're in trouble. He's managed to get a mini victory over Sebastian Bratt there.
That's not the worst. Ibrahim Kel formed okay in the ECS. Anyway, let's see what the reply is from Bratt.
On the ground for one more, only going off what his teammates told me.
I think this will take us to the end of the game. So in the end, a margin some 90 runs, 158 to 68, a comprehensive victory. The Netherlands 11 keep their unbeaten streak alive in this ECC.
Yeah, this is a victory of epic proportions, and they've only managed to just about get past the lowest score of the tournament there. Austria, who will be sick of the sight of the men in orange. 77 all out against the Netherlands 11 yesterday, 68 for 9 today, as they fall to another big defeat, losing by 90 runs. And to my right, having a bit of a chat with the Spring Productions cameraman Richards, but on with the action. And it was always going to be tough. They're needing 155 to win. A couple of good boundaries from Mark Simpson-Parker early on against the seamers. And Ryan Klein managed to get Iqbal Hussain caught and bowled for just 7. Simpson-Parker frustrated as he was out for 15. Stumped off the spin of played at Freud. That one skipped away from DeMay for 4 byes, but good catch there from Navjit Singh to get rid of Shahul Momin, and that was a real theme of this Netherlands 11 performance. Everybody caught well. Hachima running a helmet on. Austria staying proud despite the scoreboard being firmly against them. 1-6, just saw there from Abra Bilal, but in truth this was an innings with a few positives. Niels Etman came on and picked up Bilal for 11, caught by Boris Gorley. The wickets really did keep on falling very, very fast indeed. Actually lost their last 5 wickets for the addition of just 5 runs. By that point, the game was a long time gone. Eventually realising there he'd taken a hat-trick, Ryan Klein, because he took a wicket with the last ball of his first over and then the first 2 of his second that came much later on in the game. And speaking of games, this is what's up next. The first time these two teams met yesterday, it was Romania who won by just 5 runs. So if Hungary had hit one more 6, they'd have taken victory in that one. I'm sure they'll have their eyes on revenge, the Hungarians, in that little mini league with Romania, Hungary and Portugal at the bottom. One of those 3 isn't going to make it to the Group B finals on Friday. But as for this game, which is between the 2 who are likely to finish in the top 2, Austria getting absolutely blown away. Simpson Parker and Bilal, the only 2 players to even make it into double figures, as they finished on 68 for 9. Ruthless once again from the Netherlands 11 with the ball. They haven't changed their bowling plans overly in any game. They've stuck to what they're going to do. Haven't really varied it about too much, but why do they need to? They've got this very, very balanced 6-man attack with Bratt to fill in. Kingman not brought back for his second because the captain just wanted to roll his arm over. 3 for 14 for Ryan Klein, including that hat-trick. So that brings us here, the Netherlands 11 beating Austria by 90 runs. A lot of exciting things going on in Dutch cricket. I mentioned the Dutch ODI team and their exciting trips coming up. They'll travel to South Africa in November. They'll go to New Zealand next March, and then home series against Pakistan, West Indies and England to follow in the summer of 2022. Right now, of course, the men's first team, A team and under-19 teams are all in action across the globe. And the Netherlands 11 are doing them proud here at this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. 5 wins from 5 for them, 3 wins from 5 for Austria. It's the Netherlands 11 who are the comprehensive winners here. Do join us very shortly when we'll be back for match 2 of the day, match 12 of Group B, Hungary versus Romania. But for now, you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol for the second match of the day. It's match 12 in Group B between Hungary and Romania. And this Dream11 European Cricket Championship is throwing up all kinds of close matches as well. These two played a very close one yesterday. And Hungary at the moment, they are still 2 points ahead on the ladder. So Romania have the chance to draw level in this match. Let's go over to the match referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
All the way. It's your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. Or would you like to bat first?
So Ramesh Satheesan, the Romanian skipper, has won the toss and will get the opportunity to bat first. I think that's a good toss to win against Hungary. We saw them defending yesterday successfully, and it was a close match, wasn't it? So it could be another close one again. And look, I think for me, it's all about whether the Romanian top order clicks. And Taranjit Singh and Satheesan himself, I'm sure he'd love a few runs in the tournament as well. Now, Hungary, they've got a lot of talent. They're brimming with talent. Actually, Zishan Kukakail, he's always the key for me as well. But Zahir Mohammed has really stepped up as another important hitter for Hungary. So we're almost ready for the start of match 12, the second of 5 matches today in the ECC. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's go up to you now. The news from the toss is that Romania have won it and they'll be batting first.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, aibowan, buenos días y bienvenido al campo de Cartama Oval. Well, welcome everybody, cricket lovers around the world, to this beautiful location in Andalusia, the host city of Malaga, the capital of the Costa del Sol. And this beautiful ground in Cartama itself, the Cartama Oval, where this Dream11 European Cricket Championship is taking the world by storm. I'll tell you what, a match that millions of people around the globe enjoyed yesterday was between these two teams, Romania versus Hungary. Well, it's the same as yesterday in terms of the coin toss. It's going to be Romania that will bat first. Yesterday in that match, as we leave you to have a look at the fantasy dashboard, and when I mention these names, you know why. Taranjit Singh for Romania, 59 of 27 he scored, but it was some good bowling again from, well, Abhishek Khatrapal. He's been on great form. He's picking up wickets for Hungary all the time. He took 3 for 11 in that one, and Hungary in their reply was Zishan Kukakail. He made 42 of 19, and there was also a great knock from the wicketkeeper Ashwat Narayana, 31 of 11, but it wasn't enough. They fell 5 runs short, and there was some great bowling from the Romanian Ijaz Hussain, 3 for 22, and that's why it was all smiles on the face of the Romanian team, because they needed that victory. This is an important game, and you have a look at the way this group is at the moment. All these teams know that, well, especially these two, another victory would probably make things a little bit safe for them and put a lot of pressure on Portugal, who we will see later. So the umpires, Nilkesh Patel and Charles Croucher, get ready to start the proceedings as the Norcan official time partner says it's time to go, and that's the first delivery. And it is Singh off the mark straight away. Taranjit Singh, what a marvellous cricketer he is, and a lovely guy as well. It was very nice talking to him yesterday, and he of course wants to perform big. He's got his family, I think, turning up today as well, so ideal time to get some more runs on the board. Off the mark straight away, and that means it's going to be Ramesh Satheesan, the captain. And, well, they think about the single. Mohandas, the bowler. Hello to everybody that's on the YouTube chat at the moment. Remember, you can get involved. Tell your friends, tell your family. Shot. And, oh, that is out of this world. That is sensational. And they all erupt because we have seen something that is class. That is stupendo. Que guay, que genial. Shaba, shaba. Well, they can't believe it in the Romanian camp. But yes, you're not worthy. What a catch that is. This is a dream catch. How about this? Oh, you won't see better than that. You will not see better than that. That is stunning. Well, Willie Garmage, that is seriously sensational.
What a time to come back. I mean, that's the first thing I saw. I sunk up Willie Garmage. He's just launched with two hands. It's lodged in his left hand. And Seth Thiessen, he cannot take a trick at the moment in this series. He goes for a second ball dark. It's 1 for 1. Oh, I've got to see that one again. I mean, I look at all the Hungarians saying, well, you don't know how this is even possible. Look, he launches with two, but it just lodges in his left hand. Just watch this shot. And then he's flying. He's suspended in midair. He's turned off gravity. And he just said, well, that's my job. It's my job to catch balls for my country. And Romania, a horror start, 1 for 1.
You will not see a better catch. You will not. That is just sensational. Absolutely sensational.
Oh, I'm telling you what, I'm glad I opened the door at that exact moment because that was an incredible piece of cricket.
As good as anything we'll see. Good morning, Vinny. How are you?
Hey, hello, Rico. There's no time for pleasantries. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
He was flying through the air, Willigami, and you were flying into the commentary box.
I was, and I love all his teammates flying over there, and he said, what's the big deal? Mahamdas, he'll be happy. He's got a wicket. Periawa comes to the crease. I thought he batted with some courage last night against the Dutch. We saw him get one upstairs, but then hit the next ball for 6 over cover. What do you reckon? Catch the tournament. Najam Shahzad's was pretty good. That was another one-hander down the ground. But, I mean, that one just for the style points, the acrobatic dive, it was horizontal.
Well, this not the best of backing up, I have to say, here from Taranjeet Singh. Maybe that one particularly should have been trying to make it.
These two should know each other pretty well as well. Periawa and Taranjeet Singh, because they both play for Cluj Cricket Club, the champion club of Romania. Last ball's the over from Mahandas.
And this time Taranjeet does go, and he's got to be quick. He does get there. Well, he's going to keep himself off strike. I thought the whole plan there from Taranjeet was maybe, well, no, let's just see this out. I'd stay on strike. They do get that single there at the end, which takes the score to 2. It is 2, but 1 wicket down, and what a way for that wicket to go. Well, I think in the highlights, we could probably watch that one just over and over again. That'll do for me.
I could watch that 20 more times and never get sick of it. I'm sure it'll appear on our social media at European Cricket. Certainly one place you can go if you want to check out all the bits you might have missed. There's all these bite-sized nuggets of cricketing brilliance there. The good, the bad, and the ugly, to be fair.
Kitna sona catch siga swere kitna swad aa gaya ki nahi? Well, I tell you what, that was just sensational. Well, that's a nice way to welcome me into the commentary box anyway. That's got me started for the day.
Yeah, what? Woken up now. I mean, the Austrian innings was kind of put to sleep humanely by the Netherlands, but yeah, that one was all action, and that's what you can expect in this format of the game. It's taking the continent by storm, and the cricketers, they love playing it. I mean, there's always something going on. Here's Harsh Mandian to bowl the second over. He's a very clever slow bowler.
Cut away, trying to get it through the gap, and he does. Outstretched hand from the fielder, not enough to stop it. So cautious to get the fielder in there. But Lagya Chokka, 4 more, and the first boundary comes up.
Yeah, picks the gap, doesn't it? And once it beats that infield, it's probably not going to be chased down. So first boundary. Periawa, I do like him in the number 3 position. This brings a little bit of stability to this Romanian batting lineup. Ramesh Thiesen's a good batsman though, and that's twice he's been out. Some really good catches. Good one by the keeper last night.
Oh, he's gone. Periawa has to go. Well, he's walked all the way around this one, I think. The stumps have been shattered. Castle Dutgi. Shot Maria Ganda. Bapas Aya Banda. He's got to go back.
He's such a clever bowler, and he can actually turn the ball both ways, Mandian. This is the off spinner, I think. You see it just comes back in, but he's also got the one that kind of goes the other way. So it's a perfect comeback from the bowler. You see, Periawa played forward, and a lot of them come out of the front of the hand, but well, this is a really good start now for Hungary. They've got 2 early wickets. Romania are 6 for 2.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. just in that that length where the batsman doesn't know whether he stays in the crease and goes back, or just tries to just a short step forward and blocks it, or goes all the way. He chose to go all the way, but he plays round it. Really should have been looking to be playing that one with a straight bat. So another wicket goes. What a super start it is. Does hit the one boundary on the 5 for 5 of 5 deliveries.
When there's 2 minutes yesterday, we already talked about how close it was, but Romania did bat first. They put 134 on the board, restricted Hungary to 129. 134 is looking a long way away right now.
This time Taranjeet wants to get to the other end pretty sharply. Maybe he's feeling here, the star batsman of Romania, that he needs to have as much strike as possible. And the other thing he's got to do is stay there. There's no point having the strike and just getting yourself in a pickle.
Abdul Shakur's come out, number 4. He's into the side. He's going to have the gloves. They've left Nadagodla out of the lineup. He's their regular keeper. They've just tried a couple of different things, Romania.
Shots of catch it, but that's it. Oh, and that's glaring for me. He's got to do better than that. He's had time, I think, Zishan Kukihel, and he slid, and I think he's just, well, he's made a good slide, but he's forgot to stop the ball. You see here, he's totally missed it, and he ends up flat on his back, looking at the sky.
Has a bit of an air swing at it, really, doesn't he? And ends up, yeah, you're right. He's a chalk outline by the end.
And this one's well hit, and this one will go all the way. Balle, 6 carreras.
Very safe shot. If you get it anywhere near the middle of the bat, you see it's a little bit too short from Manjan. And Taranjeet, pretty much standard and deliver job from him. Nobody back there. That's a steadier for Romania. Taranjeet, so often the key to their batting.
He's going again, hasn't got this where he wanted, but gets a nice little bounce, and it goes to the boundary. So 4 more, and the fielder just in a battle with the snakes there. Be careful out there.
It gets up on you pretty quickly. See this one? Certainly wasn't off the middle. It's off the outside half of the bat. But what an entertaining over. And in the end, I believe they're at 19 off that one. At the end of 2, it's 21 for 2.
Yeah, well, they need to be a little brave, and I know that one thing is Taranjeet Singh just knows one way to play. You've seen already, maybe he's not the best of runners in between the wickets, but when he gets into the groove, he hits the ball so well, and he seems to have so much time as well, Vinny, doesn't he? He's not one of these batsmen that rushes his shots. He just plays them with so much time.
No doubt about it. He's batting well. It just makes it look so easy. Sandeep Mahandas going to come back and bowl his second. He was the recipient of the wicket when Asanka Welagamage briefly turned off the laws of physics and took that outstanding one-handed catch in the first over. And it was a very tight over as well from Mahandas, only conceding 2. Here's the last over of the power play.
Well, that was pretty full, but was also down the legs. And this is very intelligent running. Well, I was just saying that Taranjeet is probably not the best runner, but this was good vision from him. Very clever. As soon as that ball's hit the stumps and he knows nobody's there, off he went. Let's have a look at this. He's just waiting. He's in the right place, and he sees the opportunity, and he says, chal, chaliye. Ikaban gaya. Well, that's 2. It's the wide as well.
Yeah, it was smart, and so I do think they want to get Taranjeet on strike as much as possible over the next over or 2. Abdul Shakur, we can hold the bat as well. He's out there at number 4.
And this is hit beautifully straight, and watch out, Richards, this is coming your way. Lovely hit, and you don't hit him sweeter and straighter than that. 6 more from the bat of Taranjeet Singh.
Good straight hit. And so Mahandas, he just swings it around both ways. This was a little inducker, but it was straight as it was long, wasn't it? And Romania, despite those 2 early wickets, they're going to keep attacking. That's the way to approach these 10-over innings. And Taran has 21 out of the 29 matches, and he's only faced 5 balls, Taranjeet Singh.
Hard, but it's a chance, and it's a very good catch. And that's an important one, they know it. And maybe they're sensing victory here. They know they want this victory. This will be big. This will be good revenge. But Taranjit there just not able to get on top of this one to keep it down. And an outstanding catch there taken. So another one bites the dust.
Yeah, it wasn't up, it wasn't down. It was flat. And Marco Huja has a very good pair of hands in that extra cover position. So, see, Taranjit hitting through the line of the ball. And I guess that is the consequence of hitting the ball in the air. You do open yourself up to that kind of dismissal. So a key man lost in the power play. Taranjit goes for 21. It's 29 for 3.
Yeah, Mondas gets another, and they don't come any bigger than this one. This was the one that they needed because he's the one that can hurt them. Scored a half century in that match between these two yesterday. So somebody else has got to get in there and score the runs here now. He's not happy, very disappointed with himself because he knows what a big match this is and how important whoever picks up these 2 points could be. New man comes out, takes guard.
Skohamanen has come out and he's a regular opener, so I think he'll be comfortable with the situation. Batting in the power play. And I think, again, he's a man that he just likes to attack. That's what you're going to see from him and pretty much all of the Romanian batting lineup. Mahandas has a second. He's got 2 for 10.
Beaten outside the off. Good bowling here, bowling to the field. It's got those 5 men there on the offside. The 2 men out at the moment are the 2 men straight.
Or essentially playing wrong shots. He's trying to hit everything over mid-wicket and standing there trying to hit across the line. But I like the way he just plays this ball on its merits and gets it through the offside for a boundary. Like that.
Yeah. I mean, you said that whoever comes in, they're going to play the shots, and you can see that. But I think sometimes, especially when, I mean, you've lost some key wickets, you've lost the wicket of Taranjit as well, you've got to be thinking and looking at the bigger picture as well. There's no point just playing your shots and then, you know, sort of struggling and getting all out in the 8th over. I mean, he's given this everything, hasn't he?
That's a proper air swing. He came out with nothing but air.
And this one, that's a good stop. And a good call as well, because I think if they had taken that, they would have been in trouble. That is the end of the over. And the score is 33 for 3. All
Nice.
the threes.
Yeah, all the threes. And well done by the protractor. You'll probably see him bowling before too long. In fact, he might have the next one. And I call him the protractor because he's all angles, Rico. He comes in the most acute angle I think I've ever seen for a pace bowler. He always comes from mid-off. And speaking to some of the batsmen, they find it quite off-putting because it's just so unusual. Saw the second over of Mandian going for 19. That was the catalyst for a 33-run power play. Yeah, I think it's going to be a very close game. But Romania, their bowling and their fielding's been a little bit an Achilles heel this week. Although they have showed what they can do on occasions, but not consistently enough. There is Ketapal to bowl over number 4.
Starts with a Baden down the leg side. I say a Baden. Ketapal has picked up 2 of the 8 wickets that he's got in this championship. Bowling that kind of delivery with batsmen. Have just managed to get a bit of glove on it, and it's been caught behind.
Yeah. And the keeper, Satya Ashwath Narayana, I think he's a really good wicket keeper as well. See some great keeping. We saw some amazing keeping from Abra Bilal this morning. Some of these stops down the leg side when they were speared down leg side. Those little things, you know, do all add up. And Satya, the keeper, he always impresses me with his work behind the stumps.
Short, and he latches onto this. This is going all the way. Boom, shaka, lagya.
This will be a confidence booster for Manan. It was a bit of a top edge, but still the ball allows it. The protractor tries to go upstairs, but it was Manan that had the right angle. That top edge carrying all the way over the fence. 6 runs to Romania.
Taranjit there, back in the dugout. All he can do now is support the batsmen that are out there. Short again, chance to catch it. The two fielders, be careful, they're coming together. And I'm not sure if there was a call on there. I mean, I would go for Vinny, the fielder that's coming in from the boundary. Surely he's got to call this. He's the one running to the ball.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think we've seen some nasty collisions. Actually saw a nasty one that involved Ketapal yesterday where two of the Hungarians collided. So I think the main thing is there's no injuries. It's always going to be a tough catch.
Just going for that shorter length, isn't he, Ketapal, at the moment? Shorter. I mean, when he gets it outside the off stump, he's had some success. Batsman have played and missed, gets the dot ball in again there. But anything short, the batsman have taken him on. And maybe Mondas there should have been the one calling that. I think he was in the best position to take it. Once again short, and this time it's just to the right of that fielder. He does very well, keeps his feet inside. Take the single.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good defence. Mohandas had a good game so far. 2 wickets to his name. Saw him perform in the series in Budapest. I think that's that European Cricket Series. Just, 2 or 3 months ago now. He really impressed me with the ball.
This one will be hit out to long on and will be a single. So score moves on to 44 at the end of the 4th over.
All the fours. Luckily, still only 3 wickets. And a very, very good day to you, wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo, and look who's here. A Rico full. At least we're not coordinated today. But, you know, we've seen so many of these games. We've literally done hundreds of the games this year, haven't we? Had hundreds of games together. Sometimes there's moments of magic that you just cannot believe. And to be honest, this was one of them. I mean, how's this catch from Willie Gamage? The way that he just makes something out of nothing. And it doesn't matter what level of cricket you're playing. That is just one of the most beautiful sights you could ever see, Rico.
Sensational. Well, the European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. Well, that may even make the dreams of his team come true. What a catch it was.
I love his reaction afterwards. He's just said, you know, that's just normal for me. But that's the kind of magic we're going to bring you here, and there's plenty more to come. Not even halfway through this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship as we move on to the 5th over. And it's Salman Khan with the ball. Mishit by Gohar Mannan. Now, Salman had some issues with his footing yesterday. So hopefully he sorted those out. I would say it doesn't look particularly slippery out there. But Gohar Mannan, maybe this is a good opportunity for him. I mean, he hit a big 100 in that Romanian ECS. Shakur, another good opportunity for him. This is away from the fielder. Should be stopped. If they're quick, they'll get 2 here. That's good running by Gohar Mannan to hustle back to the non-strikers end, so he does get 2. And the Romanians, look, despite losing those 3 wickets, they have to keep things moving. I think, you know, they're going to need something at least 120, I think, to be competitive.
Yeah, good stop there once more from Willie Gamage. 8 KO, Superman.
That was the Superman catch. Hello to Daniel Lambert, who's saying hello to us in the chat, and everybody else who's getting involved. It's one of the unique and special aspects about watching cricket on ECN and our broadcast partners, is you can interact with us in the live chat, ask us questions, or put your comments in there. We do appreciate all of your contributions.
Yes, hello to everyone. Hello, Daniel. Thank you for your kind words. Straight through him. Once again, just struggling with that delivery. Both these batsmen, has to be said, that's a little bit short outside the off stump. If there's no width, they're in trouble.
It's just the wrong shot. I mean, they've got a 3rd man back, they've got a deep point, but I think sometimes you've got a shot in your mind that you're thinking of playing, and it wasn't the right one. So last one was a cuttable ball. This next one's just driven down the ground. And we've seen it probably, Mannan in particular has been guilty of this. He's thinking, oh, I'm going to hit this down the ground no matter what, or I'm going to hit this. And then it turns into a kind of waft over mid-wicket when the ball's a bit too short to play the stroke. So, you know, I still think you just need to focus on hitting the ball and hitting it correctly and choosing the right shot to play.
He's not taking the single there, and that's not good cricket. I think Mannan has to go. These singles are all important. It's all very well standing there saying, I want to hit boundaries, but you've got to take whatever's on offer.
This could be a really great game. Just got a feeling about it.
He's gone up in the air. Shouts to catch it. 2 fielders running, but it drops right in between them. Doesn't go to the boundary. They just take the single. And I think that's what Manu needs to look at. Look, the last one, he didn't hit it big, but it was a single. He turns it down. This one, all right, he gets a fair bit of welly on it, but he still gets a single. So, you know, he's got to just be a little bit smarter here as that over comes to an end. So at the halfway point here now, and the score, 49 for 3.
Yeah, location, location, location. That was what it was about for Manan, because he put that at a very, very catchable distance, but it was right between the two leg side boundary riders. He does retain the strike, so halfway through this innings, just dipped below the 10 and over. I think whatever they get, I mean, they'll be fighting to defend it. Romania, no doubt about it, but yeah, from here, I mean, if you can get to a ball from here, you're probably looking at something like almost, what's that, plus 60, so yeah, 110 chase. It's, yeah, certainly an important couple of overs coming up, and they need to consolidate, build this partnership, but also score quickly to set up, you know, a no holds barred assault in the 9th and 10th overs.
And this one will help. He's lashed onto this, and it's all about the length. And that one has gone. Well, I think that's been a marvellous catch taken there as well, has it? Because there was a big roar from the marquee. Well, the roars first came from the Romanian squad. Well, there you go, some discussion about that. But this one has gone in the area of the bar. Look at that. He's picked his up beautiful. Just too short, and he's onto it.
Manyan's been uncharacteristically short in this spell. And then, yep, there we go. Was that Corey dropping another catch? Well, Corey's turned up, everybody. You might remember Corey Rutgers from coverage a little while ago in the ECS. He was with me in the Netherlands and also in the Portugal series. He's dropped 5 catches. He's always jumping out of the commentary box. We won't be able to do it here if we get him on because it's a big fall.
It's a nice looking shot. But they have got cover out there. One man on the offside boundary. Takes a single.
You've got to keep your eyes alert when you're in that fan zone, by the way. They weren't hailstones, they were cricket balls.
Hit straight, firmly, but will just be a single. What I'm loving, Vinny, is when every time I look up there at that fan zone, obviously I love the spectators being there, but I love the way the teams, whoever are not playing that are there, the next team to come on, are socialising with each other, talk with each other. I think it's fantastic. And that's where European cricket has come. It's been a huge community that is growing all the time. And of course, everybody that's on the chat and that are watching in as well from around the world are all part of that community. We are just one big, very happy family.
I just loved how the community is even extended beyond the European borders. I think it's a wonderful thing for the game.
Firmly hit. I think there may be a bit of fingertips on here. And there's showing no sign of it at the moment, the bowler.
That was a fingertip up. Yeah, it's half a chance. Manjan couldn't get enough of a hand on it. Well, maybe need some of that magic dust from Welligamage, but it does take us to the end of the 6th over, and Romania are 59 for 3. This is where I normally do my 6 over check-in, and to a ball from here, 48 be 107. So yeah, I mean, I still think something like 110 will test the Hungarians. We know sometimes their batting can be a little bit suspect, and they can lose wickets in clumps. They do have a couple of key players, I think, that the Romanians will have to get rid of. I mean, the top 3 of Zishan Khan, Kukakale, Makahuja, Zahir Mohammed have been in pretty good form during the series. See there, the Dutch team watching on with interest. And Max Hornweg gets a lot of camera time. He is a model, you know. Zach.
Yeah, I've been told. Michael McCann told me that. And he always told me everybody's shoe size as well.
He's got all the info.
I don't know
all the info you need, and some you don't. Here's someone can't.
I see play. They've got to chase here. They've got to go for the 2. Or will he go for 4? Well, it was a chase on for the fielder. Cautious Kitty fielding there, but Choka Lagyan. There you go. Just giving you once more an indication of how fast this outfield is. He doesn't really time this. You think the fielder's going to get there. I was focusing on the batsman trying to make 2 out of this, but in the end, they've got to just save their energy. It's 4 runs.
I think they've got to go now because the next 2 batsmen to come in are both very attacking, Sami Ullah and Ijaz Hussain. So, yeah, I think it is time to try and lift it. That was a nice shot by Shakur, but he's not going to last any longer. And after hitting the boundary, he goes to well once too often. Salman Khan gets his revenge. Abdul Shakur an important role in just steadying this innings after the loss of those early wickets. But in the end, he goes for a dozen. And Romania lose a 4th wicket, 63 for 4.
Well, Salman Khan doing what left armer needs to do, going right across the batsman and knocking the middle stump clean out of the ground. There's no better sight for a quick bowler, no better sight at all. And he'll be enjoying that moment for a long time. And Abdul Shakur, run a ball 12. I think after those wickets went down, his role was just to try and steady the ship. Well, maybe he's done his job, and the next batsman coming in now can do what is required for Romania to really get the acceleration going and try and get this score to and beyond the 110. I personally believe, Vinny, that 110 won't be enough. I think they've got to be 120 plus.
Yeah, I mean, at least 110 gives you something to bowl at. That's the thing. And if you have a good start, you get some early wickets. If you end up with double digits, it's just, I won't say impossible because we have seen it done, but I think with Romania's bowling, it's not their strong suit. So Samuel, one of the players I was mentioning, and he comes to the crease, and let's see what his approach is. Normally, he just tries to whack everything.
That will work.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see. So someone can't. A good contest here.
Hits it firmly, straight, and long on, does the work. Long off, pardon me.
Yeah, he was man of the match in this contest yesterday, Samuel. So not a bad person to have at the crease.
And well, this is going to go for 4. Well, I'm sure this one's come off the deck, I think he's banged this into the deck, and look at the height it's got. You think it went all the way at the back?
That was a catch.
You think that was a catch?
So I think you might be wearing Michael's glasses. No, look at this. This is just chipped away. Look.
Yeah, you're right. Well, so it was obviously the bat that's banged into the ground.
Double noise.
As he's hit it, yeah.
But it was a fingertipper, I think, that actually gets a fingernail on that.
This one's been smashed, but there's a fielder there and takes a catch. So Manan goes as well with 26. Got lucky with the one before, but not this one. And he says, yeah, that's what I'm there to do. I told you I'll take them. No worries, no hassle. Picking up wickets at the right time, Hungary.
Yeah, well, you're playing Russian roulette when you're hitting the ball in the air. We know that. It was almost caught last ball. Little fingertipper this time. Look at that perfect catching technique. So Gohar Manan, he's got to go for a well-made 26. That'll give him some confidence as we see the new batsman heading out there. Raj Kumar. That is the end of Gohar Manan. Nice catch by Kaiba Delda as well. The score, 68 for 5.
Yeah, good bowling. Salman Khan, a good spell so far. Got a ball to go in it. He's taken 2 for 14. And he's bowled very well here. You mentioned he did have some troubles with his footing. He was bowling quite a few no balls. But he's got it right here today.
He's been good. We've seen him playing for the Budapest Blinders in Hungary. A new team there, shaking things up a bit, the Hungarian domestic scene. I think it's been good for their game over there because it's just created more competitive matches, and you can see the result of that because they've performed very well in this tournament so far, the Hungarians.
Slow delivery. Gets the one, and that will be the end of the over. So 69. So what they have done for the last 3 overs, even though they have been losing wickets as well, as going at 10, which is, well, just helping their cause a little. But if the next 3 go for 30, I still don't think is enough. But like you say, Vinny, it is something to bowl at. But what they will need to do is get those wickets very quickly.
Yeah, so 7 overs down in this tournament. It's fascinating the way that things are taking shape. Of course, we had Belgium and we had Spain, who both qualified in the Group A portion of the tournament. And now here we are in Group B. 2 of these 5 teams will make it through. Same next week. We'll get to see the England 11. Well, they're England's best amateur cricketers taking on national teams of Italy, Germany, Finland and the Czech Republic. So 3 group weeks and then the 4th and final championship week, which will begin on the 4th of October. Stay with us for the duration of the first ever ECC as the protractor's back, and he gets one past Raj Kumar first ball.
Yeah, Kethapal, he's certainly been the pick of the bowlers for Hungary. So always stay out, always in the wickets. He went wicketless in his first. Has picked up 8 wickets though in this championship. This one's a fuller delivery. First one was shorter, this was full, gets a single. And, well, those two men have been literally out there from the 3rd over onwards, but they've the field placing has been good. All the shots that have been played have gone to field. Quite a few we've seen gone to hand. So Hungary, they've certainly done their homework here. Once again, you see, just varying the pace. So we've seen the short one full, short again, maybe the slower one coming up.
You can see here, these two teams, you know, as far as the batting and bowling, Hungary have been pretty close, but Romania, they've just conceded, well, just too many runs, and I know they have met the Netherlands twice.
Oh, and he's got him. It wasn't going to be too long before he strikes and smashes into the stumps. So another wicket, and Rajesh Kumar, he goes for 2 of just 3 deliveries. And that's the variation for you I was talking about. It's no ball is the same, and that's what causes the problems. This one was right up there, right on the pegs, goes across the line, and well, the ball shatters into the stumps.
Yeah, top of off stump. Not a bad place to be to a new batsman. Just tries to cross bat this one. At Ketapal. We know the protractor. He has all the right angles, and that one was spot on. So Romania, they're running out of resources now. In the 8th over, they are 71 for 6. Raj Kumar goes for only 2.
Yeah, they're on top here. And I think one thing that would be saying to themselves, especially their captain, Mark Ahuja, would say to all the players, look, we've been in this situation before. We've had a team in a difficult position, but we've let them get away with it. We've let them get too many runs, and I think they did exactly that against Romania yesterday. I think the last 3 overs, they gave away too many runs. They got maybe just a little bit sloppy, and they'd be keen not to repeat that here this time round.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Romania, they chose to bat, didn't they? And I'll be disappointed how this is going at the moment. But still, I mean, the run rate isn't the worst. I still think, you know, if you can get someone to get going, there's a flurry of boundaries, you could still potentially reach that 100 mark. Dharmendra Manani is the new batsman. He's facing Ketapal.
And Ketapal's done him with an absolute juicy one. Well, another wicket goes down, and this is just tremendous bowling as he takes his tally to double figures.
Well, it's metronomic stuff from the protractor. And the shot, yeah, wasn't really on, was it, for Manani? I know it's last few overs, but it's just a big heave, nowhere near it. And just look at that man, he's all business. And now he's on a hat-trick. Could we see consecutive hat-tricks? Oh, surely not. We saw Ryan Klein do it in the first match of the day. And Ketapal, well, he's on one right now. It could be the purest, all bowled. Yeah. Right now, that man doesn't show too much emotion, but he's thrilled with his work. And Romania, well, they're in trouble now, 71 for 7.
Yeah, the Mindra there, he's just gone in with one thing on mind, and I think the bowler knew it as well. He just went for the one that's pitched up, and the batsman, head in the air, going for the big slog. And once again, it's the off stump that's been smashed into. So Hungary keeping themselves upbeat, keeping themselves positive. They're up for this here today.
Ijaz Hussain's the new batsman. He opens the batting for his club, Banyasa. And so I saw him play 1 or 2 very good innings in that ECS tournament that we had a few months ago on the European Cricket Network. But right now, it's a different world. He's facing Ketapal, who's on a hat-trick.
And this one ends up being a wide delivery. Ketapal.
Hello to Danny Hudacek. If you're out there, that's Danny's favourite when it goes wicket wide. And so that kills the hat-trick opportunity. We'll see Danny. He'll be coming down next week to watch the Czech boys play in Group C.
Ooh, well, this one doesn't miss by too much. And once again here, I think Romania just a little bit guilty as that over comes to an end and the score 72 for 7. They're a little bit guilty of trying to go for the big shots and forgetting that they also got to take the singles, also got to rotate the strike. I mean, swing, miss, and one boundary is not the way to do it.
What an over from the protractor. He only concedes 3, picks up 2 wickets in the 8th. And you have a look at those last 2 overs. 4 wickets have fallen. And this Romanian innings was put back together by Manan and Abdul Shakur. It's been a bit of a mess since then. Heading into the last 2 overs, you've still got to kind of go for your shots.
Yeah.
Even though you're running out of batting, but you just got to throw caution to the wind, I think. But yeah, I guess it's the execution of those shots hasn't been particularly good. This is one man that can hit a long ball, Samiullah. I think it's a very good selection for T10 cricket. And he's going to have to contend with Ali Yilmaz, who gets the ball for the first time in the 9th over.
Goes for it, but the fielder comes in and makes a hash of it. He's got to decide what he's doing here. It's either the catch is on, if it's not, you've got to stop it. And I don't think this was ever on. And he charges in, and well, if there was a pair of stumps behind him, that was middle stump.
It was. It's Wella Gamagay, who took probably catch of the tournament earlier, and he just found himself between a rock and a hard place. He says, well, sorry, but do you remember the first one? And I'm just going to hide over this fence for a second. Anyway, sometimes you need a bit of luck when you're in a situation like the Romanians are right now.
Yeah. And comes back with a dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about keeping your shape as well. I mean, you've got boundaries on the offside too. I think they're trying to hit everything straight or drag across it.
Well, this is not good. This is not good batting at all. And I think straight away, you see the non-striker charging down Hussain saying, hey, buddy, come on. You can't be doing this. You're eating up balls here.
I think they're being kind of trapped by the big gap at deep mid-wicket. But if you're going to do that, then you have to maybe change your stance, get outside the off stump and open that shot up, because they're bowling very well to their field at the moment.
This one's up-ish. Fielder comes in and it goes down. The batsman should be thinking of 2. Samiullah says no.
Ijaz Hussain, he was the culprit there because he was ball watching. So he's holding his gloves and he just walks and trots and gets around the bat of Samiullah, and he wasn't ready to come back for 2. So, well, he's put pressure on himself because he's going to have to face up the next ball.
Full, and this one has been hit well. This will be out of here. That's a full toss. 6 carreras. And finally, they find the boundary.
Well, that's why I didn't want to say it was poor running, because I wanted to see what happened next ball first. And he gets this one. It's a bit of a baseball shot. It's got a knee-high full toss. He gets enough bat on it. Ijaz Hussain did mention, I've seen him open the batting for his club side. He gets off the mark in style. Maximo time. And as usual, it's all happening in the 9th.
Pressure on the bowler, Yilmaz, for the last delivery. It will be his spell. And he's got this one in the right area again. He's not done too bad at all, actually. He's got a few dot balls in there. I think 3 dots. And that'll do in the 9th.
Yeah, again, you see the footwork. This is why if you're gonna try and basically hit across the line, I think you have to get your feet across outside the off stump, because he was just playing so far away from his body there. Anyway, we head to the last over, 83 for 7. So, I mean, you get a very good over here, you can still crack the ton. But even you get something high 90s, I mean, they'll be defending with their lives, Romania, because they don't want to drop 2 games back. Of course, they've got Portugal nipping at their heels as well, the Romanians.
Oh, this was Gundy. Short, horrible, wide, and called a wide.
Zishan Khan Kikagale gets his opportunity with the ball. Over number 10.
It's gone up a long way. That's going to the moon and back. Who's going to take it? And it's been well taken. Katapal. Who else? Safe hands. Good catch.
It was a good catch, because that was a mile high, wasn't it? And oh yeah, fairly close to the airport here. So you might have had a good view of that if you're at 11,000 feet or so. Zishan comes on. Once again, we see this attempted stroke over the mid-wicket boundary, but it's just a big top edge, and the protractor again gets his angles right. Safe pair of hands Must have been some flashbacks there, because that was the kind of ball that resulted in a collision with one of the other fielders yesterday, but this time there's no one near him. And takes us to the last 5 balls of the innings. Samuela goes for 7, and it's 84 for 8.
Yeah, Samuela was keen to get on the strike because he wanted to hit the ball big. But he did play one nice shot for 4, but other than that, he really couldn't do what his team needed. And you can see there, I think they all, well, I wouldn't say they're looking a bit flat, but I think they are disappointed the way this innings has turned out.
We'll have to harness that energy and put it into their fielding innings. We've still got Florin to come in at number 11. So if we lose another wicket here, could be some entertainment ahead. It's Kayani, the new batsman.
Oh, just hits it straight up in the air, and it's the easiest of catches for Ashwath Narayan. And once again, it's not there for that shot. And rather than trying to put the ball in the gap and play the right shot, he just had a wild swing at this. And, well, as the head was up, the ball goes up, another wicket goes, and we're going to have another bowler an opportunity to get a hat-trick.
And he's got Pavel at the other end, because even though they cross, you know, the new rule we've got is that they have to cross back. So, we saw Pavel batting yesterday. I think Zishan Khan, I'm feeling pretty good about this. He's got number 11 on his back. He's coming out at number 11 today. Kayani goes for a golden duck. Romania, 84 for 9. And this is where, in all honesty, Pavel needs to know his role here. His role is to get bat on ball and get Ijaz Hussain to the other end.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's a good team man, we know that. And this is just one of those situations where he's got to know what's required, and Ijaz will be saying, look, all I need you to do, Pavel, don't try and hit a 4 or a 6, just get me down the other end. Let's see how many we can scrape together, because then we're going to have to try and defend with everything we've got. So, hat-trick opportunity. Will we see hat-tricks in consecutive matches in this ECC? Swing and a miss. So,
it's called a wide as well.
Another wide.
Yeah.
That's handy. Yeah, Pavel just needs to get some bat on ball here. Oh.
He likes to do some fancy stuff as well, doesn't he, Pavel? He likes to talk a bit, and what's he doing here? Just plays this well, but I mean, you say that Pavel needs to know his role, Vinny, but in all fairness, the other batsmen that have come in before him, they needed to know their role as well.
Yeah, that's true.
They just haven't batted smart. They haven't been on the same page. This one could be another wide.
Yeah, it shouldn't be up to Pav, really. I mean, they've snuck another couple of runs in here. So still 3 balls remaining. Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Rico. I'll be disappointed with the way things have gone in this innings. All right, so now it's a couple of fielders in. They're trying to prevent that single. And that's exactly how it's worked out. So this is where maybe you do gamble. I mean, he does like to play that backwards shot. There's a very backward square leg in the circle.
And it gets a wide, and I think the bowler sees the movement from Pavel and tries to get this one slower and straight, but gets the line wrong. And it hasn't missed the leg stump by that much, but anything down the leg,
one of the better partnerships already.
And, well, get yourself back in there, Pav.
Ijaz Hussain, he's going to be stranded at the non-strikers end then. And last ball coming up from Kukikale. 87 the score. Make that 88. Kukikale is frustrated. I don't know whether he's a bit distracted with the antics of Florin, which is one of the more entertaining number 11s you'll ever see come out in an international cricket match. Come on, can he get a run though? I know everyone will be cheering all around the world for him to get a run. They'll be running no matter what now, because it's the last ball of the innings.
And, well, he watches this be a wide as well. So a few bonus runs being awarded here by the bowler, Kukikale. Not the best bit of bowling from you. I mean, look, all you need is one straight ball. Take it from me, one straight ball.
The bat and the ball have, let's just say, they're not in each other's universe at the moment. So, well, they're still confident over in the dugout. Here's the last ball of the 10.
And he gets back onto it, and there's going to be 4 runs, and he's liking it. Oh, yeah, give it some of that. Well, do you think they'd won the match? Well, he's hit a boundary, and maybe is that his first boundary ever?
Yeah, not ever, but it certainly is his first boundary in the European Cricket Championship. He didn't hit a boundary in the ECL either. But, well, how's this? Finally, on about the 19th attempt, it's bat on ball, and Pavel, well, he's loving life, isn't he? He takes him into the 90s, and, well, a lot of relief on his face as well, as Ishan Khan Kukikal, not particularly as amused as the Romanians, but still, that's just the kind of moment that maybe gives you a bit of a momentum heading into what's going to be a difficult defence. They're going to finish 93 for 9. And yeah, in the end, last over went for 10. So a bit of kick along. And well, we knew the Romanians, they needed a win. They were 2 points behind the Hungarians with an opportunity to draw level. Well, everyone was ready. And it was the Hungarians that had to put the pressure on early. And a bit of magic started this one off as T10 was gone by the flying Hungarian, Weli Gamagi. What a catch that was, one of the highlights of the tournament.
Yeah, it was a superb catch. But that meant that Taranjit Singh had to get into the groove. And, well, he was losing partners. We saw a nice shot from that man there, Perielawar. But then after that, he played all around this one. And, well, the fielder played all around that one we saw there. But this man, Taranjit, he had to play some shots, and he did. He was backing himself. He started getting himself on strike. But then he went for this one. And a nice catch taken there. We're going to put that one down. And Taranjit caught marvellously there. And after that, they needed somebody else to come out, somebody else to give him some momentum. Gohar Manan, we know that he can be a dangerous batsman. He scored 26, but nobody else was really able to support him. And you'll see that on the scorecard. A couple of golden ducks there as well. We saw bowlers on hat-tricks. This one from Salman Khan was an absolute beauty, taking out the middle stump. Then the fielding from Hungary, well, all in all, it was a pretty good display. And this man, Katsapal, we know what he does. He takes wickets. He's a wicket-taking machine at the moment for Hungary. Gets the ball in the right places. And I think he's a good bowler to bowling there towards the end of the innings, because when you've got a team in trouble with new batsmen, the tail end batsmen are coming in, he just gets the ball in the right areas. But the man who didn't get the ball in the right areas for that final over from Kukikal, just gave away a few unnecessary runs, I feel. And though this is not a big score from Romania, 93, well, that last over and that last boundary there from the man who's absolutely loving his moment out there, Pavel Florin, that could be all important. That last over, as Vinny said, went for 10, and of those 10, I think 4 or 5 of those were actually wide deliveries. There's the scorecard. Taranjit Singh started things off with the bat, but he went early. 21 of 6 deliveries. You know how important it is for him. Even if he bats 5 overs, he's going to give you a stat load of runs. Gohar Manan, 26 of 15, and the only other man to get into double figures. But nobody else able to get the big shots in. Nobody else able to get the acceleration that was required to get past that 100 mark. I mean, at the halfway point, they were on 49. So you thought the 100 was going to be on with a bit of acceleration, 110. It wasn't to be, mainly because of some good bowling. Mohandas, he bowled really well, 2 for 14. Katsapal, though, I mean, he's got to be the star of the show once more, hasn't he? 2 more wickets for him. So midway through this match number 12 in Group B, you can see the stats there. Gohar Manan and Taranjit Singh, between them, 47 runs. But that tells you the story. It means that the other batsmen really weren't able to get in there. But some good bowling from Hungary and some good fielding, some good catching. They took all the catches, and talk about catches, we saw a world-class one as well, didn't we, from Weli Gamagi. What a catch that was. That one will be on social media all over the place. So 93 for 9, 94 required for victory from Hungary. And well, if they get a good start, I think they'll knock these off pretty quickly. Romania need to get early wicket in the power play. Join me, Rico Full and Vinny Sandhu, in just under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this Group B match number 12. Bienvenidos a España en Cartama, Málaga. Durante un mes tenemos 15 equipos jugando para ser campeón de Europa. That's right. We are in Cartama, this beautiful Cartama Oval, where we're going to see 15 European countries battling it out during 4 weeks of competition and close to 100 matches in total to see who will be crowned the kings of Europe. Well, we know that in Group A, the 2 teams to go forward into Championship Week, Week 4, starting on the 4th of October, will be Spain, to the delight of the home supporters, and Belgium. And now we're seeing Group B doing battle, which 2 teams will join them. And at the moment, we are still in the group stage matches. And before tomorrow, those come to a conclusion, and we'll know which team of the 5 will be eliminated and which 4 will battle it out in Group B finals day on Friday. Well, this match is an important one because both these teams are desperate for these 2 points. They'll feel that 2 points here would probably give them a little bit of security. Hungary, I think, will fancy themselves because they've done a good job with the ball, restricting Romania just to 93. So 94 is a target. But for me, it all depends how they start. Get a good power play in here, and they certainly will be on their way. But Romania, they themselves know, pick up wickets, and I believe they know they'll need the quick wickets, 3 good wickets, and that one of Cookie Hell, I think that's key for me. He's the dangerous batsman. Both these openers, we know, can hit the ball really well. They bat well together, and they give the team a good start. Romania's bowling hasn't always been at their best. Well, Demindra Manani to start. Starts well. Gets this one right up there in the block. And welcome to everyone, wherever you're tuning in from around the globe. I hope you've enjoyed the cricket so far this morning. Firmly hit. Fielder gets down, takes a ricochet, so the batsman will take the single. So they're off and running. And Zishan Kukahel gets the first one for his team. And welcome back to Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo in the commentary booth.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Let's see what kind of fight we have in the Bears. Romania trying to defend this total of 93. Got a little bit of a kick at the end. They were 72 off 8 and 11 and 10 off the last 2 overs.
Ahuja getting ready to receive his first delivery. Place this out to the man at the very short mid-wicket. Field set at the moment. Remember, in the power play, 2 men allowed outside the circle. Long on is the man back along with the man out at square leg on the boundary. And let's try to work this one away. It was on the leg side. Batsman disappointed, doesn't get anything on this, but they will get the wide.
Yeah, you don't want to give too many of those away either, do you, when you're defending double digits. And we have seen it done, but they're going to have to field and bowl out of their skins here, the Romanians.
Catch, and that's nice and easy. Caught and bowled, and that's the virtue of bowling straight. And maybe just change the pace here slightly. Manani, he gets the wicket, and it's a crucial one. They've got Mark Ahuja early. He's gone without scoring.
Yes, just a little bit early on this, and Ahuja's a good one to get because he's a steady influence in that top order. And you see that, he just pushes back. We knew straight away he was in trouble. Manani takes a return catch. Seen so many caught and bowls today. He throws it away and says, yep, we're on here, boys. And Hungary, a bit like Romania, they lose an early wicket. And this one, a bit more of a simple catching opportunity taken. Hungary are 2 for 1.
Yeah, be disappointed, Mark Ahuja, with that one. He sort of, I think he just didn't know what to do with it. Should he follow through with it and go big? And in the end, I think that uncertainty just plays it straight back to the bowler, who gratefully receives it and says, thank you very much. You get the first wicket, and that will keep this contest interesting.
Yeah, so This brings Zahir Safi Mohammed to the crease. And look, whatever can happen in the first innings can happen in the second. That's what the Romanians have to tell themselves. They have to keep taking wickets, they have to take their opportunities, not give too many runs away for free. Manani, that's a dream start for him. And what's more, he's been reasonably tight so far, only conceding 2 in the first 4 deliveries.
Played out towards point. Single taken. Don't be too worried or too concerned about the singles at this point. Romania, it's about stopping the boundaries.
Yeah, important you close out this over without any more damage.
It's up in the air. Well, this is just going to be a difficult one. Who's going to take it? And it's been taken. And Romania have done just what they needed. They've got the 2 big wickets they needed. That one is the wicket of Zishan Kukihel. That was massive. And one thing Romania has done at the start of this match, they haven't put the catches down, which has cost them in so many of their matches.
It was almost a too many cooks spoil the broth situation, because there were probably 4 or 5 fielders that could have caught this, but eventually Ijaz Hussain, he called it. He took it on the move. You saw Manani, he wanted it, the bowler. But he said, no, leave it to me. I've got this. So Manani just froze, and he watched on with a lot of concern. And there you go. It was taken by Ijaz Hussain. He's had a pretty good game so far. And Romania, they get what they wanted. It's 3 for 2 after the first over.
Oh, massive. 2 massive victories. Both these batsmen that have already been and gone without doing any damage to the score. Well, only the 1 run there from Kukihel, but they are dangerous players. They can score runs quickly and they can hurt you. They've been sent back already.
It's another good hitter. Ashworth Narayana comes out at number 4. He won't be on strike, so it's the end of the over. So, just checking the right batsman on strike, and it will be Zahir Safi Mohammed. Of course, even though they crossed, they'd have to cross back, but then because it was the end of the over, so they do swap ends anyway. What an over from Manani, but it's important that they continue this on. Raj Kumar was going to bowl the second over.
Kumar starts with a slower delivery. I suspect this may have been called a wide if the batsman had chose to leave it, but gets the toe end on the bat on it, ends up being a dot ball.
Sometimes there's a risk if you're chasing a smaller score that you bat a bit conservatively early on. I don't think this is one of those occasions because they're going hell for leather in this power play. Exciting stuff.
In the air, is this going to go over the fielder? No, it's not. Is another catch that's taken? Oh, they're loving this. Aren't they just? And Ijaz Hussain takes another. And they're fired up, they're pumped. This is what it means to them. They needed a good start. I said they needed to pick up 3 quick wickets to stay in it. Well, they've done it.
That's the top 3 as well. 3 big threats, and Zahir Safi Mohammed just tries to go across the line. It was between Ijaz Hussain and Pavel Florent. There was no doubt Hussain was going to call Pavel off this one. And that's another good bit of catching. Taking their opportunities, the Romanians early. And can you believe it? You're not looking at a misprint. That score now is 3 for 3.
Wow. Zahir Safi Mohammed deciding to go for that ball. He wasn't in the right position for it. Opting once more to go for the big shots rather than just to play a few out, get yourself in. But sometimes it works. Other times things like this happen, which has happened to all 3 batsmen here that are departed. And to other team in yellow, they're certainly brightening up the Cartama Oval at the moment with the gear and also with the cricket and the catching. And the key thing is for them just to keep it and hold it together. You know, it's not been their strength, the bowling. Has to be said, sometimes they do bowl some loose deliveries. But at the moment here, not only have they bowled pretty well, but they've taken the catches. And that's what's important.
Yeah, well, can I get another one? Now Raj Kumar has got a good follow-up over. I said that's what they needed after Manani's double strike. Kuiper Delta is a very good player in his own right. Comes to the crease, he will be on strike.
And he hits this well, and he's going to get 6 for this. Well, that's a way to open up. And I said they don't like to hold back. Whoever comes in is going to play this shot. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. With this one, lovely shot, straight back over the bowler. Big six.
What a form of cricket this is. It's unbelievable the amount of action that we get. And the courage from Delta. It's called courage if it comes off. It's called stupidity if it goes straight up in the air. But he got plenty of that, and that's a real confidence booster for him. The Romanians want to see the back of him as soon as possible.
It's well bowled, a good comeback. Well, he's not changing his way at all, is he? But this one probably wasn't too far away.
It's just close. And Delta would have been a 6 and out situation. Doesn't miss by much, and they will want to get as many of these top order out as quickly as possible. If there was a stump to the left of the off stump, it would have knocked it out of the ground.
Played out towards Taranjeet, and Taranjeet not able to stop this one. Gets a slide in, and it's 4 runs. So they're starting to do what they need to do, which is to find his man. Look, he gets a hand to it, but agonizingly. Look how close this is. You see, he's just got a finger, just can't stop it before the ball kisses the boundary rope.
It's got away. That's 3 runs they'd love back. And, just putting the sunglasses back together. And just making sure that there's no disturbances when the bowler's running in. So you can see the umpires taking charge of this contest because a lot of action happening very quickly. Still, they have got a few runs this over, the Hungarians.
And this is going up in the air, more height than length, and it's been missed altogether. And this one, well, is Kayani. Takes this, and they definitely would have been all over the place. But look, it's gone up in the air. Kayani, well, he's missed it altogether and then just bounces and goes for 4 runs. You see this here, bounces. Doesn't really get hands onto it at all. It wasn't in the right position. 4 runs, and well, if that one was taken, things could have been very much and very different.
Well, that's what we're talking about, isn't it? I mean, just kind of takes the wind out of your sails. Yeah, you miss an opportunity like that. Does take us to, well, it does take us into the over. 17, so 3 consecutive 4s to finish that over. What a game this is. And as momentum swings all around the place, Ashwath Narayana has been a spectator for that over. He'll be facing up now. Manani comes back for his second.
Full toss, doesn't really get hold of it, and ends up just being a single. Oh, his first over was absolutely amazing. This one comes out all wrong.
Yeah, almost too high, probably just sneaking below the waist, but I mean, they need wickets, they need them now. Delta's started well.
Goes for the shorter one, and yeah, no run there. It's good from the fielder. Gets into that pretty quickly, and that's Kayani. Well, he's been moved away from the boundary.
It's a pressure cooker atmosphere out there for both sides, and that's why I think it's making this gripping viewing.
Oh, this one has come out all wrong from Dimindra Manani.
You take the first game of the day, Netherlands versus Austria, 2 very talented teams, and we saw some amazing cricketing skills, but there wasn't really that games in the balance feeling like that you get in this match, for example. That's why the tension is palpable.
This one is better, and you can see that, well, Deldar, he's only the 2-1 thing.
Kaiba Delta, I thought he might come out. He's a very intelligent young man, Kaiba. He's swinging like a rusty gate at the moment. And have a look at that, 360 degrees of range. 0 contact. Manani halfway through his second.
Goes for the shorter one, and this time Deldar, well, he's a bit slow going. That's a wild throw to the bowler's end. Taranjeet picks up on it quickly and backs up. 1 run taken.
Catches better than he throws, EJ's the same. Well, probably a little bit off balance, to be fair to him that time. But, well, 4th and 5th wicket right now. Change things dramatically. Manani's bowled very well. 2 for 6 he has.
This is away, sensibly played, Ashwat Narayan, and just quite happy just to play the ball around. He was very useful late on in that, well, it was a sensational match, wasn't it, between these two yesterday.
There's only 5 runs in it then. Wouldn't we love another close encounter?
Up in the air, and it's the same man going to take another catch. Yes, he is. No mistakes at all. Ijaz Hussain, he's on fire. Another one goes. And it's Deldawo. He was just in there to do one thing. He said, I don't care where you bowl it, I'm going after you. A few times he swung and then he knocked himself off his feet. Look, he's given this everything, but just didn't catch it clean. He slices it up. A good catch taken by Hussain again.
Well, if he was an investment portfolio, he'd be high risk because that one's off the end of the bat. And I tell you what, Ijaz, that was a shocker of a throw early in the over, but he's caught fantastically. That's 3 catches, and Kayani was the first one over there to congratulate him. Ran from the other side of the field because Kayani put down Delda in the last over.
Yeah.
So Delda has got something happening for the Hungarians, but he goes too soon for his liking. He goes for 15 off 8, and now it's 21 for 4.
Yes, and the opening bowler, Dhamindra Manani, well, he's certainly shown up. He knew that there wasn't enough runs on the board. He knew that the batsmen hadn't done their job, which made his more difficult. But he's performed, hasn't he? He's taken the wickets, he's done the damage, and after 3 overs, the power play is complete. It's 21 for 4.
So, what? Good 2 overs, 3 for 7. And, well, this is Ashwath Narayana, who I think he's a steadying hand normally. Well, let's see how the pressure gets to him, or if it gets to him. Raj Kumar coming back to bowl his second.
My ball goes for the fuller delivery here. Kumar was a little bit short, I think, in that first over, and that's why we saw those 3 boundaries on the spin. That was the last 3 deliveries of it. Trying to go a bit fuller, but needs to be full and straight. He's got the 2 men straight there to give him the protection in the field. Short, but there is a man there, and oh, well, diving forward, fingertips to it, and that was Periyawar. He's done well. See this again, it's probably just not carrying to him as he dips. And, it's one of those that as soon as you bang into the ground as well, it's going to be very difficult to try and keep it. But you can see there, I think it just landed on the tips of his fingers. So you could maybe call that half a chance. Well, if that's taken, who knows, because that would have been another top batsman gone. Mandian on strike now. And he gets a gift. Doesn't quite time it well enough, does he? Oh, yes, he does. His 4 runs, and the fielder, the same fielder who was involved with the chance diving forward, is involved in this one. And Periyawar can't stop it. 4 runs.
Seaver, who he gets there, but he just can't hold it in. And that's probably a couple of those. Taran had a similar one. That's half a dozen runs that have gone now. 4s that should have probably just been 1s. Ijaz Hussain, he's going to get leather poisoning, I think, because he's getting so much of the ball. Number 12, lucky number 12 for the Romanians. This is where, I mean, both these players are very accomplished batsmen, and domestically, they've had some very good performances. But let's see if they can stand up for Hungary and just weather this assault from the Romanians.
Up in the air, tries to catch it, but he's not going to get anywhere near this. This was beautifully timed and dispatched. Seis Guerreras.
Oh, well, this one, when he hit it, I thought that's surely not getting over Taran, but he just timed it well enough that it does. Good club selection. And Manjan, he's off to the races.
Nice shot, that. And yeah, you're absolutely right. These two are good batsmen in their own right, and Ashwat Narayan, yesterday, when his team needed it, scored 31 off just 11 balls. Almost did enough to win in the match that time round. Will he be their hero in this one? In the air. Oh, he puts one down. Oh, it was straight at him. It was hit hard, but down it goes. That could have been his 4th catch.
That was hit hard. It was pretty much straight off the middle of the bat from Manjian. And it was in, it was out from Ijaz Hussain. He's running at 75% efficiency. It's, well, I suppose it could have easily been 4 if it was a couple of metres either side of him. So look for the silver lining on the cloud. Still, it's a batsman that they wouldn't have wanted to have dropped.
Nicely played, shorter delivery, just neatly guides it down to the man fine and takes the single. So at the end of the over, the score has moved on to 34, but it's 4 wickets that have gone down. It could have been worse, really. I mean, we saw there there was a half chance there, wasn't there, from Sivakumar that just caught his fingers, and then we saw that one hit firmly, very firmly, straight to Hussain, and he's not able to hold on to it as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And this, for me, is the key difference between this international competition we're seeing versus the club competition. You've got 5 and 6 here, but still very good batsmen. The batting depth is so much longer in these teams than we see in the European Cricket Series, which, of course, are the domestic series that we cover week to week. We've done literally hundreds of matches in this format. And if you've got to 5 and 6 in this situation, I'd say they're in a bit more trouble. But Hungary, they certainly have 2 players there who can put together a match-winning partnership for them. But well, they're going to have to hold their nerve as Taranjit Singh comes into the attack with his off-spin in the 5th over. So change of pace with the bowling.
Yeah, Singh yesterday was bowling runs. It was easy picking. He wasn't at his best. And here, looking very cool with his shades on, bowling with his shades. And, well, it's not helping him, though, because this one's gone all the way. And that's heading towards the bar. And, well, who's taking this one?
It's just disrupting the lunch plans of the Netherlands 11. Not too much has rattled the Netherlands 11 in this series. But they're sitting there minding their own business. This one, past the sauce, with the side of Kookaburra.
Well, he's not thirsty today, the ball. He doesn't want to go to the bar. He wants to go to the canteen. Wants a bit of grub. And this one hasn't quite timed it. Fielder watches the bounce carefully, gets the ball in. A good response from these 2 batsmen.
Well, Taran doesn't normally bowl too many short balls. There's been a couple. When he has, he's been punished.
Better line, and he gets respect. So good comeback after the 6, just a single. And now the dots here.
And we had a bit of a surprise hat-trick earlier, didn't we? Which was across 2 overs. Taran was a bowler that did just that back in the ECS Romania. He took a hat-trick that had me quickly scrambling, going, hold on a second, because it wasn't even like they were consecutive overs. They were a bit of time apart. He's recovered well after that early loose delivery, got sent into the lunchroom.
Short, and now that's gone into the gap, and I think that may have gone all the way as well. Well, the umpire's just checking. We know they're not. It's manos arriba time. Manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras más. Shakalagia.
That's actually not that short, but he makes it look short the way that he gets deep in his crease. It was excellent footwork. Ashworth Narayana moves to 16 in quick time at the halfway point. Hungary are 49 for 4, and this partnership has got them back on track in this chase, you'd have to say, Rico.
Yeah, certainly has. I mean, at the halfway point, they're right where they want to be. The wickets are required by Romania, and they've just got to keep, look, they've got to bowl the fuller length. That's what's worked. That's what worked for Mani. Just getting the ball up there, getting the ball in the right areas. Bowling short is just going to be easy picking for these 2.
Yeah, on this surface, here's Ijaz Hussain. He's been in the thick of the action. He's got the ball in his hand now.
He'll take the single. The fielder not able to pick the ball up cleanly.
And so, yeah, Ijaz Hussain, he's got those 3 catches, dropped a fairly firmly struck ball, which could have been a 4th catch.
Short and nicely played. This is a delightful shot. This really is. He sees that it's short, he knows where the fielders are, and just guides us away. Well, sometimes you need power, and other times you just need placement. Beautiful shot.
It's good shot selection is what it is, and then good execution. With no third man, the short, wide delivery, you want to just know exactly where your outfielders are. And he didn't need to swing the bat hard, he just had to deflect it away between those two fielders, and he gets a boundary. So Hungary, they're cruising now. Is there another twist in this game?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And that is big. You know how big that is. That is a massive wicket. Well, we saw one straightforward, simple caught and bowl that started things off, and this is another one. And this man here, well, Ijaz Hussain, what a match he's having. What a time to get a wicket, because just when that rate had gone down to, well, just under 9 and over, they needed something to happen, and it has. Another wicket. This match is very much alive.
Ijaz Hussain, well, is the perfect comeback. And you have a look here, and then he's giving it the, now you see me, now you don't. And, well, credit to Satya Ashrath Narayana. He just turned, smiled back and said, well, I guess you got me in the end. It's just a little leading edge, but handy 20 from Satya. Good player for Hungary. They lose a 5th wicket. It's 54 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, he put a good partnership together, didn't he? I mean, they were in all sorts of trouble. And now it's who's going to join Mandhyan out there. Well, it's going to be Kettapal. We know he does great work with the ball, and now he's got to do with the bat.
He's coming off 2 golden ducks in a row as well. And that is Ijaz Hussain's 4th catch of the innings. The record is 5 by Manupa Fernando in Milan this year.
Yeah.
5. He's got 4. He's actually been hit 5. He only caught 4 of them. And let's see what the protractor can do for Hungary. He'll just want to survive the first one, I'm sure.
And he gets on the mark, and you're absolutely right. It's important for him to get on the mark, especially after those two zeros.
Nothing worse than a king pair either. And we're talking about what consecutive ducks might be called. The 4 is called the Audi, because it looks like the logo. 5 is the Olympic rings.
Yep.
Not sure what 3 is.
Well, he's preferring to bang this one in and get away with it more now that Ashrath Narayana has gone. He seemed to prefer the shorter ball, played it very well.
Yeah, Kettapal normally eats pressure for breakfast. He's a pretty cool customer. Let's see how he holds his nerve here. Still 38 required for victory. Tick over 4 overs.
He gets down well, and oh, he's got him! Oh, this is sensational! For me, this is gone. They're going to check upstairs.
100%.
Oh, wow. Well, I tell you what, Hussain, what a match he's having. This was world class. Absolutely stupendo this is. Que genial, que grande es esta jugador.
He knows he's in trouble here. And just looking at it live, I thought there's no way that he gets back here.
Here we go, it's the throw, and yeah, he's
going to be gone. We'll see the side on, I'm sure. We'll slow this one down as much as we can. Maybe we'll have one more look at it there, but you can see the protractor for me. We'll get the shot there. Even there, he's gone. Next frame. See you later. And bit of magic, wasn't it? And he's going to get his marching orders. I think you always know as a batsman when you're in trouble. And I love the throw there from the bowler, because he throws off balance. He kind of throws off the wrong foot, Ijaz Hussain. So now he has 4 catches and a run out to go with it. Well, there's an unusual 5-up. And Kettapal's got to go. He runs himself out. It's the end of the 6th over. 56 for 6. And high drama in Cartama. It's Cartamania, Rico. And we're seeing another tense clash between these 2 rivals.
What a moment of magic. Look, we've seen so much during this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. So much good fielding, so many sensational catches. We've seen a couple of run-outs as well. Well, that one is right up there amongst the best. I mean, as a bowler as well, look, can't tell you how difficult that is. You just bowled, you're off balance, you're on the wrong foot, he's got to switch around, get down. You said it, Maxi, he was off balance, but to get that throw in, it was like a dart. That was unbelievable. Sensational stuff.
Gordon in the chat saying the protractor is retracted. And he sure is. Oh, now you've got a man. Well, Gamagate came up with a bit of magic earlier. Not on strike at the moment, though. Mandhyan on strike, because it's the end of the over. And just away from one. That'll probably suit Romania. I don't want to give away any crazy ones here. As Sami Ullah comes into the attack. So, I mean, just keep an eye on this run rate required. It's pretty much right where it started at the moment. Just, it started at 9.4. Now it's to tick over 9.5. Samuel up to the new batsman, Welly Gamagate.
Take the single, as long as he can keep taking the single. And I suppose Andy Yarn now is the established batsman, 16 off 11 balls, so he's the one they're going to be looking upon to try and, well, I think you're looking to pick up a couple of boundaries and over, but you've got to keep up at that rate.
This is what this series is all about. You can feel the tension in the air.
Slower ball, that's well bowled. He sees the batsman coming and changes it up. That's good from Samuela.
Go back to the way that Hungary, the way their top order imploded. I mean, you'd think they'd love at least one of those back now, wouldn't they? But Mandian's a cool head. Welly Gamagate, he'll play his role.
Good delivery. Change up of pace again. So important, isn't it, if you've got a bowler that can do that? And Samuela, well, he's shown time and time again that he is able to.
It's really important that if you've got a good slower ball, you've got a quicker one that you can throw in just to keep the batsman guessing a little bit. You don't want to be too predictable.
Goes for it, and he's going to get it as well. Bowl! Volley! Seis carreras!
Well, you got to be made of tough stuff. You come out and play this shot if it goes wrong. And you know you're going to have regrets, but he doesn't get it wrong. He gets that little bit of magic we're talking about. Welly Gamagate gets his first Maximo, and they move to under 30 required now. Last ball of the over.
He goes again, and it's going over Saranjit. And he's got to turn and throw. They're taking him on, and he doesn't get the power in the throw. And they'll take the two. End of the over. It's all happening out there. 67 for 6. End of the 7th.
Yeah, it was a slightly dodgy second run. You can see there's some hesitation, although Marjan was alert to it. Good throw. I think he was in trouble there, but he does get back, and that means he keeps the strike as we get to the end of the 7th over. And it is 67 for 6. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. Portugal, still without a win, going to take on Austria. And Portugal, they are at the bottom of the ladder, and they won't want to remain there, because if they are at the end of match 20, they'll be out of the tournament. And Austria, well, they have 2 losses in the tournament, both to the Netherlands 11. They'll be hoping to get a win from their third day of action. You can join us for that one in around about half an hour's time, right here on ECN and all of our broadcast partners around the world.
Back to the action here. Starts with a big, slow delivery. Wow, that was the loudest grunt I've heard so far here. And dot ball. And just have a look at this. It's gone right through the batsman as well.
Yeah, big swing and a miss.
What a day he's had, Ijaz. Certainly has jazzed things up, hasn't he, for Romania?
Sure has. Can he get a 5th catch? That's what I want to know.
Actually played out. Field is quite deep, but comes in.
Ones are a win at the moment for the fielding side.
Yep.
Multiples aren't. That's what it comes down to. There's 10, a gap of 10 between runs required and balls remaining. Just mentioning the toss news for that game coming up. Portugal have won the toss. They'll be batting first. That's what they did last time against Austria, but they only put 88 on the board, which wasn't quite enough. Here's Ijaz Hussain. And yeah, Welly Gamagate. Playing an invisible shot to an invisible ball. Got to put yourself in the shoes of the batsman here. What are the emotions that he's feeling on the big stage in front of the global cricket audience?
Nicely played, 4 runs. Too much width, gets the boundary. And Welly Gamagate out there with a cool head at the moment. Nicely played. Remember, he's the man who started everything off, didn't he, with that sensational catch.
Yeah, good awareness, really good awareness of the field placing. He's shown he can do it all now. He's hit down the ground, big 6 straight. One's a touch shot. He does Hussein. 3 very important deliveries coming up.
Goes for it again, and he's going to get it again. Oh, not the best and most intelligent bit of bowling, you have to say, but the batting is stupendo. Ke genial. अपने तरनजीत सिंह ने कोशिश तो कितनी बॉल स्टॉप करने स्टॉप नहीं हुई, चौका लग गया. 2-2.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a heartbreaker for the Romanians. You go back-to-back boundaries. Well, either got to put the third man back or you need to bowl in a different area. Either one or both of those things. And that was perfectly bisected. Taranjit Singh and Pavel Florin, the 2 fielders in that area, and they're still there.
And this is going to go the other side. There's going to be another boundary. This one, hay poquito de suerte aquí, pero no pasa nada. 4 más, well, a little bit of luck, and you need some luck sometimes. This is going for 4.
Yeah, his head spun around really quickly there, Welly Gamage, because he knew that was a genuine edge. It flew away, but it was the other side of Florence. So 3 fours in 3 balls, and that's how quickly it can change. Now it's pretty much back to a run of ball.
Well, just it's the length, isn't it, of the bowler, Jazz. He's just putting him too short. Get the Yorker length in. That's what he's got to be going for. Goes for the slower one. It's been hit firmly, and the fielder makes the stop. And this is good because he gets a single. Will keep him on strike as well. A lot of noise around the ground. They're loving this.
What a game he's having. It's 81 for 6 after 8 overs, so still requiring 14. And the 9th is all important, isn't it? We often say it all happens in the 9th. And it's simple as this, and it is obvious, but it's also true that whatever you don't get in the 9th, you need in the last. And whatever you do get in the 9th, you don't need in the last. So you see with those 3 boundaries, the Worm just pulling ahead. So this is where you really need an over in single digits. And once we get to the last, anything can happen. Even if you need 3 or 4. I mean, I've seen it before. The field generally comes in. You know, the pressure is on. There won't be those easy singles that you see now. Here's Taran coming back to bowl over number 9. 13 for Hungary to win.
Gets a dot in here. Now this is, for me, this is risky, having Taran to bowl this one. He hasn't been at his best at the ball. Batsmen have taken a liking to him. So with only 14 to play with, now.
I didn't go back to Samuela.
That will be another dot. So it was full toss, this one. But again, it's what I'm talking about. It's the length of the delivery.
Yeah.
Get it full, get it up there.
That's the difference. I mean, doesn't matter who you are. You've got a bit of a goldfish memory, I think, when you're out there in the middle at the moment. Those 3 fours would be ancient history now to Welly Gamage. It's just thinking about those 2 dots, and he just needs to score off this ball.
Up in the air, he's going to dissect the field, is he? And no, yes, he is. It goes for 4. Well, he does get something on this, the fielder, but not able to stop the boundary.
It's the 3rd one of these we've had that, you know, it's not a regulation stop, but he does get a full hand to it. You see it pitches inside, rolls over the rope. So 3 of those, the 3 fours that probably should have been singles. There's 9 runs. I mean, it's been that kind of a game where they all count.
This one he will go for, and it goes the distance. Seis Guerreras, shaka time. And well, Welly Gamage, he has given this some Welly. 6 more.
All right, he might as well walk off straight to the man of the match podium, because he started things off in this game with an acrobatic piece of fielding, unbelievable piece of fielding. And now he's finishing it off in style. And this one, hold the pose. Now they only need 3.
Oh, that'll be one of them. He was trying to finish it off with that one shot. Short delivery was there for the taking. He gets a bit of something on it, so we'll get a run to his name.
So Marjan comes back on strike, and again, he was involved in that kind of rebuilding effort in the middle of the innings. And, you know, even Delda, you know, the way he came out and he swung hard, but he got them going with 15, batting at number 5 after 3 early wickets.
And fielder gets behind this. That's the fielding.
They're all tied up, 93-93. Oh, it's a game of fine margins, isn't it? And This will actually take us to a 10th over, but the scores will be all tied up. It's Hungary 93 for 6. 1 over remains.
What a remarkable match it's been. I mean, the way it started, Romania well on top. Remember that first over? It was 2 wickets down for 3, and then it went to 3 for 3. And that's the sort of trouble Hungary were in. But give them credit. Every batsman came in, just play their shots. And that's what we say, don't we, Vinny? That sometimes you get yourself in more trouble if you come in and you don't play that way.
Yeah, that's why I say you've got to keep playing your shots. And it's a bit counterintuitive, I know, when your team's in trouble, but generally somebody will come off, and that's how it's worked out. And they've just scraped home here, the Hungarians.
And that'll do it. It's a fabulous victory. They win with 5 deliveries to go, and they had to bat deep. They had to perform. Well, other batsmen had to perform rather than the ones that have been doing the job so far. And they were able to do it. And they've shown that they have got the depth. They've shown that they have got the courage. Well, Romania, they'll be disappointed, but they will know that it all goes back to their batting. 20 runs more on the board, and it would have been could have been a different game altogether. It's the batting that's let them down. The bowlers bowl really well, and spare a thought for all those bowlers. I mean, Manani, I think he was fantastic, and also somebody like Ijaz Hussain, who was outstanding in this match, but ends up on the losing side. This is how it started, a simple caught and bowled, and well, at one point, everything was going Romania's way. You see this wicket, the celebrations after this one, because they know how important it was. And there was a man who was taking all the catches, you can count them. And also, I mean, look, it can't be too critical. He was involved in 5 dismissals in total. But that one that went down, how important was that one? And it's all those final moments. But I think, Vinny, you hit the nail on the head as well when you think of in the field, the ones where they got hands to but weren't able to stop the ball going in the boundary. I mean, this is a good example of that. That one for me, you have to stop that in this format of the game. The fielding is so important. We saw that a couple of times, and those 12 runs could make all the difference. And I think in the end, they probably did.
Yeah, I think so. You needed almost everything to go right, and a lot of things did go right, and that was just one at that point in the game that you thought, well, maybe that can change things. And how about this for a bit of magic? As Kedapal gets run out by the barest of margins. Ijaz Hussain, he's got a fielding 5 for 4 catches and a run out. And then, oh, this man, Asanka Welagamage, he's into this Hungarian national setup, and they're loving his work. And this is another one. It's a half a hander. The wrong side of the line as far as Manani's concerned. He was outstanding with the ball. When it came down to it, Romania got it to the last, but they were just barely holding on. And that man, Asanka Welagamage, he finishes in style, and he win with 5 balls to spare. This is what's coming up next in Portugal. Tough one for them, but you know, we've certainly had a lot of big conversations in the Portuguese camp, and they are going to go into this game with a kind of renewed energy, I'm sure, because they'll want to get off the bottom of the ladder. They saw what happened to Norway last week, who didn't win a game in the first half of their group standings, but still managed to make the 4. This is the result of match 12 of Group B, and 94 for 6 for Hungary. 5 balls to spare, and it was Welagamage at number 8 who top scored with 33 not out off only 13 balls. Manjan as well, important in the rebuilding, 20 off 16 unbeaten. Aswath Marana also chipped in with 20 before he was caught and bowled by Ijaz Hussain, and Delda with a swinging 15. Only 3 wides in the innings, so pretty disciplined as far as the ball went. And it was Manani that did the early damage, 3 for 7. Also, we had wickets for Raj Kumar and Ijaz Hussain. But look, when it came down to it, Rico, Romania, again, it was a close contest, but they weren't quite able to get one over Hungary. And now they fall 4 points behind them on the table. That'll be hard to make up. Still, plenty of close contests, I think, between some of these teams before the Group B action is done.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're spot on there. We've got some hard work to do here. And I know that getting the runs on the board, well, that can be a bit hit and miss. But one concern for them will be with the bowling. I think they're 1 bowler short. I mean, they're using Taranjit Singh. Taranjit has been expensive. And, well, all the teams have taken a liking to his bowling. They need to find another bowler from somewhere, somebody who can get 2 good overs in there. And even if those 2 overs go for 20, that's still better than the way it's going at the moment. So in tight games like that, when you haven't got enough runs on the board, that bowling's not just going to do it for you. And just have a look at the tables here. Netherlands, after that win, 10 points. But you can see there, Hungary and Austria, well, they're pulling away here from Romania. But how big is this match for Portugal?
Yeah, and Romania and Portugal, you know, they look to be fighting it out now for that 4th spot. So Portugal, they would love to get a win on the board. We will see them later in the day. The last game of the day, Romania will play Portugal as well. So plenty to look forward to today. Make sure you join us in around about 20 minutes for the start of the next match. It will be Portugal batting first against Austria. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full and Michael McCann. We'll be back shortly. You're watching ECN and all of our broadcast partners. And this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, at the moment the weather has been kind to us and hopefully it will continue as we head to the third match of the day. It's match 13. It'll be unlucky for one of these two teams. It's Portugal versus Austria in the third match of the day. And Portugal, well, they are at the bottom of the ladder at the moment. They'll want to get a win or two to get up off that position because remember, the bottom team will be eliminated on Thursday evening. And Austria, well, they're 3-2 now. They did lose both of their matches to the Netherlands 11. They'll be wanting to get back in the winner's circle for this game. Now let's go to the match referee. Now it's not Top Gun, it's Sir Rob Kemming who is there with the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss for the third match of the day.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It's tails.
What would you like to do, Najam?
Yeah, we're gonna bet for.
So Portugal have won the toss and their captain Najam Shazad has elected to bat first. Well, that's what happened in the corresponding match earlier in the week when Portugal were only able to put 88 on the board against the Austrian side who chased that down in 6.2 overs. So they'll be hoping for a much better performance with the bat. And Austria, like I said, they'll just want to get a win on the board after losing their first match of the day. Well, let's go up into the commentary box and Michael McCann and Rico Full will take you through this one. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, and welcome along to the sunny, sunshine-kissed Cartama Oval. This is more the kind of weather that we were expecting when hosting this tournament here for 4 weeks, as opposed to some of the rain that we've had around last week and earlier on this week. Indeed, it was a bit of good news that we managed to get all 5 games in yesterday, despite some persistent showers, as we're up to match number 13 in Group B. And it is not quite the last chance saloon for Portugal, but not far off. They've already lost 4 games, and as was alluded to at that coin toss, they've got to get at least one victory, if not probably at least a couple, to give themselves a realistic chance. Otherwise, they're going to be reliant on Romania's bad form for any possibility of not finishing bottom. The Romanians have 1 win from 4 games so far. Portugal with 4 defeats in the competition. Romania with 1 win from 5, I beg your pardon, after that loss against Hungary by 4 wickets with 5 balls to spare. Portugal winning the toss and choosing to bat. Now this is going to be a tough proposition for them. They're up against an Austria team who've just been absolutely pasted twice in as many days by the Netherlands 11, losing the first game by 58 runs and the second by 90. But Austria have been smiting their way through everyone who is not playing in orange thus far in this tournament, and the Austrians would start this game as the hot favourites to grab themselves another victory. They have 3 wins from 5 in the competition, just those 2 defeats against the Dutch, but plenty to play for the Austrians as well. They are by no stretch guaranteed in second. They've got Hungary breathing right down their necks. Hungary with 3 wins from 5, the identical record of Austria thus far. And net run rate currently deciding that one. Austria will know now that their 2 hardest games in the competition are at least out of the way. So assuming they can take care of business in this match, and then their 2 tomorrow, which are against Hungary and then Romania, it will guarantee second spot. So plenty to play for both of these teams for very different reasons, as Portugal get ready to face up in the form of Sean Gomes, who's been their best bat so far in this tournament. Mian Shahid's at the non-striker's end. Aki Iqbal ready to bowl. Rico Full next to me, ready to commentate.
Hello, Michael. Hello, everybody. Looking forward to this. I think it's a crunch match, isn't it, for Portugal? They need to get some points to their name.
It's down the leg side, and what a brilliant catch. And had he hit the stumps, it would have been out. Well, there was an appeal because Abra Bilal thought he'd taken a catch that had come off the face of the bat. That was given not out, and then with the shy that follows, if he hits the stumps, Gomes is out anyway.
Yeah, just come off the top of the leg of the batsman. That's why he thought he'd taken a sensational catch. But you're absolutely right. The follow-up throw, if that had hit, he would have got the wicket that way. What a great stop that is. A great bit of wicket keeping. Abra Bilal.
He was so good earlier on today against the Netherlands. Probably saved about 10 to 15 runs on his own. Short. And has he gloved that one? Well, not given once more. It is a second consecutive brilliant take by Abra Bilal. And Akib Iqbal is not able to pick up a wicket. There was maybe a sound on the way through from Shahid.
I'm pretty sure this has caught something on the way through. I mean, there's nothing else near it apart from the gloves of the batsman. And I think this is going upstairs, buddy.
Umpire Shub is going across for a conversation with Umpire Gooch. We, of course, don't have Snicko or some of the various other technologies that might well be used to decide if that is out. But what we do have is the pictures that we're showing you now, which are brilliantly done from Spring Productions.
Yeah, I think if you also see this from the other side, sort of behind the batsman, the deviation that's there, this can also only happen if something's on it. Look, there's a lot of deviation from where it's going here to where it ends up going when the wicketkeeper takes it. For me, there's something on this.
We could hear a noise on the way through, and it has now been given as out. So Mian Shahid has to walk off eventually, and Austria have got their early breakthrough from just the second ball of the innings. Shahid gone for golden duck, and that's a beautiful take down the leg side by Abra Bilal.
Look, Mian Shahid, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, this is a spell that he just continued to go through. He just can't get runs on the board. I think he just keeps picking up duck after duck. That's why he wasn't in the squad for some of the games we saw yesterday. But he's called back in because they're thinking, well, look, if he can get himself in form, he can be very destructive. But he goes for another duck, and it's a golden first baller for him.
Well, they have struggled with setting a platform, Portugal, with the bat. It's something I had in my notes in the build-up to this game, and before I've even got the chance to mention it, they've lost their first wicket once more. Sean Gomsh has so often had to hold together a real struggling top order, and it looks to be a similar story again, certainly from early sign of things. You mentioned Mian Shahid, that is his second duck in this competition. He's still yet to score a run in the ECC. So, facing up now, trying to stop the clatter of wickets that has so regularly befallen Portugal with the bat in this competition, is Imran Khan. This is his fifth bat in the competition. He's scored 24 runs at an average of 6. So the fact that that is one of your top order players gives you an idea of their struggles.
Oh,
out as well. It's fantastic fielding, and for a second, had he shied at either end and got a direct hit, he might have had a chance there, Akib Iqbal.
Absolutely marvellous this. Some of the fielding we've seen today so far has been out of this world. It really has. What a pickup this is.
Well, I know there's only one man you're going to when you're talking about that.
Well,
certain Hungarian number 38, quite possibly.
What a catch it was. Willie Gamaji. What a way he started the day for us. But look, take nothing away from that, from Ijaz Hussain as well.
Nicely bowled. And that has gone straight through Khan. He was trying to pull that, but it wasn't really there for the pull shot. And Akib Iqbal, who got a fair bit of tap against the Dutch, is coming back strong here.
Yeah, Ijaz Hussain taking those 3 catches. Caught and bowled as well, making it the 4th, and then the run out of his own bowling. We've seen some tremendous cricket here already today.
And again, that's a really nice area to be. Back of a length, outside the off stump. Now, I've got a bit of inside info for you. Speaking to a few of the analysts of the different teams.
Yeah. Go on.
Now, I promise you, I'm not trying to catch you out. But, and it's a question for all of our viewers at home. I'll float it and then see what you come back with an over. What percentage of the runs in this tournament do you think have been scored on the leg side, approximately? So again, he's finding that area from Iqbal. And what an over that is from Akib Iqbal. That is outstanding bowling. And apart from the leg by, there's not been a run off it, which means that that is the first maiden in international T10 cricket, I make it, from Akib Iqbal. Outstanding stuff. And it's not just a maiden, it's a wicket maiden.
Yeah, I was going to say, wicket maiden as well. Superb. He certainly has been, I mean, I've said this before, one of my pick of the bowlers. I think he's just been outstanding. He's always been there for his team, always getting the ball to talk, and getting another good wicket there. Thanks to a good catch also from Abra Bilal, the wicket-keeper.
Got a few people getting their guesses in the chat. 60% is one that's been thrown in. Second shot from Gomez, straight to cover though, and if the pickup was clean, this was potentially a run out, and this has also been a theme of Portugal's top order. Imran Khan has been run out without scoring previously. They've had multiple top order run outs in the first couple of overs. Understanding between Gomes and Khan still doesn't really seem to be there. They were at the crease when Khan was run out without facing. That's well bowled, just inside the wide lines. Umpire Gooch does the classic sort of umpire's lean that they do, just when they're thinking about widening it but deciding against it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go for more than that. I'm going to say it's going to be 70. It's going to be around about 73%.
Very specific guess.
About 73%.
For a man who is all over the details. Oh, it's a good thing he got a bit of bat on that. Otherwise he was in all sorts of trouble. So Khan off the mark, somewhat unconvincingly from his sixth ball face. Fielded by Zabiola Ibrahim Kel, who had a tough time of things this morning with his leg spinners, but will get a chance at redemption. That is the beauty and the pain of cricket on the European Cricket Network, in that you can have a horrible day and a good one all rolled into one, and you kind of just hope that at least the horrible bit's out the way first. The grunt from the effort ball, but it has been absolutely dispatched. Well, it's not too often you see sixes over cover hit like this from Sean Gomes. This is exceptional batting. He's Portugal's classiest player, and he's shown it there.
Yeah, quality batsman, Gomes. Well, this one doesn't go on the leg side. It goes way over around on the off. Lovely shot, quality. That's a sign of a quality batsman to play shots like that.
It's not just the fact that he hit it over cover, it wasn't flat batted. It's with a straight bat. That is quite brilliant batsmanship. Oh, just fends at that one. That's a great comeback from Zadran.
Yeah, just fishing here. I think maybe Gomes just thinking to guide this to the third man area, but look at this field set. I mean, it's a very good looking field, and so far the bowlers have bowled to it. I'm liking that ring of players there on the offside. Look, 6 of them on the off, and that means there's only 3 on the leg side.
He's got mid-wicket and long off out. And Gomes again can't make contact. So that is a good over from Zadran, despite that lovely 6 over cover. 8 comes from it. And Portugal a 9 for 1 without 2. Off 2, I should say. Had a few people guessing. I remember Rashid saying 65. A lot of guesses in and around the 60s. It's actually, as far as I understand it, around 72%.
Oh, ho, ho. Rico full in the house. Well, look, yeah, I mean, it's no surprise. And I'm probably guessing that if you took maybe Netherlands out of the equation, it would probably be more around the 80-plus mark.
Yep.
But, yeah.
Although the Netherlands have definitely learned a bit about being a touch too technically correct. I know the feeling was for them on Monday when they only made 96 for 3 and 110 that maybe were a bit too technically correct. As that's not technically correct, that is nicked behind, and that's out. Well, Portugal's strife with the bat continues. Nicked off Imran Khan, an easy catch for Abra Bilal, and it is a second wicket of the innings. Austria all smiles, and Akib Iqbal is continuing this exceptional spell. It's his second wicket, and he still hasn't conceded a run.
Yeah, I mean, he's just bowled so well, doesn't he? And I'm just having a look, not just at him particularly, but also at Zadran there. Both these bowlers, I mean, they're absolutely charging in and letting the ball go. They're banging it into the deck. They're fancying themselves. And look, they're enjoying themselves out there. And I think when you see 2 opening bowlers that are in such good rhythm as they're charging in, you know that you're in for a tough ride out there. So every batsman coming out here know that they're going into a battle.
Yeah, they're a very good friends, like a lot of opening bowling combinations, having played together a fair bit for the Austrian national side in T20 cricket. And they very much go together as something of a dynamic duo, two of the loudest characters in this Austrian dressing room. Sort of that pair that if you were picking them in a football team one by one, they'd say, no, we come as a pair. They like to play on the same team, and they do so very effectively. Well, that is not a nice way for Iqbal to concede his first run, having bowled so brilliantly. It's leg side wide. Just to give you a story that demonstrates that, had a bit of a catching session in the swimming pool with a soft cricket ball a couple of times already this week, Austria, and it tends to be Akib Iqbal's voice as well as Sahil Zadran's you can hear the loudest. So that's flicked straight to mid-wicket, and that's another! He's got a third, Akib Iqbal. Well, that's the end of the Portuguese captain. Najam Shahzad gone for a golden duck. They are 10 for 3, and it just gets worse and worse and worse for the winless Portuguese.
Yeah, I mean, this one's, it's a soft dismissal for a man who's such a good hitter of the ball. Shahzad, he certainly has been probably the pick of their batsman when he comes in. He's able to play some big shots. But this one, look, I think he's just been done by the pace of the ball. I don't think he played this early enough. He plays it late, doesn't get the elevation he wants to be able to hit that over that man at mid-wicket. And, well, that's a very good catch as well, because he had to wait for it. He couldn't throw himself at it straight away, and Noor Khan takes a very important catch.
Well, that is the end of the only man for Portugal who's got a strike rate up around the 2-a-ball kind of region for the Portuguese. Skipper, who so often leads from the front, does tend to be their biggest hitter of the ball. He's out. And so now they turn to Amir Zaib, who has had a bit of a mishap here, and he's getting a change of gloves as he walks out, done by the 12th man Francois Stoneman, who, well, you have to do everything in that 12th position, and I think glove change to someone who's still on their way out really does somewhat take the biscuit.
Yeah, I think that was Miguel, Francois's brother, Miguel Stoneman. He's the 12th man here. And, just wondering whether he took... well, I've seen this a lot of times, don't we, in the European Cricket Series, where batsmen go out there and realise that they've got two gloves for the same hand.
Wouldn't be the first. Just nudged away by Zaib, who has been the leading light for Portugal with the bat in terms of being their top run scorer. He scored them at a pretty good rate as well. 46 off 20 against Hungary, 28 off 20 against the Netherlands as well, so he has top scored for them twice. But these two, you would say, are the last of the sort of big pillars of that top order. We've seen that once that top 4 or 5 of this pair, as well as Shahzad and Imran Khan, have gone, it can all fall away pretty fast for Portugal, who are in a very perilous position. Swipe and a miss from Gomes.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the batting lineup, I mean, you're absolutely right. These are the last of the recognised batsmen, but they still have guys in there in the side. I mean, like Junaid Khan comes to mind, and also Mohamed Shahzad Nipu. Now, these are guys that I've seen when they've played those European Cricket Series in their own countries. They can bat, they can be destructive. And they just haven't, maybe they haven't had the opportunity. Maybe this is going to be their time. They've got to shine at some point. Both of those two names and others in that squad are too good not to shine in this championship.
But it's difficult as well. We've seen that this is on a totally different level. You've got a pumped up Austrian team,
yeah,
who are determined to remind us of what a good side they are. They've had a pair of damaging defeats against the Netherlands.
Yeah, but on that note, remember, Hungary in that last match, they recovered from this situation. So it can be done, but like you're quite right, these two have to lay that foundation. These two have to put a partnership together.
For now, they really are struggling. Akib Iqbal, of course, one of the best sets of figures in the competition. It's only been a handful of international T10 fourth, as of course this is the first international T10 event. Azam Khalil took the first for Sweden. And he's still got one ball left, Iqbal, to get himself a fourfer. No, I beg your pardon, that is that. So 13 for 3 after 3. Akib Iqbal finishes with astonishing figures. 2 overs, one maiden, the first maiden of this European Cricket Championship.
And a wicket maiden, you have to add.
I was getting there, yeah, exactly. And that's one of 3 wickets. He's conceded just 4 runs.
Yeah, and one of those, that wide, that was the first ones that came off from a wide. Otherwise, I think if you take that wide away from it, I think he could have had, or could have been on course for having another wicket maiden. It could have been a double wicket maiden.
Yeah, of all the ways to lose that perfect no runs conceded, the leg side wide was a more unfortunate one. Akbarjan on, you know what you're going to get from him. It's a rare full toss that he's got away with someone. Abdullah Akbarjan, Austria's top wicket taker thus far and best in terms of economy rate. His set of figures for the tournament, very, very impressive. All of these from 2 over spells, 2 for 21, 1 for 11, 2 for 13, 1 for 12 and 2 for 22. He's always picking up wickets. He's never going for a huge amount. As Gomsh finds long off. He looks innocuous enough. He just varies his pace brilliantly. Won the MVP award at the European Cricket Series in Vienna back in May. Useful with the bat as well. Straight back to Akbarjan. He does the fielding well. Portugal have got to be wary here because the problem is for these two is they can't let the burden of the responsibility stop them from playing big shots.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think this was the thing. I mean, I just mentioned Hungary, how they recovered from a sort of similar situation, but that's one thing they did. As soon as they went out there, every batsman, they just played their shots, and that got them to that victory against Romania. This is whipped away on the leg side. Fielding will be done, and the throw comes in quickly. Looking, they have looked a good unit, haven't they, Austria? And I think against everyone that they've played against, other than the Netherlands, they've always performed and always looked the better side.
Yeah, and I like what they've done with their squad composition. There's some teams where actually the side that's turned up for the ECC is barely played in an ECS. So that's back past Akbarjan. Now, of course, you know, you don't have to play in an ECS to play in the ECC, but it does seem logical that if you've performed well in that country's pretty much often only ever domestic T10 tournament, that you'd be of use for this, whereas this is pretty much an all-star squad from that ECS that happened in Vienna, beg your pardon. Flicked away, nice looking shot, and this is beaten deep backward square leg for 4. Well, it's Zaib's first boundary, and they're going to need more where that's come from. It is only the 2nd boundary of the entire innings, and it's the first 4.
Yeah, it's probably one of few loose balls that we've seen. That one is probably gone for the Yorker to drift in to the right-hander, but that one drifts away too much, and it goes to the boundary. So 4 runs to welcome 4. They needed it, but they need a few more of them as well, aren't they? I mean, what sort of score do you think, minimum, that they need to put on the board here against Austria?
Probably want 100 if you can scramble there somehow. We saw Spain made 88 all out last week,
yeah,
and won by 1 run against Sweden, but that took a monumental effort with the ball. We saw Romania give a good shake at defending a relatively modest 90 odd that they've just put up, but that boundary was the first boundary in 14 balls.
And we've just seen another wicket. So just as we're talking, you know, we're talking about what sort of score you need to put on. I actually agree with you. I think, I mean, you said yesterday that you think is about 125, 130. I agree. I think that's par score. That last game where Romania fell short of that proved that even though Hungary didn't get a good start, they still got to the runs okay. But here, Portugal, that wicket, that's a massive one, because that's one man they did not want to get rid of, because I think Sean Gomes, he is their best batsman.
Well, right now, it was just about consolidation and trying to get to something under par that at least keeps them in the game, but that's not going to help. And what a nice moment for Zabiullah Ibrahim Kel, the youngest player in this Austria roster, the 20-year-old, takes a simple catch that will make him feel better about life after it's only gone for 27 against the Dutch earlier on. Meanwhile, poor old Sean Gomes, who I hope he's got broad shoulders, because right now, too often he's having to carry this Portuguese batting lineup, and the pressure's told on him. He goes for 10 off 10, a man who's played high-level club cricket in the Netherlands for RBS, in the UK, as well as provincial cricket in South Africa. He's played some nice cameos. Haven't quite seen him go on with it yet. Now he's departed as well. Straight at point, this could be a chance. And the throw is wild and wide. There won't be a chance for overthrows though. Junaid Khan gets off the dreaded duck. And Shapin Momin is already spinning his web as he does so often. A man who once upon a time played for Germany in 2016 and 2017 before moving to Austria, and he's now qualified on residency. So that's just one more. Made his T20 debut for Belgium in July and hit 61. Has hit a T20 ton this season as well for his club, Lords Cricket Club. Played impressively in the ECS Vienna for Indian Vienna as well as a guest player. Do often see this in European Cricket Series events. The clubs that have the honour of managing to qualify to get there sort of pull in the best of local talent from in and around because of their desperation to win it. Turned away again. Again, would have been maybe a hint of a run-out chance for Zishan Guraya had he gathered it cleanly. Guraya back in the team. That's the only change from the side that played this morning. Umer Tariq and the backup wicketkeeper, the man with the loudest voice in European cricket, Mehachima, missing out. Again, this is good from Momin. It's good keeping from Abrar Bilal, just trying to tap it down. It's pretty much exactly like the fielding practice Austria were doing on the practice pitch before this one, of trying to get those throws zinged in, get these run-outs.
Iqbal Hussain, well, he absolutely fired that in. The keeper, yeah, the good technique there, just trying to drop the ball back down onto the stumps, but good running between the two batsmen.
It's the end of the over, and we've already got to the halfway stage, and that is a sorry-looking batting card for Portugal. And not for the first time in this tournament, multiple ducks in the top order. And looking at double figures is almost seeming a success on that scorecard, which tells you a lot. Akbarjan back, and Akbarjan doing what he does so often. It's yet another one. Junaid Khan's middle stump is removed, 26 for 5, and it's all swiftly falling apart for Portugal, who just can't find an answer to an Austrian side trying to prove a point.
Yeah, Michael, you says Akbarjan back. Well, so is the middle stump. Clean back out of the ground, and this is good bowling, and he is such a good bowler. And I know that if you read the reviews about him, you'll see that in the one series he did take back-to-back hat-tricks as well. The only man that's taken 2 hat-tricks in a European Cricket Series, and that's one thing he does well. I always say to bowlers, when bowlers say, well, Rico, what do you think I need to do? What do I need to concentrate on? My answer is always simple: bowl wicket to wicket, bowl at the stump. The batsman, if he hits you, he hits you. You got 2 men straight. If he misses, you've got him, and that's exactly what Akbarjan does.
But it's not just bowling at the stumps; it's bowling good Yorkers, because you can bowl a ball that's hitting the stumps, that's in the slot, which used to be known once upon a time as a good length ball that you respect and push back and maybe drive for 1. But that slot now disappears back over your head. But what Akbarjan can do is just repeatedly hit that Yorker, and it's always the ball that he gets the wicket with.
It's getting the right length, you're absolutely right. But, you know, even that, though, Michael, I don't mind. I mean, if you've got a bowler that's bowling straight and the batsman is hitting him straight over the top, it's going to field it, that's fair enough, because he's bowling, at least he's bowling, he's not bowling short, he's not bowling down the leg side. Sooner or later, he will get his man. Akbarjan back again to now the left-hander.
It's Mohamed Siraj Nipul out there, who's played a lot of ECS cricket, both in Spain and in Portugal. He played in Bangladeshi age group cricket as a youngster representing his country. Once upon a time, and then moved to Portugal and qualified on residency.
Yeah, I like Nipu as a player. I've seen him at his best at Miranda de Corba there in Portugal. Hello to anybody who's watching from there, to Barry and Anna. And he can be a batsman that can turn on the style. He's a bit unorthodox the way he sometimes bats. And they've used him as a bowler, and he's not been at his best, but they haven't really used him too much as a batsman, and we haven't seen the best of him as a batsman.
I imagine right now, given this scorecard, they might be watching whilst hiding behind the sofa, because Portugal are trying to avoid setting a record T10 international lowest score. Romania currently have that dubious honour. Down leg, and is that a stumping? Well, this is brilliant work from Abrar Bilal, regardless of whether it's out or not. And he might well have got Mohamed Siraj Nipu here. Well, look, the line belongs to the fielding team.
I think he just got back. That foot has stayed on the ground, and that's what saved him. He's slid it back rather than lifted it. And well, the third umpire will look at this closely. But you can see it's very, very close. But I think having seen that once or twice, I think they'll come back and say, no, we think he's okay. Well, this gives us a chance to look at it from another angle. And I think, yeah, I think he just made it. It was a very, very good piece of keeping there. Excellent take. After all that, it will be a wide ball and 1 run.
I'll tell you what, Abra Bilal is putting in a solid audition to be the best keeper of this tournament. Still got a few to come, of course. Horrible delivery. Leg stump full toss, and he's really got away with that. Straight out to Garaya. Deep backward square. And that sort of sums up this innings from Portugal. Even the horror deliveries, and it's a rare one there from Akbarjan, are somehow still going for singles.
Yeah, and Nipu, that was a relief for him to get back onto ball.
Again, well, they're eyeing off 2 here, and they will get 2, but it's really good outfielding from Austria. That was hammered right into the gap between long on and deep mid-wicket, and Shahal Momin does some fine work before running around to start his second over. Right now you're very content. If you're Austria, you've got Portugal exactly where you want them. 32 for 5 after 6 overs. Astonishing bowling figures for Akib Iqbal. 2 overs, 1 maiden, a wicket maiden, 4 for 3. That started the demolition, and the rebuilding job has just never really got going. If Saeed can stay there for these last 4 overs and Nipu can start to find his batting form, maybe 2 a ball gets them to 80, and it just gives them an outside chance as the wind all of a sudden whips up here in Cartama.
Yeah, the wind bringing a few dark clouds with it. Similar to yesterday, always maybe a chance of some showers.
Opens his shoulders, Nipu. Only get 1. I know that last week we had the Norwegians and the Swedes both blaming themselves for the bad weather, but with those 2 gone, as the resident Brit who's around, I sort of feel like any blame for any rain that's coming is falling squarely on my shoulders. As that's cut away and does just about go for 4. Despairing dive from Iqbal Hussain, nothing he can do. And this is a rare, rare boundary for Portugal in an innings that has contained precious few of them. It is the first boundary in 14 balls.
Yeah, he's given it his everything. Can't be too disappointed with his effort. I think the only one thing maybe he could have gone with the other hand when he got the slide in. Doesn't get hand on the ball and the boundary. Welcome boundary as well. You talk about you in the rain. I think you're absolutely right, because it only rained yesterday when you went on the pitch. We all saw that. You needed windscreen wipers in your glasses.
Flicked away for 1. Yes, that was quite a memorable coin toss in the early afternoon. At the start of the toss, and this is a nice moment of sports, Iqbal Hussain running in to do up Mohammad Siraj Nipu's shoelaces. At the start of the toss, it began to rain lightly, and then as we did the toss, it sort of got a bit heavier, and by the time it came back for the summary afterwards, throwing up to you guys in the box, it was pretty heavy. And, well, this is a 6. And I sound surprised because there's been so few of them. It's only the second of the innings, and it's Mohammad Siraj Nipu's first of this innings for him. He's done precious little with the bat in the ECC, but he gets hold of this one.
Yeah, you put it anywhere in this slot to him, short on the legs, he's going to put it away. That's his strength, and that will make him feel a lot better. This time, the bowler learns the lesson very quickly. He keeps it outside the off stump.
Got to be said as well, for me, a really surprising selection choice made by Portugal here. They have Azza Andani, who's ranked 72nd in the T20 international batting rankings. So that is a lovely wristy shot from Saeed. That has gone into the plants just short of the fan zone. Brings up Portugal's 50 in style. 51 for 5 now after 7. And Momin ends up going for 24 of his 2 overs because his second one has gone for 19, 2 sixes. And maybe an unlikely resurgence has been started.
Well, look, I mean, they're very quiet at the moment. Portugal still in the camp. We just saw a shot of them. very shy, but there shouldn't be. Look, we look at these rankings here, and that tells you a story. So Portugal, now these are ICC T20I rankings. Portugal 52, where Netherlands, well, we know that that 17 speaks for itself. But the other teams, look, Romania are next to 38, Austria 41. So these two teams, 41 and 52, with Hungary and 61. There's not a lot in it.
But you've got to be careful with these. So I had a look, because, you know, the old lies, damn lies statistics. I had a look through last night, and once you get outside the top 15, most of it from then on is based on about 8 or 9 games. No one's actually played double figures in terms of number of games since T20Is were widened a couple of years ago. So their ranking's not based on huge sample sizes. Here's Mark Simpson-Parker, specialist death bowler. And it's deliveries like that are wide, and he's got him. An instant impact from MSP. Portugal 51 for 6. It's the end of Mohamed Siraj Nipur, and the tall giraffe, as his teammates often call him, has done the trick for Austria.
Good ball, full, straight, and I'm liking this from umpire Stefan. Nice to see that he's recovered from the blow that he took from the ball yesterday, thrown by a fielder, but he's taken his time, kept his eye on it, and Nipo saying, yeah, I think it's pretty close, and I don't think he'd be surprised to see that finger go up. That's a very good decision for me.
Well, it's always a clue when you see a batter with an LBW appeal move their feet as the umpire's making the decision. It always lets you know that they feel like they might be in a bit of trouble. Out comes Anthony Chambers. That's the end of Siraj Nipur.
I mean, you mentioned Andani, and I must admit, Mike, I'm like you. I've seen the best of Andani. I saw him around at the Curvo. He batted very well. I think he did well in Cartama as well. He is a good batsman, but he's one of those batsmen where he's no good. For example, him coming in this sort of position. That's not his style of play. He's an opening bat. I think he's the same as this man coming out now, Chambers. I think these two batsmen, if you've got them in your squad, the best way you use them is at the top of the order. And I think that's where Andani plays his best cricket, because the longer he's out there, he starts hammering the ball, but he doesn't go out and play those shots. And I think Chambers is very much the same. But I think Chambers is a good time for him to be out there now, because if he can just keep taking the singles and giving the strike here to Zahib, who's on 24-13, well, I think Portugal should try and get up into the 80s, with a few big shots, maybe in the 90s.
That's nice from Chambers. One Mounts 4 through backward point, a bit too short. And Simpson-Parker's always going to get a bit of bounce off this pitch, but because this was too short, Chambers had the time to just rock back and sieve it away. Often running with a boundary for the man who got 17 off 16 against Austria yesterday, was part of that partnership with Gomes that was worth almost 50 for the first wicket before it all fell apart.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, you see, 50, and I think that was about 5 overs, right? They're going around 10 and over. They're taking him on here, and well, Mark Simpson-Parker doesn't hit the stance, but I think the batsman was in there anyway, and you can see already that Amir Zahib, he knows it's important for him to get to the other end and try and get most of the strike, but it's got to stay there. I think that's important as well. No point in him getting there and this next ball hoiking it up, getting out, because that just puts all the pressure back on Portugal.
And from speaking to a few people, quite a few people on the circuit reckon Andani is actually Portugal's best bat. So for him to not even be in the team is astonishing, really. Slow ball, and Chambers did not pick that, but thankfully for him, it's a wide. So he'll get another look. Hazar Andani, who hit Portugal's first ever T20 international ton, 51 balls against Gibraltar. And I know that quite a few other teams in Group B are somewhat cautiously pleased that he now seems to be not in the 11. It's another slow ball, and Chambers has miscued this, and he's out. So it's a second wicket in the over for Simpson-Parker. The specialist death bowler doing the trick.
Yeah, that's a very good catch.
It's the end of another Portuguese bat. 57 for 7. And that means that Amir Zahib has to go for 24 off 14. Caught by Sahal Zadran. And you would say that this is probably Portugal's last big hope. Certainly their last big hitter. 2 4s and a 6. He has shown the ability to be destructive in this competition. It's a useful cameo from Zahib.
Yeah.
The problem is that pretty much everyone else around him has failed.
Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker, congratulations to him. Done the same thing he did yesterday. Comes on the bowl and he's picked up 2 wickets. Well, he's not finished yet, but look, that's exactly what I was talking about. I know he's keen to get onto strike, but he's not going to do his team any favours if he gets out. And just to touch on the Andani thing, I know he's not in form. Yeah, I get that. But you've got to take a leaf out of the Netherlands book here. Have a look at Musa Ahmed, the way he started. Didn't start well, wasn't scoring runs, but class is class, and it does come through in the end.
It's not even like his teammates are scoring a lot of runs either, to be blunt. Also Stoneman out there. He's skied his first ball for 6 over mid-wicket. Well, I was just about to say, we've seen some great cameos from him, and I'm surprised he's not higher up the order whilst we discuss the Portuguese batting lineup. He's come out at number 9, and he's hit his first ball for 6 over mid-wicket.
Yeah, I must admit, I was talking to one of the Portuguese hierarchy maybe yesterday, and that's one thing I did say. I said, I like the way that this man hits the ball. I would have him up in the power play.
Steps across, and that is what Stoneman will do. He hit multiple successful ramps and scoops off Vivian Kingma, arguably one of the better bowlers in this tournament.
End of the over. Yeah, just doesn't have to get too carried away though. I mean, it'd be useful to get a few more runs on the board for himself and for his team before he starts to get funky. And that's the end of another over. So 8 are gone now here now. Score 63 for 7.
In fact, I beg your pardon, it wasn't Vivian Kingma. I thought that was a bit of 2 memories of different ECC cricket fusing. It was against Hungary where they did lose the game and they were well behind it when he came in, but he got 18 off 9. If someone can get 18 off 9 batting at number 9 in a collapse, it shows maybe they should be a touch higher up. Sahil Zadran back, tries to hit his Yorker, misses it. Chambers gets it away for 1. Portugal very much on the scramble. But from where they were, this is somewhat of a belated recovery. I mean, you are trying to find scant positives. We know that par is about 120. It took an exceptional effort from Spain to defend that 88 all out they posted against Sweden last week. That was in many ways almost as miraculous as
Was
the
it
Swedish
88
run
or
chase.
87? I know I don't want to be too picky,
88.
but 1 run could make a difference. Mark is going to check in his book now. I just like him going for his book.
You're right.
I told you.
There we
Listen,
go.
you don't need a book, you need this memory. When it comes to cricket, you go for the
80,
memory.
87 all out. I had it in my head because it was 88 to win. 87
excuses
all out.
Excuses won't do.
87 all out, plays 86 for 6. And Atif Mahmood defended 4 to win off the last. Steps across. We told you he'd do it, Stoneman.
Unusual way to bring up a single, that one, Michael.
Well, if you wanted to be sort of as if you were writing on a live, one of those live score apps that people follow, you could keep simple and just say single through mid-wicket there. But it really doesn't tell you the story of what happened.
Chambers, well, he's played one nice shot, hasn't he? He was given a bit of width out on the off stump, but I don't think Zadran's going to give him that.
He was telling me a bit about the social side of cricket in Portugal the other day. Clever slow ball, miscued by him, saying that, and this will happen even in league games at Porto Cricket Club. They'll have a 1-hour lunch with cheese boards, port and wine, and of course you're going to have some port when you're in Porto. And whilst no one's obligated to join in on that side of things, it is certainly one that sees everyone coming out for the second innings with some pretty full stomachs, and maybe occasionally he was telling me some questionable judgment. Having a conversation about whether you'd rather bat or bowl first in that scenario.
Delivery, and he's missed out on this one, and just moving too early. I think if he just stays inside his crease, he's playing at a full toss, but well, misses out on it. Look, you're talking about food. The best tea, now I know England, you play your cricket in England and still play, and I know some of the teas can be spectacular. The best tea I've ever had, and this is based on a lot of cricket played in England, was at the Amigos cricket ground. What a tea they do, and that of course is in Portugal.
Up, but not far enough. Caught by Mark Simpson-Parker. He doesn't drop many, and he hasn't dropped that one. And it's 66 for 8. The Portuguese collapse continues. That is the end of the man with the funky shots for once. Doesn't try and ramp, tries to go a bit more conventional. Just didn't get enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's that point in the match, isn't it? As we're in the 9th over. You've got to try and play some shots. Stoneman, he can play them. We know he's got the power to clear, but I think clever bowling from Zadran. He's certainly, I mean, these two opening bowlers, Aqib Iqbal and Zadran, they've been the peak of the bowlers for me. I know we've seen some outstanding bowlers all the way around. Netherlands are liking their spin twins as well. But I think just so clever with the variation. And Zadran, that's what he's done in this over. He's seen the fuller delivery, he's seen the quicker one, he's seen that very slow short ball, and that one there as well. He pitches it up but keeps the pace off it. Good catch taken by Mark Simpson-Parker as well. I think when he was looking up in this, he's saying, that sun is right in my eyes. Well, I don't know where the sun is, but maybe there is a little glow, because if the sun is behind the clouds, it can be quite bright as well. So another wicket goes down.
So out comes one of the great characters of Portuguese cricket, Paulo Buchimasa. We're a pioneer of Portuguese cricket. Straight back at Zadran, who drops it.
Came to him pretty quickly, it has to be said. Bootsy gets everything behind this, and Zadran, well, it was at that difficult height as well. It's sort of a chest height, hit firmly, and before he could really get himself in any position, the catch goes down. But he does stop many runs of it.
So 66 for 8 off 9. Mark Simpson-Parker is ready to bowl the final over of the innings. He does often close innings out for Vienna CC. How about this as well? I mentioned this earlier on, I think, because I just think this is brilliant on so many levels in terms of family tradition. So often you see that cricket in the family does tend to, more often than not, come historically via the male side, possibly, one might say. Simpson-Parker starts by being flayed away through the wicket for 1. But actually, in the case of Mark Simpson-Parker, not only was it his mum, but his mum, Karen, played for the men's national Austrian team in the 90s and the early 2000s as a bowler.
Really?
And was one of their better bowlers.
Wow.
Bowling just nagging medium pace. And now, a generation or so on, here's Mark Simpson-Parker playing at the ECC.
Well bowled, and this is good. This is what I like. Look, a lot of bowlers there, they would have been excited about the ball hitting the pads, going up for the appeal, and that's not a bad shout, you know, but they would have been interested in the appeal, and the batsman would have gone through for a leg by. But MSP there, he knows what he's got to do. Stops that one, keeps his eye on the ball, no run. And I like his attitude, the way he plays. You know, he always plays with a smile on his face. And whenever he's not playing, he's always socialising with everyone. A really nice lad.
Slow ball. Buchimaza's not really got enough of it. Yeah, he's got a very good cricketing brain. He went to Loughborough University, which is known as one of the very best unis to play cricket for in the UK. And I know that brought his game on a long, long way when he came back to Vienna as well and helped him push to get into the Austrian national side. Studied sports science at Loughborough, and he spoke of him being somewhat of a good guy, and that's kind of been shown. He's had a career change recently. As for now, he might well have another wicket. He does have another wicket. Well, Abrar Bilal's not going to drop any catches today. He's catching and stopping everything behind the stumps, and this is not an easy take. He had to run quite away in the end. It sort of awkwardly went betwixt and between where Simpson-Parker as the bowler could cover and where Bilal could cover as the keeper. And like any good keeper with the gloves, he ran and said, that will be mine, thanks. And Portugal were 9 down.
Yeah, this is all about his vision. This is all about how quick he is to see that this is an opportunity and that he's got to seize on it. He's on it straight away. Abrar Bilal, great work from him. And he hands, well, Mark Simpson-Parker his 3rd wicket.
He's making a real habit of being a good death bowler. We saw that at the European Cricket Series in Vienna. He's a handy bat as well. He got a chance to open for the first time earlier on as another one has gone.
Well, yeah, another wicket goes. And surely this Paulo's got to be at the other end, doesn't he? Is that Buchimasa on strike?
Yeah, no crossing in this ECC. Buchimasa facing up to Simpson-Parker.
Take the 2. So 2 runs, all valuable runs. Look, we've got to say, similar to Romania, and this looks like it's going to be, well, it's well less than what Romania made. Not enough runs on the board, but this is sport. This is T10 cricket. Anything can happen. So Portugal They can't give up. Whatever they've got on the board, they've got to believe they can defend it. Again, well, this time, well, a rare error from Ibrahim Bilal, not able to pick the ball up quickly. I think he snatches at it, and I think he knew he didn't have too much time, couldn't get it straight away, and the batsmen do get through for another run.
You're exactly right. He's just mimicking his teammate now. That is what happened. I mentioned Mark Simpson-Parker's career change just before that wicket. So he used to be a real estate agent. He's given that up to become a cricket coach. So that's swipe and a miss. Bilal comes up to the stumps to make sure that nothing extra can happen from that last ball of the innings. Does so nicely. It's a really good closing out of the innings from Mark Simpson-Parker. And, well, the Austrians, who were mauled by the Dutch this morning, are getting their revenge against the struggling Portuguese. Just 73 for 8 posted by Portugal. And you would think that that shouldn't be enough, in truth. Asmar Shigival leading his troops out with a bit of a point to prove. 2 good early catches from Abrar Bilal. First was not given out because it flicked the pads, but that one was. So Milan Shahid picks up his 2nd duck in this ECC, and he still hasn't scored a run yet. And this was quite outstanding spell of bowling from Akib Iqbal, a wicket maiden, the first that we've seen at this competition. He had 2 more as well, good catching to get rid of Imran Khan and Najam Shahzad. And well, once he'd done that and they were 10 for 3, they never really recovered, did they?
No, they never recovered. I mean, Portugal didn't have the lineup of hitters to come in to try and push this game back in their favour once those early wickets went. All the other batsmen, as try as they did, no shortage of trying, just couldn't get bat onto ball, and too often a time we saw the ball hitting the timber. This one was a rare one that went to the boundary. Great effort there from the fielder, but Hussain not able to stop it. But I think every bowler that came in did a fantastic job, and this man, Mark Simpson-Parker, I think he was fantastic. Got the ball in the right areas and picks up 3 wickets as well. And the score, Portugal, it is going to be 73 for 8, and 74 is going to be the target, which you would expect a team of the ability of Austria and the firing and the firepower that they have in this squad to knock off quite easily.
So Austria will be chasing a return to winning ways. It is a very modest victory target for them to grab win number 4 from 6 and solidify 2nd spot in behind the Netherlands 11. Very pretty looking bowling scorecard if you are someone with a love for Austrian cricket. Akib Iqbal with the first maiden of this competition, a wicket maiden no less, in taking 3 for 4. Nobody let them down. Shahal Momin the most expensive. He was hit for a couple of sixes, pardon me. And Mark Simpson-Parker taking 2 for 18 at the death in bowling the 8th and the 10th overs. The wickets just kept falling continuously. The biggest partnership of that innings was 25 for the 6th wicket, and that really does tell you of their struggles with the bat. Portugal once again really failing to make any much impression. Their scores with the bat in this tournament so far: 94 for 8, 90 for 6, 97 for 9, 88 for 7, and now this is their lowest so far, the 3rd lowest score of the entire competition as well, 73 for 8. So I don't think it's controversial to say at the midpoint of this game that it's Austria's to lose on a ground where par is about the 125 mark. They need 74 to win and keep Portugal at the bottom with 5 consecutive losses. Can they seal it, or will something improbable happen? Join us for the run chase very shortly. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval, where Austria are about to embark on a run chase that you would expect them to get more often than not, but stranger things have happened in sport and T10 cricket, and them somehow making a mess of it. Portugal have posted just 73 for 8, batting first. And just when, having lost all of their first 4 games, you thought it couldn't get much worse for them, they've actually posted their lowest score of the tournament against a pumped-up Austrian side who determined to show us again what a good team they are. Zaid made 24, but apart from that, nobody else made more than 10. Akib Iqbal in particular ripped through them. Now it's up to these Portugal players to show their mettle. Try one more desperate time to grab that elusive win. They will have 3 more opportunities after this. They face Romania in the final game of today, and that really does look like a survival scrap, no doubt about it. And they will play the Romanians again tomorrow lunchtime, as well as an early morning game against the Netherlands 11, which in truth it seems highly improbable they'll get anything else apart from a sizable defeat in truth. But Portugal have got to get themselves at least 1 win from somewhere. It is increasingly looking like those 2 games against Romania are going to be decisive as to which one of these 5 teams doesn't make it through to Group B Finals Day Friday.
Yeah, Michael, I think you're right. Michael McCann is not one to go for the underdog. Oh, Portugal, you never know. You know, so many strange things have happened in sport, I think, the last 18 months. And, well, Portugal doing Netherlands, you never know. Stranger things have happened.
Interesting change in the batting order for Austria. Mark Simpson-Parker not opening in this game, having done so against the Dutch. I know there's a sort of horses for courses approach. Felt like he might be more suited to that bowling attack as Junaid Khan gets going for this innings. Junaid has been a rare bright spot in this tournament for Portugal with the ball. Got 2 for 28 against Austria in the earlier meeting between the teams. Conceded just 7 from his pair of overs against Hungary earlier on in this group. On to Zishan Garai back in the team, given the opening slot. And now that single brings on to strike Iqbal Hussain. Haven't quite worked out the top of their order, Austria. The middle is pretty settled in terms of what they want to do, but Garai has come in and opened. Simpson-Parker was given a chance against the Netherlands. Iqbal Hussain has not quite been at his brilliant best yet. Has 150 runs in this tournament, but aside from 1 knock of 64 not out, he's struggled for consistency. That 64 not out coming against the Hungarians. Short and pulled away. He was onto it so quickly, Iqbal Hussain. Well, that's how to make a statement and get your way back into form. He's hit his first ball for 6.
Yeah, big hit. Shaka Lagia, and just rocks back and sends this one. And out of here, it's in the bushes somewhere. Comes back. But look, Michael, one thing I would do, look, you haven't got too many runs on the board, Portugal. I think you need to put a bit more pressure on the batsman. I mean, you've got nothing to lose. Look at this offside field. Everybody's around on the ring. I'd have one of them right up, one of them in on the edge of the square to stop the single, and maybe mid-wicket there on the other side. But look, just say to him, look, just go in 10, go in 15. Try to apply a little pressure on the batsman. Try to get them to make the mistake. And, well, that's what I would do. Just get those men in there, cramp the style of the batsman a bit. Because, look, shots like that, if you play them, well, if the fielder's there or not, makes no difference. It's clearing them. And there, look, that's the reason why I'm saying put the pressure on. Don't let them take the single. Well, this one, he's done well, hasn't he? I mean, he's attacked the ball. He's got the throw in. This one from Nipu, I think, was really close. Let's have a look at it. Batsman running, watching the ball. And I think there, well, you can't see from this angle. This will give us a better idea. Well, I think he would have gone. He was watching the ball, and because he's watching the ball, he's running at a real weird angle.
Down the ground from Garai. Complete miscue, though. And held at extra cover by Chambers. 8 for 1. Well, if they're going to win this, they need to pick up wickets. They need to do that quickly. And Junaid Khan has got them one early doors, 8 for 1.
Yeah, that's good. That's what they need to do. Put the pressure on. So Guraya goes with just 1 of 3 deliveries. And well, just chancing his arm here, Guraya. And we've seen a few wickets fall with fielders taking catches in that ring. And that's what they've got to do here from Minapur. You've got to believe. You've got to believe, boys. Si puede, si puede. Eso necesita de mentalidad, si puede. Well, one brings another, and that's what they need to be saying to each other here. They need to be up for it. They need to really perform and finish this championship on a high. And Zishan Guraya there making his way back to his camp. Just 1 run on 3 deliveries. He'd be disappointed with that, having been given another opportunity.
Absolutely, and they're still struggling for those combinations up the top. And because of the brutality of how short this tournament is, that could be the only chance Guraya gets from now on. Don't quite know what the Austrian Brains Trust think about this. They've got so many different options. But one thing that is solid in Austria's batting lineup is Razmal Shigevel, 96 off 28 against Romania on Monday morning. Got out with still a few balls to spare. Could have been the first T10 international centurion. Of course, Lloyd of the Netherlands 11 has since taken that honour as Alabuchimaza has another go. He had made his ground this time, Shigevel, like his colleague previously.
Yeah, but that's underlining my point. I think you've got to get a man in there. Stop those singles. This team here, they're quite happy taking the singles and taking the odd boundary here and there. End of the over, and the score 9 for 1.
So even in that over where Austria have struggled to touch, they've still got what they needed on required run rate. But net run rate will be at the forefront of their thinking here. They've got to try and make up for some of the damage their net run rate sustained from those 2 big losses against the Netherlands 11. So I'm sure they'll have one thought to trying to finish this game quickly. That is important as well. Shigevel would be key in that endeavour. He's scored his runs at comfortably above a strike rate of 2 a ball, and he already has 174 of them, most of them coming in that 96 against Romania. And well, he could have left that to take the wide, but instead it's the power play. He's naturally aggressive. He's not going to miss out. Shigevel decides I'm going to go after this nice clean cut shot.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a little bit too short. Gets himself into position nicely, and Shigevel, no mistakes, 4 runs, and very good looking, strong batsman. When he's flowing, when he's in the groove, he's as good as any.
Oh, he's played on. Well, that is just a glimmer of hope for Portugal. Austria's in-form captain goes 4 and out for Razmal Shigevel. He's trying to provide another back foot boost to the score after that cut shot for 4, but he's chopped on, pulled his middle stump out of the ground, 13 for 2.
Wow, no pare, sigue, sigue. Portugal, no pare, sigue, sigue. Porque si puede, si puede. You got to believe, you got to dream, you got to just keep fighting. And well, they're fighting here for maybe survival. They're fighting for the first points in this championship and getting out the danger man, the captain, Razmal Shigevel, for 5 of just 3 deliveries. That is a big wicket. So now maybe that's going to apply for the first time in this competition between these two teams. A little bit of pressure on the Austrian batsmen.
Well, they do have a long batting lineup, Austria, of players that have succeeded in European Cricket Series in Vienna. Now they'll be hoping that they can play at the same level here. Need Abrar Bilal to deliver, and Abrar Bilal is a man who's been struggling with the bat in this tournament. His wicket keeping today has been at an exceptional level, but he's only scored 11 runs in 3 innings so far, and when you're not in touch, this is not necessarily the scenario you'd want to come out in. A bit of wind swirling around as well, just to add to the awkwardness. It's a nice touch shot from Bilal. Picks up 1. It's also a good stop in front of our commentary position by Imran Khan. That could easily have skipped away for 4.
Khan did well here. He had to literally throw himself at this ball. He does. Stops it going past him, stops the boundary.
Bit of news from the next game coming up. Hungary have won the toss and chosen to bat against the Netherlands 11, who'd won 5 consecutive tosses themselves before that. That's jammed down into the ground by Hussein. So Sebastian Bratt's run of luck with the coin toss has come to an end. He certainly had better fortune than Norwegian skipper Raza Iqbal, who last week continued his rotten run of losing 15 out of 16 coin tosses, which is almost extraordinary in terms of level of bad luck. Short into the body of Shigival. That's nicely bowled by the Portuguese captain Shazad. Just trying to fire up his team here, trying to give them a bit of hope.
Shazad, of course, he'll be fired up in the field and with the ball after the golden duck. He knows that he's got to deliver something. What he has so far, he's got the wicket off the captain. So the battle of the captains is won by the Portuguese captain. Now he will believe if he can just pick up maybe another 2-3 more wickets here before too many runs are on the board, he would have chance. Well, this is an outstanding shot though. Bolle, 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 that is out of there. A big 6, hit hard, hit flat, 6 over extra cover, nice shot.
Yeah, just flat batted. Bit of baseball about this in the way that the swing comes through. If you see sort of almost a front foot pull shot in a way. Cross bat slap through extra cover. 20 for 2 at the end of the second. They'll still be confident that they've got more than enough batting depth to chase this Austria, but well, Sportsnut says on the European Cricket Network YouTube page, it's going to be interesting to see the Dutch team chase for the first time in this tournament in their next match against Hungary. Well, you're quite right. Although, given the way they're going, I'm pretty sure they've got the strength in depth to win both ways round. It's curious that they have been wanting to bat first. The only other team wanting to do that in this competition so far has been Luxembourg. Apart from that, once the coins come down in that captain's favour, it's been pretty easy to know what was about to happen next. They were going to choose to bowl. Here's Mohamed Siraj Nipu. Now will collect a single. Brings on to strike Hussein, Austria's second highest run scorer in this competition. Aside from Hussein and Shigival, the rest of the top order haven't overly fired yet, you'd say. Short, and pulled away on one leg by Hussein. Dismissively done. And that's over the marquees. And that's going to take some fetching.
Well, this is big. Well, Mr. Maximo, we know that you're there somewhere. This is another one for you to hunt down. What a lovely shot this. Just the way he gets into position, and also showing that it's all about timing and balance. You see there on one leg as he's hit this, swiveling around.
Speaking of being on one leg, you can just see, and you just mentioned fetching the ball from the fan zone and jumping over on one leg to get himself back in towards the lunch tent.
Well, that's where he needs to be. That's his job out there. Fetch the balls. Going into the kids' area there. That's where he's good at home. Very good, isn't he, in entertaining the children, Maximo?
Well, there's a bit of miscommunication here. And sent back, and rightly so as well, by Abra Bilal, because there wasn't one there to Imran Khan. Would have been a dicey single at best. Short and missed out on by Hussein, who generally is so quick on the pull shot. Got to be careful here not to either bat too conservatively for thinking that they're only chasing a low total Austria, or fall into the trap of becoming complacent.
And this is in the hand. Oh, he's put him down. It was straight in his hands. Straight in his hands, and down it goes, Michael. What a let-off.
Well, they've got to take their chances, Portugal. If they're going to do this, if they're going to cause one of the big upsets of this competition, they're not helping themselves with fielding like that. It was hit hard, but it was straight at Amir Zaib. And Hussein goes on the pull again, but this time well enough to get 6 for it. It was miscued somewhat. Nipu really thought the boundary rider was in the game, and instead it's a very happy Austrian dugout.
Yeah, not afraid to play shots, is he? Okay, he's got lucky as well, But this is what you'll see from, I think, the teams that do go on to post big runs, the teams that play and bat with no fear. And we're seeing that. They just go out there and do their thing. And this is the power play. Massive difference there. And even though they've lost those 2 wickets, you can see they're still going on the upward trend there, Michael.
It is still Austria's game to lose. These two have just solidified a touch. It's mainly been Hussein, really. Bilal's got 2 off 2. He will now be facing up as the sweepers disperse as they can with the power play done. Najam Shehzad to bowl his second. Just rotated away. Sort of slightly curious weather here. The sun occasionally popping its head out from behind the clouds. Actually have points where the pitch has been in the sun, and yet the practice pitch behind it has been in the clouds, which, I mean, that really is a microclimate of a microclimate.
It is very peculiar here. I know that speaking to friends all around different parts of Spain, a lot of Spain had a lot of heavy rain, particularly yesterday, so we were very lucky.
It's gone straight through. One thing we mentioned in the first innings was Austria's approach to this is a T10 format, and they do seem to be one of the countries, I wouldn't quite put them up there with Spain and Sweden, but they've maybe embraced T10 a bit more than most. The ECS that was in Vienna in May has really kick-started things. They had 5 or 6 practice T10 games against local clubs, this Austrian side, just to work on their combinations. That's not the best looking shot from Hussein off the inside edge, but he'll pick up 1. They also had a T10 competition between leading clubs in and around the 15th of August, which is Independence Day. Again, just as a way of marking that, and they're considering, as quite a lot of boards are, I think now, running their own T10 domestic competition as a way of qualifying for the European Cricket League. He's got an inside edge on that, so it's a very hopeful LBW appeal to umpire Gooch.
Running well though, isn't he? The captain Shehzad, he's giving it 110%, bowling with a fair bit of pace, getting those full length deliveries in that batsmen are finding difficult to get away, and he's trying to make something happen for his team.
Can hit well enough. Austria don't seem in too much of a rush. They will want to, given the amount of wickets they've got in hand, get this over in a hurry if they can, because it could yet come down to net run rate in the chase to finish second behind the Netherlands. And for those who are unfamiliar, if you finish in the top 2, you get a double chance on Friday. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you've got to win both of your games to get to finals week. If you finish 5th, of course, you don't make it, and that's the region of the table Portugal find themselves in. Miscommunication once more between these two, and the throw is absolutely zinged in by Imran Khan. Very wild and wide, and that's what allows them to come through ultimately.
The wicket-keeper's going up to the stumps, and the throw has been darted, sort of almost behind the watch. He's saying, "Throw it into my gloves." Well, he tried to throw it in his gloves, but missed by a long way. End of the over, and the score moves on. And but not enough though, is it? I mean, in terms of not enough for Portugal, they've got those wickets, need a few more. And I think Shehzad, now that his spell is over, he's been a man who's been able to get there for him. Who's going to do it? They've tried Nipu. Who do you reckon? Who's got to come in? Who's going to be the one? I mean, is it spin? Do you just float it up there and see if these batsmen make the mistake? I think they're too good for that.
The problem is that Nipu just hasn't fired in this tournament. We've seen him bowl well in ECSs before. It was slow left armour, good variation of pace. But in this competition, he's going at more than 2 a ball.
Yeah.
And right now, you need control. You need to try and restrict, and you need to try and take wickets. Really, you would say that they've not lost this game with the ball, Portugal. I mean, if Austria were batting first and 37 off 2, off 37 for 2 off 4, we'd say they were struggling. Skied up. This is going to take some catching. And it is taken. Held in the air a long time, and the ball is spiked by Amir Zaib. He gives a G up to his team. He dropped one that was hit hard straight at him earlier on in the innings, but this time he holds on to a different type of catch, but one that was much more difficult as well.
This was really difficult. I mean, this is going so high that it's gone through the clouds, and it's probably coming back down with a little bit of ice on it, but he's held it brilliantly. So Nipu does get the wicket, and that's what I'm saying, it's keeping the pace of the ball, and that's what's done the trick here. Now look, the other guy they can go for is the very experienced bowler, Butsimatsa. Now he can come on and bowl his leg spin as well. He's a crafty little bowler, so that could be another call, and that's one that maybe I'd like to see.
I know he's had some injury problems, which is why he hasn't bowled so far, but, well, his situation might call for just
Is this a
seeing
real
if he can
injury?
possibly turn
Because
his
you sold me down the stream the other day telling me about an injury. No, but it could be, because I think he's in the team. He's too good a bowler not to use when he's at his best.
Well, they are more than halfway to the target, Austria already, but not being overly convincing with the bat. Now comes another man who's still finding his feet in this ECC. And Norkan has almost gone first ball. Well, he's causing problems, Mohammad Siraj Nipur. This is what we're more used to seeing from him. Good bit of turn away from the right-hander.
Very, very close to finding the edge there.
Norkan with just 2 runs from 3 innings so far, albeit one of those was not out. And he might well be having another duck to add to his tally. No, dropped. Dropped by Junaid Khan. Well, they're not making Mission Impossible any easier here, Portugal, with catching like that.
Now, we just saw an outstanding catch the other side of the field. And this one, well, you've got to take these, really. He's going to take it all wrongly. You can see that. He's trying to take it above his head. He's got time for it to come into him. And hits the palm of the hands and drops out. So that one, chance goes begging. And Nur Khan gets a life.
This could be another catching chance. It's not, because it's 6. Just enough on it from Abrar Bilal. He drags Austria into double figures. And not looking overly convincing with the bat, but that will bring a bit of confidence to the batting dugout.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't hit this as well as he'd like to. They are giving chances to Portugal, aren't they? You can't take that away from Portugal. They're creating chances. Nipu's bowling well. Probably the best I've seen him bowl.
And again, it's nice from Nipu. We'll finish with 1 for 20 from his 2 overs. It's a bye. And at the midway point of this run chase, Austria are 45 for 3. Mentioned just how much they've embraced T10 cricket. They, like a lot of other European sides, have been really unlucky with what's gone on with the T20 qualifiers for the World Cup, because Germany, Italy, Denmark and Jersey will battle it out just after the ECC finishes, actually, at Desert Springs to be the one Europe qualifier to go on to the next stage of ICC World Cup T20 qualifying. But those 4 went through on the rankings because the wider European tournament that should have happened before that in 3 different groups, of which Austria were set to be part of, all got cancelled due to coronavirus. Unfortunately, the World Cup qualifiers were meant to be in Belgium and Finland in July. So that was a real shame. Smashed by Bilal. Well, that is the Abrar Bilal that we're so used to seeing in the European Cricket Series, and finally, maybe today, he's starting to bring it to the ECC. That's his second 6, and he brings up the Austrian team 50 in style.
Yes, boom, shaka-lagia. This was a delightful shot, and just gets himself into position and smashes that over. Well, the one that went before wasn't quite out the middle, wasn't quite well timed. This one worse.
It's a nice looking shot as well from Bilal. It's got through Buchimaza somehow. 4 through backward point, back-to-back boundaries for Abrar Bilal. It was beautifully timed, but in truth it did look like one that Paulo Buchimaza should have cut off.
Went to him very quickly, and that's for sure. And I think it's just that, you see there, the bounce, he's getting in line with it, and the bounce is one of those, it could have bounced above him, but goes underneath him, 4 runs.
That's hit hard from Bilal. That's a big 6 over long on. He's starting to tick again. Abrar Bilal hits his 3rd maximum of this innings. And all of a sudden, Austria are looking like they're going to finish this in a hurry.
Yeah, Amir Zahib took a brilliant catch, didn't he? And gave them a bit more hope. And now, with the ball, just bowling a little bit too short. And he's been taken to town on the batsman.
Full toss. He's not going to miss out on that either in this form. Flicked away. Daintily done. Good wrists from Abra Bilal. And they're edging ever closer. Runs required now into single figures.
Yeah, this will do Abra Bilal a lot of good confidence as well. He's out there, he's playing some nice shots. Timing is good. And now all of a sudden, that score has raced along to into the 60s. So making short work of the target.
Another full toss. And you know the result, folks. The only question when you bowl a full toss to Abra Bilal is it going for 4 or 6? That is a big 6 down the ground. And one more boundary will seal this now. 5 boundaries in a row for Austria.
Well, it's already a magical over. This one was as good as the other two. And it's all about how he creates the shot. He makes that into a full toss. He doesn't sit inside his crease. He gets there, reaches, and then thumps it. Lovely shot.
So this full over has gone 6-4, 6-4, 6. 26 runs already. If the pattern's going to be followed, it will be 4 to finish the game. It is down the ground, and it is 4 to finish the game. Well, what a way to do it. 30 coming off that over from Amir Zaib, and that is that. Austria have beaten Portugal by 7 wickets with 18 balls to spare. A very happy return to winning ways for the Austrian camp, led by coach Marcel Bierstecker and their manager Quinton Norris. And there's a lot more smiles in that dugout than it was a few hours back when they were walloped by the Netherlands, losing that game by 90 runs. They've reminded us of just what a good side they are. Not that we needed too much reminding in the first place. 4 wins from 6 for Austria now, and Portugal winless from 5.
Yeah, well, Maxi was getting groovy, and so were the batsmen. But there was some early concerns, wasn't there? Because some of the big guns, including that man there, the captain, Vazmal Chigwal, they went early. He knocking his own middle stump out of the ground there, playing on. And that catch going down, that was important. We saw another one that went down that could have been crucial. But one thing that you know the Austrian batsmen are going to do, every time they get out there, they're going to play their shots. And that's exactly what they did. There was some good catching as well, though. That one was the best of the lot. That went a long way up. But when he came on the bowl, well, his bowling wasn't as good as his catching, unfortunately. And they took a liking to it, and a big-time liking. The ball was smashed all over the park.
Yeah, initially was actually a bit of a struggling batting effort from Austria, but just look at what it means to all of them. Mehachima, the backup wicketkeeper, who we're yet to see in action yet, supporting his team all of the way. This is what's coming up next. Netherlands 11 with 5 wins from 5 so far, up against Hungary, who've been something of a surprise package in this group. They have 3 victories from 5, and a shot win for them would help them keep up their chase against Austria for that 2nd spot behind the Netherlands 11, who you would think are almost certainly going to finish top. Unsurprisingly, Clayton Floyd has already racked up 536 fantasy points, helped by becoming the first ever T10 centurion last night. They've of course also got the spin duo of Julian Demey and Floyd himself. As for this game, well, once Portugal posted 73 for 8, it really shouldn't have been enough, and it didn't prove to be enough. Austria took a long time to get out of 2nd or 3rd gear with the bat, but when they did it in style. An emphatic return to form for Abra Bilal. He smacked 30 of the last over of the match, bowled by the unfortunate Amir Zaib, conceding 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 to see the game finished off with 4 overs to spare.
Yeah, it was a destructive display from him, wasn't it? And a very good match for him as well, because I think he was sensational behind the stumps as well. He was involved in some dismissals, and I liked his quick work, quick hands, and also quick feet to get to some of those catching. And the bowling, well, we know one man who won't want to look at his 1 over, And that's Amir Zaib. He went for 30, didn't he? But what about the others? 2 for 15 from Najam Shazad, the captain. I think he bowled really, really well, and he's got to be the highlight for the bowling attack there.
Najam Shazad has consistently bowled well for Portugal. The problem is that others haven't necessarily stepped up. Maybe some cautious encouragement from Mohammad Siraj Nippu, bowling what for me was his best spell of the tournament so far. But overall, it is another damaging defeat for Portugal. No wins from 5 now. It was their worst performance with the bat in the tournament so far, and that was what really cost them. Austria beating Portugal by 7 wickets then. Do join us in not too long, because the games come thick and fast. Match 14 of Group B coming up. The Netherlands 11 chasing for the first time in the tournament up against Hungary. Can the Dutch stay unbeaten? There's every chance they will, but the Hungarians caused a few surprises in this tournament so far and could do so again. For now, it's goodbye, but make sure to join us at the top of the hour as we get started with match 14. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's time for the fourth match of the day and, well, it's a team that have been unstoppable so far. The Netherlands 11 are here to take on Hungary. Well, both these teams had some good performances earlier in the day. They both registered wins on day 3. Let's go over to the match referee who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Good luck. Thank you and good cheers. Right, your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. He'll bat first.
So Hungary, their captain Marko Huja wins the toss and he says we'll have a bat. It breaks the run of tosses that the Netherlands 11 have won. But I don't think they'll be too concerned chasing. They haven't had that experience so far in this series. So Hungary, they scraped past Romania earlier in the day, whereas, well, you would say it was a pretty comprehensive performance from the Dutch against the Austrians in the first match of the day. Well, we're going to go up to the commentary box now. Rico Full is there waiting. The news from the toss is that Hungary, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos. Welcome to Spain, welcome to Andalusia and the host city of Malaga, what is best known as the capital of the Costa del Sol. And also, did you know it was Picasso's birthplace? It's a city of sunshine, beaches, fantastic museums, and the food and the wine is absolutely delicious. And it's also now becoming known as the home of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. That's right, this beautiful, picturesque Cartama Oval Cricket Ground is where all the action is happening. And these two teams, well, they've been involved with a fair bit of action themselves already. Netherlands, they are the unbeaten team. When we first saw them, they were struggling, weren't they, to get the runs on the board. But after those first two matches, once they got into the rhythm, now they can't stop scoring runs. And Hungary, well, they've got to be hungry for it, haven't they? They've got to perform. They've got to be at their best. And one thing they have done, and that is they've won the toss. So they've not allowed Sebastian Brandt to win the toss and bat first, because Hungary is saying, we're going to have a bat first. Now, look, I think they need to go out there and be positive, go out there, play their shots. That's one thing that they do. They're not shy. Any batsman that goes out there, no matter what the match situation is, to go out there to play their shots big. That's what they're looking to do. I think that's what they've got to do. If they can get to a score 130, 140, and I think they have got the ability to put a bit of pressure on the unbeaten team at the moment. So we're getting ready to go. Loving that anthem. I say it all the time, and I think it's absolutely amazing. And it sets the scene as the players come down those steps and get ready for this match. The umpires, Charles Croucher and Nilkesh Patel, are ready. And they'll be listening for the clock to tick down, courtesy of our official timekeeping partner, Norcan, the Swiss watchmaking company. Thank you to all the partners involved. And it's been a marvellous, absolutely marvellous championship so far. And I hope wherever you tuned in around the world, our global cricket audience, you're enjoying the action. And we have seen some action so far. We've seen some outstanding batting, some great bowling, and some superb catching as well. And trust me when I say this, there is more to come without fail. The umpire's ready to start. And it's going to be this man, Viv Kingma. And we know what he does, and that's literally charges in and he bangs the ball into the deck pretty hard. A little bit of chin music always to start off with in the innings. And Zishan plays this one down straight. I'm surprised the batsman not backing up there. You've got to take every run that's available to you against a team of the quality of the Netherlands. Mark Ahuja there at the other end, Ahuja I should say, not really backing up. That tense one again, wasn't it? It's Romania. Both these batsmen were not able to get going. Can they change it round in this one? Kingma. And that's well played. One hand off the bat and doesn't go to the boundary. Exceptional bit of work there on the fielder. And that's Victor Lobos. That's his area of the ground, and he patrols it really well indeed. Lovely stop. See this ball bubbling away. Superb. And that's something that no doubt they practice over and over again. And we saw some outstanding catches yesterday as well, didn't we, from Musa Ahmed? Remember those? And that's all about practice. It's as simple as that. And the batsmen, they do get the first run on the board. And now it's time for Ahuja to face his first delivery from the quick and fiery Viv Kingma. In he comes. And it is the short one. Be interesting to see if this gets signalled as one for the over. I don't think so. I think he's ducked under it. I think it probably would have been okay. See, now, I tell you what this is going to do. I think Viv Kingma is going to say, okay, well, I know what I'm going to bowl to you. As he makes his way back. Or will he do the bluff? Will he get maybe a slower ball in here? The batsman well outside his crease. So you can see that already. He's fancying the ball if it's pitched up to him. And it is the short one again, just as we suspect. And this one will be signalled one for the over. So you can't bowl another short one. Well, not one that goes over the shoulder anyway. Kingma, well, he's sort of saying, are you sure? You sure? What are you talking about? Nah, he's not happy. He's shaking his head. But don't argue with the man in black. That's what I'd say. Go with it, buddy. Go with it. Lovely sunshine now this afternoon. This is what we expect here on the Costa del Sol. And shout out to, like I say, our partners and Sunset Beach as well. The hotel partner, beautiful location there at Benamilina. Slow delivery, and he picks it up beautifully, and it goes the distance. Sees Guerreras, and that sends them wild. And that's what they want to see, more of that. And they certainly are going to cheer every boundary that's been hit against a team that's sitting very pretty at the top of the table. And right on cue, as that Maximo is hit, it's time to invite Mr. Maximo into the commentary booth.
Maximo time. Here's one man. I don't think you can quite see the steam coming out of his ears on that picture, but I guarantee you it is. It's going to be a very interesting last ball of the over from Kingma.
Oh, he starts and stops.
Oh dear.
Probably something going through his mind. Thinking, well, actually, no, I'll erase that. Maybe I'll try this one instead.
Well, let's just see what Kingma's got. He has used his bouncer for the over, but you can still bowl a pretty good short ball. It doesn't go above the shoulders. I'm sure he didn't like getting hit over extra cover for 6. Still only 7 off the over. This one down, mid off. Trouble if he hits, and he would have been gone. And well, he's almost taken out the umpire with the bat as well. So that was carnage.
That's an explosion of activity there. Well, first of all, I don't know who I was in fear for when this throw came in. The batsman and the stumps, or the batsman in general, the bowler, or the umpire. It was all happening.
It certainly was. And you can see here, it wasn't in the picture. And then that bat just jams. He kicks it, almost takes out the umpire. The umpires, well, that's been hazardous for them as well. Takes us to the end of the first over. Hungary, they're 8 for no loss.
Yeah, well, an exciting way for that to end. Everybody was in danger of that throw. But there's no wickets down, and that's good. Because Netherlands there, especially Kingma, he normally starts with some success. No success for him in this one. 8 runs on the board.
So I think Hungary will probably take that. I mean, it's one of those games where not much is expected of Hungary against this very strong Netherlands 11. But, I mean, it's a great opportunity to test yourself. And, you know, you never know. We haven't seen the Netherlands chasing yet. Obviously, when you're chasing a target, it does add a layer of pressure with the bat. And Klein, well, he's sitting out this game. That's his reward for taking a hat-trick. He's not in the starting 11. Brought in a couple of other players. This is Sebastian. It's actually Olivier Ellenbas, who I am told is fiery as well.
He's fiery. He's also known as a tourist. So the tourist, hello to the tourist. Well, that's the nickname he's got. And all to do with, because it's the first time I'm going to see him. So far, he has been a tourist.
It's not a bad start. And no run. So, yeah, so he's come into the lineup. Also, Max Hornweg, who we have seen earlier in the series. He gets another opportunity. And Netherlands 11 left out Niels Etman and Ryan Klein. That's their 11 for this game. Alan Bass with his first over in the tournament. This one just turned around the corner from Marco Huja. Just get a single. And it's got to be a tough one. And this is what I'm hearing from all the other teams facing the Dutch 11 for the first time. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, you know, just trying to preserve your wicket, but then also have to go after them and score, which this format pretty much forces you to do. It does make it very, very tough. A little bit short, but he's picked out the fielder and he spills it low down. I don't miss many at all, and this was a tough one. Cricket hit it hard, hit it flat, but it was a slight miss-hit. You see here, does carry, gets his hands under it. That's Musa Ahmed out there who's taken some sensational catches in the tournament, but he'll be disappointed. That's one that goes down.
Yeah, he knows it too. It's usually, well, you put your mortgage on him.
Now this will be more trouble if he hits here. I think he would have been gone as well.
They do need to take all the runs they can, but I think they're just a little bit slow out the blocks, aren't they? A little bit tentative, not getting the call in straight away. And yeah, I think that the direct hit that could have been trouble.
One thing I like about the Dutch, they certainly have a professional approach to the game, and I've talked about this a few times before, Rico. So we see Alan Bass just breaking down this time, but I often say it doesn't cost anything to play like a professional cricketer. So little things they do, the way they back up, the way they encourage each other, the way the Dutch run between the wickets as well. These are things that any cricketer can do.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's about, I think when you go on that field of play, it's about being switched on all the time. What you're saying to yourself, right, for 60 balls, I'm going to be like, a battery that's fully charged. I'm going to be on the move all the time. I'm going to be active. I'm going to be vocal. I'm going to be backing up. I'm not going to get to a point where I'm on my feet and not moving around, and then that just drags and drags and drags. And that's exactly what they do. It's energy, and it's being dynamic.
Nice looking cover drive. Finds the fielder, and they don't run. So Kirkell's hit a couple of balls hard, but yet to find the boundary. It's the end of the second over. Hungary 11 for no loss, and that's a good start for Ellen Bass, who only goes for 3. But Rico, that even extends to things like their warm-up, the way that they carry themselves off the field as well. There's certainly an aura about the Netherlands 11 at this tournament, and it just rubs off on their on-field performance. I know there's a big focus because, these guys, they have aspirations to be playing. So many of them just missed out on the ODI squad. As we see Kingma just coming off the field there, must have a slight issue. So he's coming off the field. Did bowl the first over, fielded the second, but he has been taken off. And we're going to see Sebastian Brunt coming in to bowl the third over now. Last one of the power play. So Hungary haven't lost a wicket, but the run rate a little bit less than I think they'd want to be. Only 11 after 2 overs.
Sebastian Brunt, he's bowled pretty well. Always been up there with the wicket takers, and probably the spin will be introduced after this over, I suspect.
Edged, and this will be 4. So Marco Huja, not the most convincing stroke. Had a big gap at deep mid-wicket. I think that's where he's trying to work this one. We'll see it on the replay. Just gets a little leading edge and it flies away. There's no one down at third man. 4 useful runs for the Hungarians.
Yeah, going back to touching on what we were saying about what they do, I think the other good thing is it's a good opportunity for other teams to observe what they do.
Well said, and this one should be taken, and it will be taken. Julian Tomei takes the catch. We saw one go down. It wasn't dissimilar to that, actually. It's just a flat pull shot. This one was a lot straighter, and Julian Tomei, that's his zone down there, that long on. So a wicket for the captain. Brunt strikes, and Hungary lose their first. It's 15 for 1.
Yeah, he's gone for the shot, but really, he didn't really nail this. He didn't hit it. Didn't get the elevation that he would have liked to try and get it over Tomei. Therefore, he knew it as soon as he hit it. I didn't think he expected this one to be dropped, and he's hit it, and he started walking on the way of the dugout straight away. So disappointing, and they did need a good start. And once more, it's Mark Huja who makes his way back. Well, you can see I've had my lunch. Biryani. Well, thank you to,
Purple Pepper. Yeah, Purple Pepper. Looking after us.
Nice bunch. The food partner and looking after all the teams and all the spectators out there. So Mark Ahuja makes his way back, and disappointing walk back for him. He didn't really capitalise. Gone for 13 of 9 deliveries.
Have a look how nice the background looks. What a beautiful cricket ground. No, Ian Bell was in touch saying that he thought this ground was looking pretty as a picture. So if you're watching, Ian, I hope you're having a good time watching the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket, and it's great to bring you all the action. Brat's got his tail up now, and Harsh Manjan's come out at number 3. So, Zahir Mohammed in that position. Pushes, and this is a good pick-up. Could be trouble, would have been trouble. Once again, we see the fielders challenged, but they're not able to capitalise on that opportunity. Needed a direct hit for a run out.
Yeah, and this is the other thing you see. I mean, you're talking about the difference between playing against Netherlands. Against other teams, this is an easy single.
Yeah.
You know? And the batsmen, they're in that frame of mind. Yeah, single there. They're not expecting that. Well, that hits, you're out.
Slower ball. This one, oh yeah, drops out of it. Zishan Khan Kukakau. He's a key batsman, you see there. Feet don't really move, do they? Never got close to that one. We've seen that when he hits them, they go a long way. At this level, it's a real test for him. A test for him technically to recapture the kind of form that he exhibits domestically on quite a frequent basis. It's across. This one hits him very high, though. Gets him above the pad. And yeah, Zishan, that one's hurt him, I think. Not sure if he's wearing a thigh pad or not. If he was wearing one, I think that one missed it. So Klein is the 12th man who's on the field at the moment for the Netherlands 11. A slower ball, push and run. This time they should make it fairly comfortably. And it takes us to the end of the power play. Just the 1 wicket loss, but Hungary a little bit behind the ball game. It's 18 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, 18. It's the 1 wicket they've lost, but this has been a very different sort of approach also, hasn't it, from Hungary? Now, I'm just wondering if that's another thing. Because they are playing the Netherlands, I wonder if they, in their mind, believe they need to play any differently. I don't think they do, but normally Hungary, when they're there, they're playing their shots. Every batsman comes out is trying to play the big shot, but mentally they've sort of designed or geared themselves up to play slightly differently against the Netherlands team, but they don't particularly feel they need to.
Well, so slight change in the batting order with no Zahir Mohammed at number 3, who's probably the more, let's just say, loose of the two batsmen. Manjan, I think, a bit more technically correct, so I think we've seen some adjustments between these teams when they're playing the Netherlands and their bowling attack. Well, this is just dabbed away. Hornweg is going to have a ping, and once again, we haven't seen a direct hit. And I'll tell you what, if this was a warm-up at home, we'd all be doing 10 push-ups, because I think that's about 5 in a row. No one's hit them. And they got three to hit. And Max, again, having a go. I'm not sure he would have been out anyway, but still, I'll be disappointed they haven't hit the target just yet. Here's Ellen Buss. That's a little French cut. Once again, we'll have another go. Another miss. I'll drop and give me 10 more. Oh, it's a bit of old school coaching there, but
Hard coach you had.
we did. And you see there, that could have gone anywhere from Zishan Kukakau. Ellen Buss searching for his first wicket of the tournament, getting his opportunity for the first time. And well, this is completely wrong. It's a slower ball, and it's so high that even though Manjan took a good jump and swing at it, even if he had a tennis racket, I don't think he's reaching this, Rico.
Well, this one is, you knew what he was trying to do with it. That came out all wrong, so that's one he's got to try to put in the back of his mind.
Free hit time then. He does hit it, and he gets it pretty sweetly. That one's out of here. Maximo! Well, Harsh was harsh on the free hit, and Ellen Buss goes the journey. The first one of the innings to Hungary.
Nice hit, big and strong. That is a biggie. 6 carreras. Nicely done.
It has to be big to get over Julian DeMay that long on, and it was. Worked away. They'll run hard here, but I think it will only be the single. See, Harsh Marjan is just a little bit more selective, I think, than Zahir Mohammed, who they may have thought about keeping at number 3. But, yeah, I think, you know, you've seen off Kingma, his over. We don't know if we'll see him again. No Klein in the lineup. I don't think you want to change approach too much. I mean, Hungary, they're 3-2 for a reason. They've got a winning record. Goes after this, bits the top edge. Well, it should be caught, and it is caught. Musa Ahmed, we already put one down. And you bet your bottom dollar he wasn't going to miss that one. So it's the end of Kuka Kale, who ends up burning 9 balls for his 3. And it's a first wicket for Ellenbus in T10 international cricket. Good moment for that young man. And Musa Ahmed finished the job. Hungary lose a second. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, big moment there for the tourist. He gets his first wicket. Well, the batsman, he was trying to send this to a different place. Wasn't able to, though, and that's a big wicket. Zishan Kukikel, he's one of their key players. And has to depart the same way his captain did. And now that they're in a little bit of trouble, aren't they? 3 of the 9 deliveries that he faced. Now, that's a stat that you won't see too many times with Zishan. He's normally hitting at a good strike rate, but I just think if mentally they're just not prepared themselves the right way for this match. I think what we've seen from Hungary so far is they're playing a different game. They're not going out there and trying to attack every ball.
And the fact of the matter is you're better off getting out first ball for a duck than making 3 off 9, because he's taken those balls away and he hasn't got on with it. So we'll see if they can put something together here. Now it is Zahir Mohammed coming out to bat at number 4. And of course he'll be on strike because of that new rule. And he goes for it straight away, and this one is out of here. It's a supersonic blast into outer space. Maximo! Well, you know his approach, Zahir Mohammed. This one's out of the ground for half a dozen. So the tourist, well, he gets a journey that he didn't plan on, and that's the end of the 4th over, 34 for 2.
Sí, así es mucho mejor. Qué grande, qué fuerte, 6 carreras más.
Well, it's wonderful to have your company no matter where you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And, well, Hungary, they've had a good tournament. I mean, they're 3-2. Yep. This will be a test, though. We know that. And let us know how you're enjoying the action as well. You can join our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We bring you 5 matches every day in the ECC. And then 2 more on our YouTube channel from Cyprus. And there was a very close finish in Cyprus last night. It was 98-96. Unbelievable scenes there. And so much cricket, more than you can poke a stick at. So that's what we want to do. We bring you over 1,000 matches of cricket this year on the European Cricket Network, something that's never been done. And Marjan, well, he just gets down on one knee and strokes this one. It's escorted out of the ground as back-to-back 6s across overs. Maximo, what a shot by Harsh.
This was a delightful shot, and it's one of the shots of the day, this one. He just gets there, gets his foot into position. But we see a lot of these shots where the batsmen don't use their feet, and they end up slicing the ball, and we've seen quite a few today sliced up onto the offside and catch take, but this one is all about the footwork and the timing.
Maxi Hornweg into the attack. Next one's dabbed away, and just be the one. And so, yeah, I like what I'm seeing. You get some attacking intent. I think the difference between Marjan and Zahir Mohammed is Marjan's a bit more selective about what he goes after. Zahir Mohammed, well, if it's coming at him, he's going after it. So it'll be exciting stuff. Max Hornweg, good opportunity for him as well. Doesn't seem to be in their preferred 11 at the moment. So him and Ellenbus both have a chance to press their cases as we head into the latter stages of this tournament. Well, I rest my case as they're here. I'll tell you what, it's fun to watch though.
Well, this is a big swing and a miss, and from the bowlers. Well, look at that. I was going to say, from what the bowler was seeing and doing, you knew that didn't miss by much, and that reaction says it all. Well, couldn't have been any closer.
Yeah, not wrong there. So, Maxi Hornweg. Bit of wind picking up now. It's pretty much heading straight down the ground behind the batsman, so it's assisting those straight hits. So what that means, if you're hitting with the wind, you can afford to try and hit it higher because it'll carry with the wind. Well, that is high, and that is long, and well, get out your helmets, guys. That one is out of here. That one's almost taken out the third umpire. That's one less umpire to worry about. The umpires haven't been safe on the field. They're not even safe off the field. Maximo! What a hit from Zahim Mohammed. He's 2 out of 3.
Well, they're loving that out there, aren't they? Well, they're even giving us the hearts. What a shot this is. Absolutely thumbs it. All about the pickup. There you go, saying, yo, manos arriba. Telling the umpires what they've got to do. Yep. We love you too, Hungary. We love you too. Entertaining us the way we like it.
He goes again, but this one is straight up in the air. Hornveg calls everybody else off, and he shells it. Oh, well, they don't drop too many catches at all, and I think it's one that the keeper, Hassad Zulfikar, might have had his eyes on, but it was always kind of drifting away from the man with the glove, so I don't mind the call from Hornveg, but he wasn't able to snatch onto it.
No, just go a long way up in the air. Just wonder how much the sun played a part in this as well. And right at the last moment there, you see it come out, pops him sort of almost on the chest, under the chin, and he's not able to get it back. So he'll be disappointed about that. You know he will. He's got to put it behind him now. Just take a moment, a few seconds, and get back to what he's been doing.
It'll go down as a long single. Last ball of the over. This one's just chipped, but it'll fall safely. And, oh well, getting back in the game with a couple of high-scoring overs. It's the end of 5 and at the halfway point. Hungary, they're 49 for 2.
Yeah, it's been better, hasn't it? The last 2 overs. You saw that the first 3 overs, the score 8 of the first. Then there was 11, that great over, where there was only 3 runs from it. Sebastian Bratt then came on at the end of the power play, 18 for 1. And then the last 2, well, that's where the runs have started to float. 34 for off the 4th, and now we've moved on to 49. So if they can keep going at this rate here, I think Hungary are in a position where they'll go and put on a challenging score for Netherlands to chase down.
Well, you've got to put a ton plus on as a minimum. And even then, it may not be enough, but we haven't seen the Netherlands 11 chasing just yet. I do think this is where they can be so effective as well. They've got their spin twins, their left arm spin twins of Clayton Floyd, who's coming on now. They've also got Julian DeMay. Not sure if they'll bowl their 2 overs each in this game. Well, it looks to me that at this stage now, the Netherlands 11, where they're just trying a few things, trying a few different bowlers, a couple of different players. Here is Floyd, yesterday's Centurion. And this is Marjan who goes after it. But there is a man sweeping on the offside. That is Navjit Singh down there, and it's just a single.
So let's see if spin. They always get something, the first over spin, as soon as he's introduced.
He's gone after this one, and this one is out of here. That's more catching practice for the men the other side of the fence. Maximo and Harsh Manjan. He's delivering at number 3. He's up to 24 runs.
Hitting it beautifully and cleanly as well. Just look at that. And this was not an easy hit because the ball was outside the off stump. So this was just all power. Brute power as well.
All or nothing approach from Zahir Mohammed. It's a bit shorter. Smart bowling. You know that he wants to go straight down the ground. So these are the clever little adjustments that Floyd obviously has the control and the skill to execute. This one's dragged, and Musa, well, this one, not sure it carried. My instinct was that it did, and you can tell from his reaction. I think that's another one he's put down, but a tough one. Mohammed survives again.
Yeah, I think he's moosed it. Definitely has. I think this has carried. And maybe at the last moment, he's lost it as he's diving forward.
Marjan, 25% more careful. We still have a ping at the bowler's end. It will just be the single. So certainly an exciting innings so far, and still over 4 overs left.
So now, Manjan really liked his approach, attacking. But now Zahir Mohammed, and he gets a bit of something on this, but no run there. They're not going to take the arms on there. So end of the over. And the score is 57 for 2 after the 6th over.
Yeah, well, I'll carry the one. I'm going to raise you and say 58. But still, I mean, slightly below that 10 and over. It's one of those things where, you know, let's be honest, there is a bit of a golfing in class between these two teams based on what we've seen so far. But Hungary have had some good results, and they're going to play fearless cricket. That's what we've seen so far. You have a look, no extras except for a leg by and the one no ball, which was a slow ball gone wrong from the tourist that went over the batsman's head, but no wides. They hit their spots. Here's Julian DeMay coming in for the first time. Nice shot. It's cracked down, but the field is well placed. Nupchett will do the fielding, just a single. Let us know what you're thinking about the action as well. No matter where you're watching around the world, you can get involved in our YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. See some lively discussions in there. And, well, this one's out of here. This one might have gone to the bar, Rico, because this one is a Maximo. And Zahir Mohammed, he's fun to watch and he's having some fun. There's 6 more to the total.
Oh, he's enjoying himself, isn't he? Boom, shakalaka. And this is another one which is going there into the danger zone. And just enjoying himself. This is what they've got to do. I'm impressed with this. Just taking on and putting a bit of pressure on the bowlers. They haven't had too much pressure put on them.
Did someone order a Kookaburra fireball at the bar? Because it just arrived. Shorter from DeMay. This is probably just the thing with Zahir Mohammed. It's a bit of a premeditation. You know, that's a short delivery. He's still trying to drive that one down the ground. He's good enough to at least watch the ball first and then make up his mind what stroke he wants to play.
That'd be changing his style completely, buddy.
True. What am I saying? This one right off the end of the bat. Chalks up the queue. No run. There seems to be 6s or nothings at the moment for Zahir Mohammed, who has 4 6s in his 26. Well, it goes after this, and Moosa's just going to have to watch this one as well. That's over the 10s. Maximo! 6 more. Zahir Safi Mohammed is a 6 hitting machine. And Hungary, well, they're loving what they're seeing.
Well, big hit, and you know what he's going to play. That's his shot, and every time it's there, slightly short, even if it's outside that off stump, well, he's got a way of whipping it all the way over. And this one goes the distance as well. Big hit. So a ball to come in this over the 7th. And 71, 2 wickets down. Plenty more batsmen to come, so there certainly are. Putting the pressure now on the Netherlands.
I don't think he's thinking about a single here either. Zahir Safi Mohammed. Goes, but has he got it? Oh, you betcha. It's a one-way ticket to Pound Town to finish the 7th over. And Mohammed moves to 38 in style. So a rare over where they get after DeMay. He takes that from a long way outside of stump. I thought maybe he didn't get all of it. Oh, I was mistaken. That one sails out, and it's the end of the 7th over. 77 for 2.
Yeah, you beauty. Lovely shot, hits it strong. I mean, there was this field change there. DeMay putting an extra man out on the offside. He just wanted to bowl this a little bit wider. He was looking to get the slice, maybe that takes the ball up in the air, but it wasn't to be. There's another one that sails over for big 6.
To put one on table 12 in the bar, because that's where a lot of them are landing at the moment. But let's have a look at where we're heading in the Fancode European Cricket Series over the next few weeks after the ECC finishes. We'll be in Croatia, then Greece. Then we'll have the Super Series in Italy. Plenty more cricket. We're planning to even go into December now in that Fancode European Cricket Series. 1,000 matches in the ECS alone this year. That's the target. And you can join us on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, for all the action. Here's Floyd, who gets one past Harsh Manjan, first ball. Now, this is where Manjan, even though he's going good guns, I think you just take the single and leave the left arm spin to...
Take the single?
To Safi Mohammed. Well, you can do this. It's a reverse Malachi.
Does take a single, though. You're right. He gets the single.
Well, it's been a constant hassle for the teams. Hassel, putting it lightly, to deal with the 4 overs of left arm spin and quality left arm spin that the Netherlands 11 are serving up. So, looks like here Safi Mohammed has an approach. Just abracadabra, trying to make it disappear. Big swing and a miss this time.
You can see the line they're trying to bowl it within reason, so it's not a wide, so you can't reach it. I mean, you can see where his stance is there. And you can see where the wide line is there, just trying to keep it just inside the line.
It's full toss this time, and this is into the gap. It's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. And with that shot, Zahir Safi Mohammed moves into the 40s. What an innings.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, if it's there, basically he's saying, if I can reach it, I'm going to hit it. I'm going to absolutely thump it, and it's going to the boundary. And that's exactly what he's continued to do here. Nice shot from him. Splits the field. 4 more.
Yeah, that stance he takes, though. It's like, this is where my feet are, and they're not moving. As he tries to drag this one again. Well, if there ever was a game of cricket where everyone had to wear concrete boots and bat, I'd say Zahir Mohammed would be the Don Bradman of that game, because he's got such a great eye. He's picking these up, even though he's not really in a great position to hit the ball, but he just hits them so long. Marjan back on strike. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Oh, this is a good shot, but he's going to find the fielder. It's a one hopper down to deep point. This will take us to the end of the 8th over. It's 84 for 2.
Yeah, let us know how you're enjoying the action. Excellent work also from Spring Productions, the production partner, and the team here. Been Martin Elvira, Tom, Chris Tapps, Elmas, Niels, and another Chris Tapps. Well, guys and girls, you've been absolutely fantastic. I know that the world has been enjoying what you're doing out there. And take a bow, because it really has been production at a exquisite level, hasn't it?
A lot of great feedback about the pictures, which are being beamed all around the world. Such a great platform for us to share what we do here at ECN. We've been doing it all year. To May back for a second. Got a bit of punishment in the first, so he'll get to resume his battle with Zahir Safi Mohammed upon that single from Harsh Marjan.
Yeah, Demay just going to have to just change it up slightly. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see one just floated up there. Just float it and see what he does with it. No pace on it. You see, because every time it's pace, I mean, that one, he put a bit more into it. It went even further. That's a big hit. Well, boom, shaka lagya, and he's doing it shaka style at the moment. And, well, he's just one away from what will be a very, very exciting and explosive half-century.
I almost needed to call a taxi to get that one, because that was on the road and it wasn't coming back. So 10 deliveries remain. Demay's gone for 26 off 8 deliveries. Zahir Mohammed on 49. This one's almost a bouncer. It'll be called a wide.
He's going for this shorter ball. I think he's doing it all wrong here. He's going shorter and quicker rather than slowing it down.
Yeah, he's doubling down on his plan to push him through, isn't he? I think, yeah, maybe toss one up, see what happens. Once again, see this one, but this one is a swing and a miss. And these are balls, I mean, they're quite cuttable. There's no one back at backward point. There's 2 in the circle. That was touch and go. This one he won't get away with. So Demay he's kind of bowling around Zahir Safi Mohammed at the moment. He's playing a little game of cat and mouse with that wide indication line. Well, he'll get to his 50, and well, it wasn't the most convincing stroke, but what a great innings from Zahir Safi Mohammed. He's lit up the ground. He's hit 50 off 19 deliveries. 7 maximums and a 4 in that innings, and it certainly has given the Netherlands 11 something to think about, Rico.
Yeah, बहुत बधाइयाँ अपने बैट्समैन ਨੂੰ ज़ाहिर साफ़ी मोहम्मद ने अपनी 50 बना ली. बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग की है.
Well, look at this. He actually follows through and hits Asad Zulfikar. I don't know how far behind the stumps he was. And I think Zulfikar's all right. We'll have a look at this on the replay. This is very unusual. I mean, I'm assuming. See here, he follows through, and yeah, he's actually well behind the stumps by the time he plays that ball. This is in the air. Musa is going to grass another one. Well, he's having a torrid time out there, and these aren't easy chances, but they're the kind of chances that the Netherlands have been holding this week. So, Musa, at the moment, he's just got the wobbles out there. He's one of the best fielders in the competition, but we all have our moments, and Demay, well, he won't be super impressed with that.
Well, this is quite incredible, actually, because we're watching a man there drop his 3rd catch. None of them have been easy, but yesterday he took 2 sensational ones. And it all just goes to show how much difference a day can make. Everything can change. And Musa Ahmed, I think it's not going too well with him in the field in this afternoon.
96 for 2 then, as the last over commences. It will be Zahir Safi Mohammed on strike. And what a partnership this is. Slow ball, and it's lifted up and away. A rocket to the moon. Maximo! Stack 'em, rack 'em, and half a dozen more. Put them wherever you like. Mohammed is on fire, and that brings up the 100 for Hungary.
Qué fantástico, qué grande. Cómo disfruta eso aparte, ¿eh? ¿Gusta mucho, no? Sí, claro, eso es cricket de mejor en el mundo.
Partnership worth 74 in only 32 balls. And finally, it's going to be all over because a little edge, Zahir Safi Mohammed trying to swing that one away on the leg side again. So Brat gets a consolation wicket, you feel, at this stage. Just moves away from the batsman a little bit. Asad Zulfikar does well behind the stumps, takes it with ease, but the end of a highly entertaining innings. One of the most entertaining innings today, I think, Rico, as Zahir Safi Mohammed goes for 57 off 22. And with that, Hungary are 102 for 3.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. I think the captain was sensing that perhaps this score could get to a point where they'll start to be challenged more than they wanted to be, and gets the ball in the right areas, and a routine catch taken by the wicketkeeper Asad Zulfikar. But look, what an excellent knock that was, and he can go out there holding his head proud. Excellent work, 57 of just 22 deliveries, and no wonder they're all congratulating him as he turns and gets back into his dugout there.
And he's made those runs at number 4. I mean, that's the switch they made this game, and you wonder whether that makes a difference or not. But he certainly showed he's able to handle, particularly the spin. I mean, it was a high-risk strategy, but he seemed to be able to do it. Not really getting out to the pitch of those balls outside off stump, but he was lifting away, using the breeze in a clever fashion. Brat gets a second wicket, 2 for 12 he has. As Satya Ashwath Narayana is the new batsman. He goes bang straight away. He's not wasting any time. And this one is another crowd catch. Well, heads up, guys. That one's on the roof. And, well, there's Turrenty doing the fielding. Hungary, well, they're ecstatic. Another Maximo. That's a good way to start your innings. Hungary up to 108.
Well, what a way to open your account. This was absolutely huge. One bounce and goes on top of the marquee there. Massive hit.
I think this will be a slower ball. Get my crystal ball out. New batsman on strike. It's the rule now after a catch. Hungary didn't mind at all. It is a slower ball over the top, and it'll be a tough catch, but a good catch. Really nice work. Well, the tourist, he went on a bit of a walking tour there. He had to go backwards, but he found the right location. And it's a nice moment for Olivia Ellen Bass. Takes a catch, so another wicket for Brat. It's 6 and out for Ashwath Narayana. The score now is 108 for 4.
Yeah, you called it, Vinny. There's that slow ball. And I think the batsman sort of knew it was coming, was trying to get enough oomph on it, wasn't able to. And the Tory's taken a good catch there in the end. Just had to get himself back quickly, got into the right position, and Brat does it easy.
Does well because he basically shields the ball and he takes the impact on the ground with his body. So I suppose that's a good innings in this form of the game. 6 and out at this stage anyway. And Kai Badelda will come to the crease. And once again, he'll be on strike because we have that rule that if batsman is out caught, the incoming batsman has to go to the end that the outgoing batsman hit the ball from. So he will be at the striker's end. 2 balls remain. Hungary 108. And Manjan has been starved of the strike a little bit, but the other batsmen have been getting the job done. This one reasonably wide, but umpire says no, that one's fine. And have a look at this one. Oof. Let you guys decide on that one. But I thought that got a fair bit of the blue line. All right, last ball coming up. And well,
all of a
could
sudden,
be a replay.
Taking the pace off it and getting the ball in the right areas, and that's going to be, well, in the end, quite an anticlimactic end to the innings.
Finished with a whimper, didn't it? And strike 2 for Delda. And we saw him swinging hard all day, but still, Hungary, they are going to finish with somewhat competitive score on the board. They have scored 108 for 4 off their 10 overs. Well, tell you what, the Hungarians, they're great. Great guys to be around. They bring a lot to the tournament. They've got 3 wins in this series already, and they're trying to pull off an upset against a very strong Netherlands 11 that topped the table. They're unbeaten so far. It was Mark Ahuja out there, and he was facing down this man. Well, they were saying he looked a bit like Seth Rogen, but tell you what, bowls a lot faster, and that one disappeared. He wasn't happy about that, and then Brant came out, little edge, and Ahuja was riding his luck for a while. Eventually, he flat batted one, and he found DeMay at long on, and that brought Manjin to the crease, and well, you know that he's a pretty good cricketer, and plenty of Maximos in here. There was the tourist, Ellen Bass, getting his first bowl in the series. And Musa, that was the one he held on to. But that brought Zahir Safi Muhammad to the crease. And things were about to get very, very interesting, weren't they, Rico?
Oh, interesting. He was sending them to all over the park. And he was hitting them huge. And he was certainly giving his teammates something to cheer about. And they were happy. We saw lots of hearts coming this way as well. Lots of love. Well, there was a lot of love in the air because they were loving the cricket. They were loving the cricket coming from the bat of the man who went on there and scored a half century as well, Zahir Safi Mahmood. And that was another one that he sent packing. And they've just started to have a little bit of fun. And then this one caught behind. Good bit of bowling from Sebastian Brant. Seems to know when it's time for him to come on. If he takes the wicket. This was the one there towards the end as well. But you can see everybody giving, and Ashwath Narayana a good clap back in. He wasn't there a long time, but the first ball he placed did exactly that. It just exploded there up into the stands. A big hit it was from him. And well, Hungary, they did start a little bit slow. I thought they were maybe just perhaps a little bit nervous when they were playing against the big team. Didn't get the sort of power play that we know they can do. I mean, they can go at 30 to 40 in the power play, only went for 18, but eventually they did start playing their shots, courtesy there of Madian, 25 of 17. He was not out, and don't forget the role that he played, just holding the innings together. But Zahir Safi Mohammed, what a knock from him, 57 of 22. And then that huge hit from the wicket-keeper as well. And the bowling, well, Viv Kingma didn't have things all go his own way. He's obviously got a little niggle because after the second over, he went off the field of play. But 3 wickets there for the captain, Sebastian Brant. He'll be happy with his performance. And a man who did take a little bit of stick today, Julian DeMay, he's been outstanding throughout this championship so far. But wicketless today, also went for 31 runs. And it was good bowling there, and a good introduction to the championship, a good debut for Ellen Bass as well. He bowled pretty well, pretty tidily, and taking a good catch there at the end of the bowling of his captain. Halfway through this Group B match number 14, Hungary have put on a respectable 108 against a very strong and talented team from the Netherlands. Well, they now got to bowl out of their skins to try and really see if they can get those early wickets from the Netherlands batsmen. It's not the highest score to defend, but it has been done, and it can be done. They've got to be at the best. We have seen that today. We have seen teams that haven't put big runs on the board. When they come out there, they've been very good with the ball. They've got the early wickets, and certainly this could be one of those matches. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in just under 10 minutes time when we come to the conclusion of this match. Hasta pronto! Bienvenidos and welcome back to this beautiful part of Spain. We are, of course, in Andalusia, in Malaga, and this is the view of the Cartama Oval, where this Dream11 European Cricket Championship is taking place from. And you can see, though there is still that little bit of cloud around, we're fortunate enough so far to report that the rain has stayed away. There are several showers and thunderstorms happening around us in all parts and all areas of Spain, and even in this region of Andalusia. But so far, again, as we were yesterday, we've been very lucky and fortunate with the weather. It certainly has cooled down a little bit, but still the temperature around about 29 degrees out there. So the players, they'll be quite happy to have this breeze that's blowing. And it's by no means a cold breeze at all. It's actually quite welcoming when you're out there in the centre. And we resume this Group B contest, match number 14, where Hungary, having won the toss and batting first themselves, so the first time that the Netherlands have not won the toss, so therefore the first time they have not batted first. Hungary gone out there and scored, well, I think a very respectable 108, losing 4 wickets in doing so. They were slow getting started. The power play certainly wasn't where they would have liked to have been. Just 18 runs from it. They had lost that 1 wicket. But surprisingly enough, it was when Ahuja and Zishan Kukahel had got out, their batsmen that normally give them a good start, did they actually start to put some runs together themselves. So the Netherlands, well, based on form and based on what we know, you'd expect them to knock these off, but they are making a few changes themselves. We've seen that Victor Lubbers is going to be opening the batting with the wicketkeeper Asad Zulfikar coming in at number 2, so there's your opening batsman. And it's going to be Mondas who's going to be opening up the bowling. As we welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Maximo Vini Sandu.
Thank you, Rico. And hi to all of our viewers. So, a little bit of a test for the Netherlands. I can tell you they haven't won a game chasing it in this tournament. And the reason is they haven't chased a game in this tournament. So, let's see how they go about it. A new opening combination, like you said. So, they're sharing it around a little bit. Mohandas to open the bowling. Lubbers pushes and will get off the mark immediately with a single. Like Mohandas as a bowler, he just wobbles it around a little bit, makes the most of the new ball. But, certainly, they've got a bit of a task keeping this strong Dutch batting unit quiet.
Yeah, nice start straight away. I also like this left and right combination. It's not going to make things any easier for Hungary. They're off the mark straight away. First runs on the board.
So here is the keeper batsman, Asad Zulfikar. Mentioned earlier, he's one of cricket playing triplets, believe it or not. Leg glance as this one. Goes to the man of circle. Now, as Michael was telling us before, how he'd often play in the same team as his 2 triplet brothers, his other brother and his father. So it was a crowded lineup. Nightmare for the scorers. Well, we did have a team, I think, not too long ago that had 10 Patels out of 11, but and Lubbers, this is an attempted drive, comes off the toe of the bat, goes nowhere, and in the end there'll be no run. Acrobatic work from Ashworth Narayana, but didn't take the ball with him. So you just got to avoid the damage early, try and play yourself into the game. How can you avoid the boundaries in the power play? That is the question. Hungary giving it a real good shake here in match 14. This one is going to go for 4. It gets around that man, Carbadelda, out at 3rd man on the boundary. And just a good little slash away. Lubbers, that's his first boundary.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He's got the width. He gets back, and then you see how he's worked this where he wants it to go. And then when keeps it away from the fielder. 4 runs. And, it's a nice looking shot from the left-handed Lubbers.
Yeah, Lubbers saw him early in the tournament, batting number 3. A good straight hitter as well if you pitch it up. Another in swinger. I suppose it's away from the left-hander. It's going to be away from the fielder as well. So down near the giant ice cube, that's 4 more back-to-back boundaries for the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, I mean, this ball, it does do a bit. You see this, but it's just too short.
Yeah.
And no matter what it does, if it gives the batsman the time to get into position, it's just going to be put away. It's just got to tidy the length up. It's got to go a bit fuller.
Yeah, spot on, Rico. That's the kind of ball that maybe you nick if it moves away. This one is struck powerfully. This one's going up the stairs to the bar. So 3 fours, 3 times the charm. Lubbers is away. He's already into double figures.
Well, this one was a crushing shot. This is all about timing and power. Absolutely thumbs it. And it goes up those steps and then bobbles its way down. That will need to be checked. It certainly did crash into the steps. It's okay, says the umpire.
Into the first over. It's 14 for no loss. So obviously to chase this down, they need to score about that 11 and over mark. So with those 3 boundaries, they got ahead of what they needed. So Harsh Manjan is going to bowl the second over. You see there, Satya Ashwath is donning the face mask. A baseball style face mask we see some keepers using these days. And well, we saw an unusual incident in the first innings where the Netherlands 11 keeper, Zulfikar, who's batting now, I think caught the follow through in the helmet. Well, I guess we'll see what kind of protection the baseball face mask gives you if that happens to Ashwath Narayana. But Margin's a clever bowler. He can turn it both ways. Does like to bowl in the power play. And let's see how Asad Zulfikar takes him on. Good straight drive. Bit of work for the man on the boundary, but does well to cut it off. This is one area I think is so important, and we saw a couple of uncharacteristic misses from the Netherlands 11 in the field. As far as their ground fielding goes, though, they've been kind of setting the standard.
Yeah,
we've seen, for example, Romania miss some of those early in the day. Turning 4s into 1s is crucial if you're going to be competitive in this competition.
Salman Hayyan just changing his field slightly, so we've got that 6-man on the offside here.
Goes aerial and just gets it over Salman Khan. He'll have time to cross back for 2. That one certainly wasn't out of the middle, and he gets away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those all of those men are inside the ring, and of course they're walking in from where they are as well. So Lubbers just rocks back and gets enough on it to chip it over. Takes the 2 as well. Good running.
Round the wicket to the left-hander. This is in the air, but it's going to have enough to get it past Mohandas, and this one's going to bounce off the fence as well. So Lubbers is in the mood for boundaries. He's insatiable, and he moves to 19.
Yeah, well, Zulfikar does back up and gets to the other end, but Lubbers has not moved. He says, what are you running for? This is going all the way. Once he's got that over the infield, it's 4 runs. So maybe they may need to think about this field. Well, they do a change be made straight away. So they have got some protection out there in the off now.
Short, and this will be 4 more. This is more of an under edge, really, but you're asking for trouble. You're bowling outside the leg stump. Nobody at fine leg, in or out of the circle, and it's another boundary for Lubbers.
Yeah, look, I mean, when you've made this field change, a man that was out on the boundary on the leg side, 1 of 3, well, he's come back inside. That means you've got no protection there at all. You cannot bowl or drop it short on the leg side, and that's exactly what he's done. So 4 more. He's got to get this ball full and straight. Lubbers just checking.
Keeping the same field. Well, he goes straight, and this one, it's a golf shot that Tiger Woods would be proud of, because this is straight, it's long, it's strong, Maximo! 6 more to the total. Netherlands, just like that, they're up in the 30s.
Boom, shaka, yeah, it was a full toss. And I think this was just overcorrection. He was trying to make sure he doesn't get it in short, overpitched it, and that's been dispatched emphatically. 6 more.
Last ball of margins over. It's punched away. Just be a single, but the damage is done. There were 18 off that over from Harsh Mandian. And after 2 overs, the Netherlands 11 are 32 without loss.
Yeah, going away at, well, quite a good acceleration. And, well, Lubbers, he's certainly enjoying his time out there. The left-hander, he's going at 3 a ball at the moment. You're more than happy with that. Zulfikar is 2, just faced 2 deliveries. And this is now, I think, important phase, certainly for Hungary. This man has always delivered, hasn't he? Ketapal, he's been the pick of the bowlers, not just for them, but maybe one of the pick of the bowlers for this championship so far. Across all the teams, he's always got wickets. He seems to be in the action all the time, and this is a big shot. Let's see how he gets on.
This will be a good contest between these two. Of course, this is the first time these 2 teams have met in the competition, so Netherlands will be dealing with the protractor for the first time. Here's his angled run-up, even though he's round the wicket. This one's a mistimed pull. It's fascinating. I mean, you might think maybe he should come in at the opposite angle if he's bowling around the wicket. I've seen that as well. But he's certainly got his own style, but it works for him.
Yeah.
He's a real gamer as well, so I like about Abhishek Ketapal.
Making a field change here now, so we've got 2 more that come over to the offside to the right-hander. We've got 1 man on the boundary, he's sort of, I wouldn't say he's third man, he's almost like a backward point because third man, it's already inside the circle. Let's see how this works for them. It's short. Got wide outside the off stump, so you can see he's tempting the batsman to play in that area, Zulfikar.
Yeah, so I mean, the man they've got, you say third man, I'd call him like a short second man because he's not quite a third man. He's also there for the nick, I think. Kind of more like a fly slip, I suppose. Yeah, like I say, it's a deep backward point more than a third man. Trouble, and this will be gone. So just like that, the protractor does it again. He's always popping up for Hungary. And, well, this one just looked a bit too easy for him. He just rushed Zulfikar into the shot. It was mistimed. And it presented a simple return opportunity. Yet another caught and bowled as the Netherlands lose their first wicket. It's 33 for 1.
Yeah, Saad Zulfikar, he'd be disappointed. He's been given an opportunity and he hasn't made the most of it. I mean, he's probably got a little bit cold, if you can, out there when it's 29 degrees, standing at the other end. Hasn't had too many balls to face. That was only his 4th delivery. He just ends up with 2 to his name. But it's that bowler again, Ketapal. He gets another wicket, another caught and bowled for him, and he certainly has been the star of the Hungary team so far, especially when it comes to the bowling and the fielding.
And he'll be disappointed with that. Asad Zulfikar, it was a great opportunity for him to show what he could do with the bat, but was a spectator for most of the first 2.5 overs. As we see another man getting an opportunity in the top 3 once again, Navjit Singh. And we saw him in the Netherlands' first game. He wasn't quite able to really penetrate the field. Let's see how he goes this time. Just works it away. I think he's one of those players that technically looks very sound, but just has to make the slight adjustments to his game to prosper in the T10 format.
Yeah, Navjit Singh, I think he was in there a long time, wasn't he, for, if I remember that innings, 9 runs, I think 17 deliveries before he departed. But it's all getting used to the game, and we've seen that that's been the case for all of the players in the Netherlands side. It is the first time they've played T10, but one thing about it is they're absolutely loving it. See this delivery. This one will just be a single. We're talking to them around the ground and also on the bus. And one thing we hear them saying, and I know you did that interview yesterday with Clayton Floyd, and he told you the same thing. They just love the format. They're enjoying it. They're having a good time, and they love playing on this beautiful pitch here It's beautiful ground, the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful place to play cricket. We're getting all these beautiful comments from our fans as well, all around the world. Short and pulled. The man is there covering that angle. And so, well, little window opportunity here for Hungary as we get to the end of the third over. It's 36 for 1.
Yeah, and what a good one it is. Just 4 runs from it. Picks up the wicket as well. Ketapal is certainly making a name for himself around the world. No doubt there's a number of people that are putting him down in their fantasy team. He's certainly picking up a few fantasy points, isn't he?
Yeah, it sure is. And now we're going to see a change of bowling. This looks to be Salman Khan for me. He's coming on. And yeah, it's just the point of the game where if they can try and push this rate up a little bit, keep it above double digits, but get it up towards that 2 ball. Maybe Netherlands just might blink. This is a thick edge. And should be stopped down there. Now they're going to come back for a 2 on the slight fumble. I think he's safely home here.
Yeah, it's a good throw, good direct hit. But he was well in there. I think as soon as they saw the fumble, they're away straight away. And they're easily in.
Comfortably home, but yeah, Yilmaz just didn't handle it cleanly and allowed the opportunity for that second run. And so, yeah, you don't want to be giving up too many. Of course, when we think about all the firepower that the Netherlands 11 have in the lineup that we haven't seen yet. Of course, they do have Floyd playing. They do have Musa Ahmed in the lineup as well. So there's a lot to get through. So it's all about trying to keep the batsmen at the crease as quiet as possible and just trying to prevent those boundaries however you can.
Yep.
I mean, it's kind of inevitable. You might give up boundaries with good shots, but you don't want to give bad balls. This is trouble. And he shelled it. Oh, well. This is one that really should have been caught. It just kind of looped, didn't it, to Zahir Safi Mohammed. But he had the hard hands and it bounced straight back out.
Yeah, we heard that from here, didn't it? Just hits the sort of thumb part of the hand. Doesn't go in cleanly. And those ones you got to take. Otherwise, they're going to hurt you.
We'll forgive him that because of his heroics with the bat. But still, it's one that should have been caught. Salman Khan doesn't get the wicket he deserved. This brings Lubbers back on strike. He gets a full toss and goes bang. It's in the air though. It is going to clear the fence. Maximo. And, well, he knows exactly what to do with those full tosses. He deposits it out of the park.
And let's have a look at this for height. It was pretty high as well. Umpires will have to decide on it. And whether it was dipping or not. Well, it certainly wasn't dipping when it was hit. Went all the way up in the air to the boundary. 6 more runs. You can't be bowling those sort of deliveries to batsmen, especially a man who's in and he's hitting the ball well.
Yeah, it's a borderline call. Could have gone either way. Goes short this time. This is worked around the corner. It's going to be cuatro carreras más. And, well, it's a bit of an overcorrection, isn't it, from Salman, and he disappears for 10 in the last 2 balls.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't a good delivery, really. I mean, Salman, he's bowled pretty well in that their previous match. In fact, he was did some heroics with the ball, but that was a dirty ball on the leg side, short. He was begging to be hit.
Given firmly. Lubbers moves to 43 with that stroke. And, yeah, Netherlands certainly say they don't look like losing this match, but the Hungarians, a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, they're thinking about the big picture as well. You know, they're eyeing off that one of those top 2 spots. I mean, it's hard to see the Netherlands not progressing, but you know, Austria have been in that 2nd spot. This is hit hard. It's a chance, and oh, it would have been a really good catch, and he might have hurt himself here.
Yeah, I think
that's Welly Gamagay took one of the catches of the year earlier, but that one, I think he's done some damage.
Yeah, good work there from our team from Spring Productions. You can see he's in the air again, diving forward, but as soon as that hit his hand, I mean, you can see once it's hit him, he's holding it. And I think that's hit, well, I mean, again, that part just below the thumb, perhaps.
And he kind of he took off and it probably didn't need to dive. It was always going to carry to him.
Yeah.
He didn't need to dive forward because it was hit so hard. See here, takes off, and well, I do like his penchant for the spectacular, that's for sure. But in the end, it's actually doing himself some damage. It does take us to the end of the over, though. It's 52 for 1 after 4.
But he likes to throw himself around. We know that he took a spectacular one when he was flying through the air.
It was amazing.
Earlier today. It's still with all the catch we've seen, that one still is the best.
Has to be. And look, no, Hungary here, they're going to struggle in this game, no doubt about it, but they're trying hard. But Austria, they've been the second best team all week for me, no doubt. But,
yeah.
I mean, Hungary, they're a team that are capable of anything. And when it comes down to it, Hungary, who look set to finish 3rd or 4th, I would say probably 3rd at the moment, then they just have to have a couple of good performances, and they've shown, doing it against the best bowling in the competition today, that they have the hitters. They're not afraid. They're going to go for their shots, and if it comes off, who knows? We could see them in Championship week. Yeah,
but I mean, the way this match is going, looks like Netherlands are going to do it, but that certainly does open the door a little bit, doesn't it, for Romania? Romania up next.
Yeah.
They're playing Portugal. Portugal are not in a good place at the moment. They've got to come back with a win from somewhere. But if Romania can continue to put the pressure on Portugal and get that win, well, it's everything to play for between these two teams, Hungary and Romania, isn't it?
It's twofold as well, because with Portugal, they are without a win, but they can actually overtake Romania on the ladder if they win. And so, because their net run rate is better than the Romanians. So, it's basically Portugal's final. In the last match of the day. The news from the toss that we will see shortly is that Portugal have won it. They're bowling first. They will be chasing. They didn't bat well when they batted first earlier. First one is one hopper, and Willie Gamagay has gone off the field. It's Marc Desfontaine, the youngster, who gets an opportunity to come on to the field. He's 12th man.
Mondas is in that field. That part of the field, and he's thinking, well, I know what happens when the ball comes in this direction. I'm not getting my hands to this one, and opts to let it bounce in front of him. To Ketapal, the bowler.
Goes leg side. This will just be one. Yeah, certainly some interesting storylines. This is always the way it is as well, as we see the group matches unfold. It's such a cool format, and it's fast-paced, and you never really know what's around the corner. But Marc Desfontaine, he's a youngster. He's just short of his 16th birthday, originally from South Africa.
Oh, this is unlucky for the bowler. Well, that is the old Spanish cut, we'll call it. And gets a bit of buena suerte, 4 carreras. And the bowler says, well, that's why over the years I've lost all my hair. It's because batsmen keep doing that to me. And there he is, Ketapal. He certainly has been a sensation in the bowling for Hungary and was almost close to getting another one.
Yeah, well, normally it's the protractor coming up with all the angles, but somehow Lubbers found that one. I think it was through his legs, I think. Inside edge. So he moves to 48 in very quick time. Hungary still pressing, though. And this will be his 50. And he's done it in style. It was a full toss. Wide of the off stump. He sliced it away, carved it away over backward point. And that's a very impressive innings from Lubbers. He goes to 52 off 18. And just the 2 sixes, but 8 fours in the innings. That certainly has been a treat to watch him bat this afternoon.
Yeah, felicidades to Lubbers. He's made the most of his opportunity. And now he's 52 and unbeaten.
Well, he goes after this. It's a bit top edgy, but watch out. The score is tense coming your way. Maximo. Another one to Lubbers. He hits his 3rd Maximo. And, well, that's the risk with a short ball. And once again, we see another Kookaburra flying out of the ground.
Well, he's certainly banged this into the deck. And Lubbers doesn't shy away from it, takes him on. And it goes all the way over the ropes. 6 more.
What's the comeback? Oh, he's got him. That's a really, really good Yorker to follow up. He's gone with the bouncer. And you might have predicted the ball would be pitched up. And, yeah, Ketapal with the good reply. Desfontaine's get some fielding practice. But it's the protractor, Abhishek Kedapal, that gets the wicket. He gets Lubbers for 58. And this one just crashes into the off stump. We'll have a look at it, I'm sure, on the replay.
Yeah, that was really well bowled. And I don't think the non-striker, Singh, realised it had bowled him, because he's like taking off on the other end, and he's looking at Lubbers and saying, "Why aren't you running, mate?" And Lubbers sort of points back and says, "Have a look at my stumps. The bails are off. I've been bowled."
Yeah, he knew. It looked to a lot of the spectators like it might have just come off the bat, but it just crashes into the bottom of off stump. But that's the end of a very good innings. We'll stay with him as he's getting a good ovation from his teammates. 58 off 20. And a second wicket goes down. Netherlands 11, 68 for 2.
He's got a nice warm ovation from his camp. He's done a good job and put a good case for himself to be right up there as one of the key recognised batsmen. I liked his batting. I think he played shots all around the ground as soon as he came out there.
Boris Corley is the new batsman. And they'll be at the non-strikers end because that is the end of the over. 68 for 2 at the halfway point. And looks like they're going to go back to Harsh Mandyan, who took a bit of stick in his first over. He went for 18. Hopefully he can perform a little bit better in his second. He is a clever bowler. And he's going to be bowling to Navjit Singh. Still hasn't hit a boundary. Well, could be a chance, and taken. So 2 wickets in 2 balls, and we'll have 2 new batsmen out there that haven't even faced a ball. Mandyan comes back, so Marka Huja pulling the right reins, and this one was hit all the way out, and it's a man who dropped one earlier, Zahir Safi Muhammad, that takes the catch. Well, I wonder what he was thinking when the ball came out to him, but he does take it, and he takes it in style. So Navjit Singh's woes continue with the bat. 3 wickets down now, 68 for 3.
Well, he was a man who put him down earlier when he was just on 5 runs. So Singh didn't manage to do too much damage after that. So, well, he'll breathe a sigh of relief. He just manages to add 3 more runs to the tally from when he was dropped. So Hungary here with the 2 new batsmen in. They've got maybe a slight opening. They can just keep bowling a good line, and they have done that. I mean, occasionally a little bit short, especially to the left-hander Lubbers, but he's no longer there. So now they'll be eyeing up an opportunity. But look, this man will take nothing away from the man who's coming out there now. The captain, Sebastian Bratt, didn't he bat well?
He bats well. And we still haven't seen Floyd. We still haven't seen Musa Ahmed. Pretty good batsman to have hiding in the sheds at the moment. Mandyan gets a wicket. A good start to his over. Hungarians have been plucky. I like what they've brought to the table in this tournament. They were the lowest ranked team in this tournament as well. But they're playing above their ranking, I think. I do love this format. Raked away by Bratt to get off the mark. Bengali on strike, who's a really exciting player to watch in his own right. We know a lot of our viewers are really enjoying watching the Netherlands 11 and the professionalism they've brought to this competition. They've been a powerful unit. Quicker one. Oh, gets through everybody. I think this will be a bye. And how's this missed the stumps? I think it's just bounced over middle stump.
See this again. I think it certainly surprised the batsman, and it surprised the keeper as well. The keeper just lost that difficult one.
Yeah.
I think he also was expecting, perhaps he's done enough to hit the stumps as well.
There's a few tricks with the ball, man, and that one just kept coming in, didn't it? Too short though. But taken. What a catch. Great catch by Salman Khan. Well, Hungary, they're doing what they can to make a match out of this. And haven't we seen some fantastic catching from the Hungarians today? And this time Salman Khan acrobatically took that one high to his right. And that is the end of Bratt for only 1. Netherlands 11, 70 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good catch. Bratt, he's gone for power, hasn't he? He's hit it flat, but that's allowed Salman Khan to take a very, very good catch. I mean, if he's going aerial here, if he's hit it up, he's going to go and clear the fielder easily. So he has to go back, and he's going to be disappointed. The captain just scores the 1 run off the 2 deliveries that he faces. And maybe he can't believe his luck. He's probably thinking, well, I've hit that well enough for it to go all the way. So it's Clayton Floyd, who now finally does go out there, and he joins Gawley. And, well, he's probably been sent with instructions to say, hey, buddy, come on, go out there and finish this, wrap it up.
Yeah, well, that's the theory. At the moment, I mean, with the exception of Lubbers, no Netherlands batsman has got out of single figures. Even now, Lubbers has 58 of their 70 runs in the innings. But yeah, not a bad man to have come to the crease at number 6, a man that owns the first ever T10 international century, which he scored last night back in match 10. And Munjid tosses this one up a little bit, just the one. So I like what I'm seeing here. This is the thing about this game. It's so unpredictable, the T10 format. When you have a look at this, like I said, anytime the runs are above the balls, nice feels the fielding side, you've still got a glimmer of hope. And Gawley gets funky. That's what he likes to do. This one took more glove than anything, I think, so it doesn't run away to the boundary. It's just one, good bit of fielding. And this will take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 72 for 4 after 6. And what a good over that was from Manjian. In the end, he only concedes 3 and picks up 2 valuable wickets for Hungary.
Yeah, very well bowled. And when we talk about the variation that you need, well, he showed and demonstrated it all in that over. And you can see his figures there. 2 wickets for 21. And he joins Ketzapal as the other wicket taker, who took 2 for 20. So those 2 have been outstanding, but they're now bowled out. And that is what will be the worry for Hungary. Which other bowlers are going to be able to provide them with tidy bowling and also try to pick up these 2 very crucial wickets of these batsmen out there at the moment, Gawley and Floyd, who have both made good innings in this championship. Floyd, of course, making that century, 115 off 32 deliveries, 35 deliveries, 32 was what it took him to get to his 100.
Well, there's 3 big obstacles in the way still for Hungary. 2 of them at the crease and Musa Ahmed as well. So I suppose deal with one at a time. Gawley faces up. Salman Khan comes back for his 2nd over after that fantastic catch.
This could be close, you know. And, well, I don't think, certainly height-wise is okay. I think it's got to be where the ball is going. Let's have a look.
Where's it pitched? That's my question. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's a long way back. I mean, it's always climbing. That's the thing on this artificial surface. Hits him above the pad, but he's a long way back. This might give us a look.
I don't think it was climbing that much, you know. It's, well, the umpire's seen enough there to give him doubt. Fair enough, he's in the best position.
Yeah,
but very good
time
shout.
hits the batsman above the pad, even though he's so far back. I mean, you're always thinking height. Floyd pushes. Just one. I mean, that's one that I think it's a lot closer when I saw the replay than when I saw it live. What a wicket that would have been.
It's because you're not an umpire. See, us umpires, we see these things.
You're always telling me watch out about the height. So I did watch out about the height. It hit the guy in the leg. It's above his pad. Never mind his knee roll. He was a long way back though. Oh, trouble. No ball called. Attempted Yorker, I think, that gets away from Salman Khan.
Yeah,
this
slow Yorker this was meant to be, but comes out wrong.
Yeah, this is definitely too high. Not sure about the other one, but this one was. And so free hit coming up. So you got to dodge a bullet here. Gawley will be pinning his ears back. And I think he's just probably going to try and lift this one up out of the ground no matter where it is. Well, he tries to get funky and he gets nothing. That's one where he didn't really need to do this. I think you can play a more traditional shot. I mean, I know he's got that one in the kit bag, but sometimes you get a bit too carried away with the shot. This is one I think he can probably hit anywhere. And he chose a strange spot to try and hit it. It's a good ball. Up in the block hole. Just one. So look what I'm seeing from Hungary. They're fighting all the way. And making the Netherlands fight for every run. I like it.
Yeah, they've got to, haven't they? They've got nothing to lose. Got to make things happen.
Oh, gets this one. Pass, Floyd. Well, one thing I know about cricket, it's a special sport. And every game's got a bit of a different flavour. At the moment, Hungary are really taking it to the Netherlands. Last ball of the over coming up. Got to dodge a boundary here as we head into the 8th. Last ball, the 7th, right here. And someone can't. Conceded 19. He's going to bowl it. In the air, but slight miscue. Just be a single, so Floyd will retain the strike. That's the end of 7 overs. It is 77 for 4. And I can tell you after 7 overs, Hungary were 77 as well, but they'd only lost 2 wickets. So it's going to be a very interesting finish here. I can tell you that we have Romania-Portugal coming up. We were talking about it. Portugal, they won the toss. They'll be bowling first. Late change, but Chimatsa has suddenly come down with a little bit of an illness, and so he's been pulled out of the team that we originally were expecting, and Miguel Stoneman comes in to the lineup for Portugal. This is a must-win for the Portuguese. And Romania, I think they probably wanted to bat first anyway, but Portugal deciding they wanted to bowl, I think it was a lot to do with when they have batted first, it hasn't worked for them. So maybe the fact that they'll be chasing, they'll know exactly what they need to do and how they need to approach their innings with things like their batting order and things of that nature. So, just staying alive here. Not just one of my favourite Bee Gees songs. Now the Yalmaz with the ball. Good bowling, up in the block hole. And one's a win at the moment for Hungary. I mean, if they could pull this off, it would be the upset, maybe the upset of the year, based on what we've seen. And I know we've broadcast over 850 matches this year on the European Cricket Network, so that's saying something. Well bowled again in the block hole, but this is just an unbelievable shot. How you get that kind of power, and it was maybe 20 centimetres short of where he wanted it, but how's the power from Gawley? He just leans on it. This was right in the gap, and it raced away to the mid-wicket boundary. Class shot.
Yeah, powerful shot. He just punches this away, doesn't he? Doesn't really trying to do anything too special.
See if the bowler can reproduce. And now he's going to get funky. He's going to get 4. Bit of backwards action. And Gawley's shown he likes this one. And he's going to get 4 more runs.
Nice shot. Now look, he likes to play this shot, and this one thing I'm thinking, I think the teams, they've got to know that he's good at playing these shots. And I reckon this man here that they've got inside the ring, I mean, fine leg, he's got to go back. And just as we speak, they've done exactly that. Somebody else has to go in. He's got to be moved back because he's going to play that scoop all the time.
Yeah, well, he likes to play it, doesn't he? So maybe you protect it, make him play another shot.
Yep.
That man has gone back there. Very fine leg now. I think they must have seen my adjustment, Rico. That's pretty much. I used to hate it if I was keeping and there was a backstop. I'd be saying, well, come on, what are you saying? You don't trust me? But I guess you can't jump that high. So it's nothing against Ashrath Narayana, just protecting against that scoop. So game on here. And this one, has to be stopped. But Zahir Safi Mohammed couldn't get there, and it gets past him. It's another boundary to Gawley. And, well, I'm not sure how close this was to Zahir Safi Mohammed, but, well, it's just past him. Doesn't even get the dive in. And so, result, 4 carreras más as they creep closer to this target.
Yeah, he's got to stop that, really, for me. And that's probably been one of the big differences, perhaps, that we've noticed. I mean, we know that the Netherlands are a star team, the Estrella team. They're a team that have played a lot of good international cricket. You see that in there. their T20I rankings. And so we are going to see better things for them. And one of the things we were talking about is how other teams can learn from them. You know, not just the way they approach themselves on the field, but even before the start of the match. And the big difference is at the moments like that, they're going to stop those and they get the throw in. I mean, teams are not taking easy singles to them, are they?
Exactly right. I mean, it's hard to see that ball getting through the Dutch infield, but that's just the way it is. We know that Zahir Safi Mohammed, he's in there principally for his batting. He's not a particularly good fielder. I think he won't be saying that, but you know, it's hard in this game because there's nowhere to hide in the field, basically.
Yeah, I wonder if one analogy, one way of looking at it is maybe we're seeing the cricket of new against perhaps the cricket of old. Cricket of, you know, maybe when I started, I'm not ashamed to say it, cricketers then weren't athletes. Yeah. Whereas nowadays, you've got to be athletes, especially in this short format of the game, and maybe that's the difference. And but they will get there.
Here's Mohandas, who's coming back to bowl. And 9th overtime, it all happens in the 9th. 19 required off the final 2 overs. And this going nowhere. And Ashwat Narayana had no idea where it was. Neither did Clayton Floyd. And that's a handy dot ball. Look, they're still human, these Netherlands players. Yeah. 2 arms, 2 legs. They got 1 heart. It's probably beating pretty fast right now. 19 off 11. They need a boundary to relieve the pressure. Floyd tries, and he's going to be gone here. So there's the wicket, and that's the danger man. Well, one of the danger men, Floyd, who couldn't reproduce his form from last night, never got going in this innings, and he holds out. Mohandas gets the big wicket. Floyd goes for 4, and the Netherlands 11, 90 for 5.
Yeah, that's just pressure. I mean, you all feel it. You're absolutely right, Maxi. Everybody's going to feel it. Doesn't matter who you are. And this is the difference, I think, again, where you're batting first or batting second. Batting second, you're feeling the pressure. You're getting close. You know, you got to... Yeah, you get this one over him. It's going to be 4 more runs. It makes it easier, but you've got one of the key bowlers coming back, and he's always going to be there. He's always going to be niggling at you. And, well, Clayton Floyd this time round, 4 for 7, so he's not able to produce his sort of form. Well, they don't have to and shouldn't have to panic, the Netherlands, because they've still got plenty of batting to come. We know that. I mean, I think we'll probably see the left-hander, Musa Ahmed, coming in here now. But... Hungary, I love this never say die attitude. They've just kept plugging away all the time.
I love the attitude. And I think a lot of this Hungarian team, their attitude is down to the fact they've been playing a lot of competitive cricket because of the shake-up in their club system. They had one very strong club, and they still were the champion club, Royal Tigers of Hungary, but you know, they were diluted slightly, and now they've got 4 or 5 really strong clubs in their domestic competition. So they're no stranger to pressure situations. Musa Ahmed, well, he's in pretty good form himself. He's been dropped down the order to give a couple of other players a hit. 19 off 10. Mohandas, oh, what a great start to the 9th over. We saw some impossible cricket last week. Sweden chasing that 150 down. Will this be an impossible defence against such a strong Netherlands 11?
I mean, know how Musa Ahmed likes to play. I mean, he would go for the shots over the top and towards extra cover. And I think that's where they need to send him. I would have another man. I mean, they're putting fine leg back. They've got mid-wicket on the boundary, but I think they're missing they've only just got the one on the off there, and that's where you'll aim for.
You got to dodge the moose. There's nowhere to hide for the Hungarians now. 19 off 10. Oh, it's not a good delivery, but it's in the air. Well, no, he's completely misjudged this. Oh, this is the youngster, the substitute fielder, Desfontaine, and he just doesn't account for the side spin. I thought maybe you could get this one on the full, but the result is a boundary to the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was there. Personally, I don't think it was. I think if he went for it, he was in danger of giving the 4 away, but look at that. You can't blame him too much. That was a massive deviation. Massive deviation.
With experience, he'll know which way those spin. As Musa goes in the air. Now, this is a chance. And it's taken. So Musa's gone. It's 4 and out. Oh, there's 2 of the big 3 I said they had to remove, and they've got the wobbles in the final stages of this chase. It all happens in the 9th, and Harsh Madhyam, well, he's fired up, and how could you not be? Wherever you're watching around the world, Netherlands 11 lose another one. Musa goes for 4. It's 94 for 6.
Well, what a wicket. This is how important. And that's exactly the sort of shot I was talking about that I know that Musa Ahmed would go for. I was saying they probably need another man out there on the offside, but the one man, it was enough. He did his job, kept his eyes on it, kept his cool, And, well, wasn't he happy about this? He's a big player for them, isn't he? And that is a quality catch from Mandan. And it keeps it lively. It keeps it wide open. It keeps it exciting. And Hungary, well, they're going to keep pushing and they're going to be trying. They're brave. They were giving us lots of hearts, weren't they, when they were batting? Oh. And they're showing a lot of heart out there at the moment.
Sure are. I mean, Desmond Tain will be breathing a bit easier as well. I mean, if you offered me 4 and out, if I'm from Hungary, if you offered me 4 and out, I'd be saying, I'll take that for sure. And here's the tourist. Well, he's out of the dugout and he's into the action. Olivier Ellenbus. Mohandas, what an over this is. Surely we're not going to see, I think it would have to be the upset of the year. The lowest ranked team in the group, trying to upset the highest ranked team in the group. According to the ICC T20 rankings anyway. Mohandas wide. 14 off 8 now. You've got to dodge a boundary here. I mean, you've got Gawley at the other end. He's just a spectator at the moment. What they have done, for the most part, they've taken their chances, Hungary.
Yep.
All right. Pressure. Now, and this one is up and it's away. Maximo! Olivier Ellenbus, the tourist. Well, he sends this one over the border. And this just relieves the pressure, doesn't it? As he gets this one just over the fielder. I thought when he first hit it, maybe the fielder had a shout, but well, that's a good way to open your account in the series.
100 comes up, 101. And that wide, how crucial could that wide delivery be after bunting a wide, after taking a wicket?
8 off 7. And is this out? He is, he's gone. So it's 6 and out. And what a bit of wicket keeping from Satya behind the stumps. Ashwath Narayana. This is a difficult chance. It's low down. Mohandas, he gets a 3rd for the over. And this is just incredible scenes from Cartama in Spain. And see, he really lines this one up. It was feather edge, and Sundeep, well, he's away. But credit to the wicketkeeper here. I mean, he's up to the stumps. It takes a lot of skill. He's against the opening bowler as well. And, well, is there another twist? Does take us to the end of the over. So at the end of that one, Netherlands 11, 101 for 7. Look, they only need 8. I say only. And it will be Gawley on strike. Who is going to bowl it? Netherlands now 101 for 7.
Yeah, well, that was brilliant wicket keeping, I have to say, from Ashwath Narayan. Really was good. But look, they've got to think about the scoop here. And they are. So Katsapali is being sent back onto the boundary. This means that will take away that shot. Now Gawley, what will he do here? Will he just play his normal game, or will he wait for that one ball that he can send over the boundary, which would, well, get them just a couple of runs behind. Here we go.
The mid-wicket comes up. So it goes in that direction. And, well, Gawley, a bit of a party pooper because he sends his first one in that direction. Maximo! And after that hit, only 2 runs required. And, well, certainly, Gawley, certainly a man that's is capable of hitting the ball anywhere. Sent that one out of here, so it looks like Hungary, surely they can't pull it off from here. Now, what do they do? Hard to see. They just got to hope for a miracle now. The Hungarians, they've been really, really courageous in this defence. 2 to win. And, no run here. So, I mean, what's your window here? Essentially, you need 2 dot balls minimum in the last 4 and 2 singles. Well, that's not going to be good either. So you probably need 3 dot balls. Hard to see it happening, isn't it?
Pressure building.
Yilmaz with the ball. On the walk. And they'll allow a single here. Well, they don't want to allow an overthrow. That'll tie the scores. Well, now you just got to bring everyone in.
Yep.
I mean, you've got the new batsman. This is Julian DeMay, who's come out at number 9. And just everyone's got to come in now, because if there's a 1, and often you'll see maybe 1 person will be left out at deep mid-wicket in case there's a catching opportunity, but you have to really just try and put the squeeze on. You need 3 consecutive dot balls, and that would take it to a golden ball. So even that's to tie. So 108 the score. What a game we've seen between the Netherlands 11 and Hungary. Netherlands 11 chasing for the first time.
Yilmaz got to adjust to the left-hander. Would hate to give this match away on a on a wide delivery.
Any score will win it for the Dutch. And they'll get it here. Yes, they will. So the Netherlands, they do get over the line. What a game we saw. Only 2 balls to spare. And the first time we've really seen the Netherlands 11's feet put to the fire as they get there, but only just by the skin of their teeth. The final score, 109 off 9.4. Netherlands 11 defeating Hungary 108. And well, we wanted to see a contest. We wanted to see this Netherlands 11 pushed. And well, they were pushed right to the edge by the Hungarians. A spirited performance here in the second half of match 14 of Group B of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, it certainly was. And the Netherlands, well, they've still got some homework to do, you'd think. I mean, batting first, they made an art of it, and they made winning look easy. But when they were chasing one, even though the batting there of the left-hander Lubbers was good, he got his half-century, but the others, well, they just did not click. Wickets kept falling, and you got to give Hungary a lot of credit. They were absolutely superb. There were Lionhearts out there. They took some injuries, and there's a lot of things that they could look back on, which if they went differently, could have gone their way. We saw that one on the boundary, didn't we, here in front of us, that one that wickedly spun and went past Fontaine. Little things like that make all the difference, but Hungary, they were outstanding. They fought to the end, they really did.
And well, there's a few chances taken, a couple missed. And that was an outstanding bit of work from Salman Khan as a goalkeeper style. Then he had the ball in his hand. Al Yilmaz, he came on, and we saw the backwards Boris again. He loved peppering that side screen at the other end of the ground. And this was the moment where Clayton Floyd went, and you just thought maybe there's a boil over. And this one, well, tell you what, there's plenty of spinners around the world that would have been proud of that one. That turned sideways. And then Mandian held on to this one, and you thought maybe there's just a glimmer of hope here. But that was an important 6 runs from Ellenbus, the tourist, who opened his account. But then he was gone. Very good bit of wicket keeping by Ashwath Narayan at the very next ball. That left 8 off the last over, and in the end, they got there thanks to a big shot from Gawley. This is what's coming up next, and it's in around about 15 minutes that we'll rejoin you for the final match of the day. Very entertaining day 3 of Group B in Spain. It's Romania versus Portugal. Romania, they can put some distance and actually challenge for 3rd spot if they can win this game. And look, Portugal, they need to win. If they don't win, well, their chances have evaporated, basically, of making that final 4 that will compete on Friday. There's the scorecard, and only Lubbers and Gawley getting into double figures. Lubbers was a good innings from him, 58 off 20. You worry about where they would have been in the Netherlands if he hadn't have made runs. And Gawley, he held his nerve at the end, 21 not out of 14 balls, but pretty disciplined bowling performance as well. Not too many extras, just the 3 avoidables. And you see all of the bowlers, none of them really got away. They all went for between 10 and 12 and a half. 3 for 25. Mahandas kept them in it in that 9th over. 3 wickets. Well, we were daring to dream, weren't we? But also Mandian came back. A good second over from him, picking up 2 wickets. Also the projector, reliable as ever, 2 for 20 off his 2 overs. So Rico, we still have that one more match today. Don't go anywhere because there's so much action still to come on ECN today. No matter where you're watching and whatever platform you're watching on around the world, it's great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back with Rico Full shortly for match 15. I hope you don't miss that one. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol on a beautiful sunny Wednesday afternoon, and it's time for the toss for the fifth and final match of the day. It's Group B, match 15, and well, this is a must-win game for Portugal. Romania taking on Portugal here in the final match of the day in the ECC today. And well, the two captains are with the match referee, so Rob Kemming, let's go over there now for the coin toss.
Thank you. Right, it's your call. Yeah. Tails is called. It is tails.
Yeah. Where you got on board from?
So it's Najam Shazad, the Portuguese captain, that calls correctly, and he's elected to bowl first. Well, obviously they batted first last time, Portugal, and it didn't work out that well for them. So hopefully, at least having a target to chase will give them some direction with the bat. And look, Romania, they can put some space between them and Portugal if they can win this game. So this pretty much is a must-win for Portugal. Look, if they don't win here, they might as well get straight onto Bizaway travel and start organising their flights, because they're going to be out of here on Thursday night. So we're going to go up to the commentary box now. Rico Full is there waiting. The news from the toss is that Portugal have won the toss and they'll be bowling first.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, well, as we look at this magnificent ground, loving that giant European Cricket Network ball there as well, the old blow-up. So this is what's at stake. Well, in terms of the toss, I think both teams will be happy. Portugal, I think, would have wanted to field first. Romania, I think if their captain had won the toss, Ramesh Sasisan, he would have batted first. That's what he's opted to do all the time. So both teams are going to be happy going out there. But look, as we leave you to look at that fantasy dashboard, Portugal without any points on the board. Romania are only just 2 points above them. So a win here from Portugal will mean that they will join the same number of points as Romania. So anything then could happen going into the fixtures tomorrow. And I think this is the case where the likes for Portugal, the likes of, well, I'm happy to see Azar Andani back in the side, but are they going to give him the opportunity to open the batting when it comes to them? Sean Gomes, I think he's been really good. Najam Shazad. So those players with the likes of Nipuswa and Francois Stoneman, I think if they can stand tall, if they can fight, if they can show some of the grit that Hungary did there against Netherlands, where they've got every opportunity to do it. Well, Romania themselves, well, they will want to put a score on the board that will believe they'll be able to defend against Portugal. Their batting's been hit and miss, hasn't it? They seem to be relying on one man, and that's Taranjit Singh. If he can get them off to a good start, and then they all tend to sort of follow suit, but they do lose wickets early. They lose wickets at random, and that's what's prevented them going on to score big scores. The one victory and they have was in that epic match the first time that they played Hungary, but Hungary, well, they got the revenge over them today. That's why they find themselves in a position just above the team on the bottom of the pack. Portugal 2 points above them, so everything to play for here, and the sun is shining gloriously down. It's on this beautiful Cartama Oval as we get ready for the first delivery. Waiting just for our official time partner Norcan to give us a nod, and the umpires Shub Navjot Singh is joined out there by Charles Croucher. Here we go, the first delivery in this all-important match. Khan has gone high up in the air, and it could be a wicket first ball, and it is. And the big Taranjit Singh goes early. He goes for a first baller. And Portugal will know just how big a deal that is. That is a massive wicket. And Taranjit, well, it's not the start that he would have wanted. His family's turned up today to watch him as well. Well, that means he's going to be able to spend more time with his family and more time with his kid, because he goes without troubling the scorer. He goes for a golden duck. Well, the man that likes to watch Taranjit Singh in action is joining me in the commentary box now, and he's just about to sit down and put the headsets on, and he's going to be very disappointed with that. Oh, Maxi, shall I give you some tissues?
Well, I'm a big fan of watching Taranjit bat. That's the nature of short-form cricket, I guess. He went for it. Horizontal bat shots. I remember when I was a kid, they said, well, don't bother playing those shots till you're 30 or 40, till you've batted, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. Well, this isn't those days. He went for it, and he's replaced by Gohamanan, who really is an opener himself. So it gives him an opportunity. Sabine Adegodla's out there back into the lineup. He's opening up at the other end, but you'll have to watch first because Manan will be on strike. Sinead Khan immediately into the action with a wicket.
Gets this one through as well, just getting a little bit excited. Good bounce from him, good carry through, and a good take from the keeper as well, Francis Stoneman. And the key, I think, here to this batsman, well, you know he's going to try and thump everything in the mid-wicket area. That's the way he bats, Manan. And the key is to keep that line, not to give him that shot. There you go. See what I mean? And he's eyeing up that area that's been left vacant in the long off position. The man is at mid-off and not being pushed back, so they're leaving it open. They want him to play these shots. Tommy plays it into the ground, hesitation, a throw and he's out. And look, he's not even the picture here. And how close was this? Well, we'll see from my cameras. First of all, you see here this hesitation, both batsmen. Well, even when they crossed, he was thinking about going back.
That wasn't a slow motion replay either. That was normal speed. So they survive. Nadigotla, this is a great opportunity for him. I think he's a natural opening batsman. We see him often opening for Cluj Cricket Club.
It's in the air, shouts to catch it, but nobody's going to catch this. It goes all the way. Says Garedas. Well, Taranjit Singh, he's going to be disappointed, of course, but he's in there and he's supporting the other batsman now. Look, it's the way he plays. It either comes off or it doesn't. Yeah. And he can't be too disappointed. He can't be out there mopping around. He's just got to support the other guys here.
Game of millimetres, Rico. I mean, Taranjit hits that a bit close to the middle of the bat and probably disappears. Sinead Khan, though, he's a real competitor. I like what he's bringing to the table. Portugal, this is a must-win for them.
Short again. This time along the deck. Through the fielder, picks up, gets the throw in to Francis Stoneman. That is the end of the first. And it's going to be 8 for 1. Sinead Khan getting the big breakthrough with the very first ball of the innings.
Yeah, it was a huge wicket, wasn't it? And I mean, often say if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. You leave yourself, or leave your teammates the maximum available balls left. And so, yeah, Nadigotla, be interesting to see how he hits them. I don't think we've seen him opening in this tournament so far. Does mean they get him back behind the stumps as well. Abdul Shakur kept wicket this morning, but he's out of the side. Pavel Florin also not in the 11 for this match. Over number 2, this looks like Najam Shazad bowling, the captain for Portugal. See what he can deliver.
Just steers this around, gets it past. Well, it doesn't quite get it past the man at fine leg, but doesn't get enough meat on it.
There's Miguel Stoneman. He was a late inclusion. Paolo Buchamatsa came down with a bit of an illness, so hopefully you're feeling okay. Paolo, I think he might have gone back to the hotel. Certainly we'll miss Paolo. He was one of the most enthusiastic members of the audience in my one-man piano and vocal show last night at the hotel. So hopefully he's feeling better soon.
What have you done to him?
It's not an eardrum problem. You're wide outside the off stump.
Get the words out of my mouth. He's still got ringing in the ears. Oh, Paolo, you should know better.
They're long days.
Too much time with Mr. Maximo.
Our long days we're having here, and we're loving what we're doing. And everyone's been so hospitable. It's a beautiful part of the world to relax as well if you do get some free time. We certainly enjoyed our weekend here on the Costa del Sol. Another one. So for some of our viewers, the Costa del Sol, essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, it basically means the coast of sunshine, the Sunshine Coast. Because there is a lot of sunshine down here in the southern part of the country. It's one of my most favourite parts of the world as well, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, officially, they say there's 300 days of sunshine.
And 65 of extreme sunshine.
5 of extreme, well, I think they say that there's about 15 mixed and 50 where you're going to get some rain. Good bowling. I've been really impressed with the captain here, Nadam Shazad of Portugal. I think he's been one man he's been outstanding in more or less every one of their matches. He's always performed with the ball tidily. Hasn't always picked up the wickets he deserves, but his figures have always been good, and he's been pretty dependable with the bat. And but he does know that in the bowling department, he's been ace, but it's the batting they need to improve on. Hit, and he's gone, and just too high. And another opportunity for a run out. Had time, didn't he? Had time, queued it up, Nipu. But not able to hit the target. Only, look at this, just had the one stump to aim at. It wasn't that far away. The batsman was, he was going to be out.
There's another opportunity. Haven't seen too many direct hits, have we? That was a feature actually of the ECL. If you remember that back then in 2019, there were so many direct hits. But the fielders haven't hit the target as often in this tournament so far.
Shazad goes Fuller and gets unlucky. This one has been sliced away. And Natty Gotler gets 4 runs. As soon as this hits the bat, it races past the man at third. It's not where he intended this to go, but you're going to flash hard. That's what they say. He gets 4 runs.
Yeah, and well, it's not really where it was intended, that's for sure, but he was clever the way he opened the face and at least allowed the opportunity for that ball to get away from the fielders. Very even start, I think, at the moment. Maybe Portugal just on top. They'd love another wicket, though.
Well bowled, tucks him up, and Nipu saying, come on guys, back it up, I was ready to throw. And he's going to hit them sooner or later. He's had a few shies, even in the match before. He was involved in a few close ones.
Isn't it great to see so many players that we've seen in the European Cricket Series out here on the international stage? Of course, Nipo's one. Munnan and Nat Godler at the crease right now. We've had some wonderful series. 19 locations we've been to in 2021 alone. This is our 20th for an ECS or an ECC.
Oh, this is a good stop. This was going to be 5. And well done to Francis Stoneman. Had to get something on this. And he does. And stops it being a horrible wide. But just losing his line a little bit. Just that here. There's not been a bad over. But because of those wides, that's hence why most of these runs have come from. 9 of them.
It's good footwork
on the over.
Francois Stoneman, that's why he got there, even though he didn't handle it cleanly, but he made the stop. Last ball of the second coming up.
Plays it away on the onside, and then we'll take the single. So the score at the end of 2, we'll move on to 18.
And we can probably throw a couple of other locations. We've got the Nicosia Derby tonight from Cyprus. This is the fan code European Cricket T10, and it's a 22-night event. This is day 7. I probably should say night 7 of 22. And it's the Tigers versus the Fighters. That game will be commencing in around about 45 minutes from now. So you can turn over after the ECC. You can go on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and subscribe if you haven't already. We're heading towards 250,000. We're hoping that we get there before the end of the ECC. That game starting 4 p.m. GMT, which is 6 p.m. in Central Europe, and 9:30 p.m. in India. Back to live action. And Junaid coming back to bowl his second.
Oh, if this is straight, he's got to go. They're asking the question. The umpire says no. It was a slow full toss. Well, where's this hit him? This is the question. The bowler scratching his head, probably asking and wondering why. Well, that's a good call for me. I think that's just going to miss leg stump.
I think it's touch and go for sure. But I think, just with the angle, probably was just missing. But I tell you what, I'm not 100% it was missing. It was a very clever slower ball.
And this one is played one-handedly. The fielders coming to stop it. And so very close. Well, another spectacular effort there from Miguel Stoneman. Well, just have a look at this. Look, one-handedly hit. And Stoneman is after it just at the last moment. And once again, another fielder who gets there but plays it back onto himself. Look.
His leg gets in the way there, I think. I mean, that's just a fly swat. I mean, if you ever had, a fly land on you and you kind of swat it away one-handed, that's exactly what that shot looked like from Nata Godler. But he's off to a flyer. 17 off 8 now.
This is played away, but fielder, well, he wasn't that far away from it, but that had so much on it, timed perfectly, 4 more runs, and they're liking this now in the camp. After losing that early wicket, the very first ball off the innings, they're starting to become stronger together. Well, it's all around the ground, isn't it?
Well said. And just gets the middle of the bat on this. You're right, it wasn't that far from Zaib, but yeah, good shot. Natty Godler, saw him performing well. He was in good form in the ECS when we were there in the middle of the year. And good contest between him and Junaid Khan. Next one, he pulls away, and this is going to be 4 more. It's into the hitting arc of Natty Godler, and Satvik goes bang. And Miguel goes over the fence. The result, 4 carreras más para Romania. They are up to 26 halfway through the 3rd over.
Yeah, not sensible bowling. Short down the leg side, and with your fine leg inside the circle. Now, once you get something on this, it's going all the way. Just a couple of bounces before it goes past the boundary rope. Let's get this ball on the stumps here.
Let's give the umpire a shout out as well. I think that was a very good decision. That's the consensus, and often you only notice umpires for the wrong reasons.
Yep.
The umpiring has been outstanding during this series, so congratulations to all of the men in black. That was Shub that time, making that LBW call.
Big shout for no here. Didn't fancy this at all. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The men in black, I mean, we've got Shub, we've got Charles Crouch as well. You've also got Stefan Gooch, led very, very well by Rob Kevin, and also Nilkesh Patel from Barcelona. Remember
Adnan
him?
we had last week, remember Adnan?
Yeah, we had Adnan as well. Suleiman was here, now he's gone to Limassol.
Late on this one, so late that it goes nowhere near where he intended, and that takes us to the end of the power play. Romania, they fight back after the loss of Taranjit Singh first ball. They're 31 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, and also a big shout out to the European Cricket Network team. And I know that Roger Fine has been here, the CEO, and Daniel Weston as well, the founder, and everyone working hard behind the scenes. Meta Daub, Paul Fletcher, Barry Eaton, Mars Wolfie, Sharad Bumbat, Sharad as well, then Diane as well, the European Cricket Network photographer, and of course not forgetting James Cantor as well, all working very, very hard. Well done, team. It's been a supersonic effort, really has.
Also got to give a shout out to you, Rico. Always love working with you, and Michael McCann, of course, early in the day, his expert insights, and we do know European cricket inside out, don't we, after so many matches, but particularly this brand of cricket, it's so exciting to be able to bring you the action. Here's Nippo. This is what he'll do, Rico. He'll just slide it.
Yeah.
Slide it. Doesn't really turn it. You think he's going to turn it away from you, but he doesn't try to turn many, and he's just kind of trying to win the battle with that wide line. That was a good one.
Yeah, he's just starting to come good, isn't he, Nippo? And again in the right areas. We saw him bowl really well in that last match. We saw him just getting into the rhythm with his batting as well. And maybe this is the time for him and 1 or 2 others to perform. And Danny also comes to mind. Catches this and trying to get it through the gap, and he does. This is a powerful stroke and beautifully timed as well. And I have to say, Natty Godler, you said it, Vinny. You've seen him open several times. He is a good opener, and he's demonstrating that, isn't he?
Yeah, and Romania just had to tinker with their combination a little bit. They're trying things. I mean, they have won the one game. They lost a close one today. That return bout with Hungary. But that was all about placement, and he absolutely smashed that into the gap. Good shot, but can he go in with it? He's got to 30 off 15 balls.
Got to get down, and does. Gets dirty for his team and makes a good stop, Junaid Khan.
That's how you do it. I mean, Junaid Khan is about as proud as anyone to be playing international cricket for Portugal. And you see there, good effort from him. It's a really interesting contest at the moment. Trouble.
It's in the air, takes his time and takes this comfortably. And it's the way he bats. And you know that's what Manan is going to do. It's a super catch taken there in the deep. He's just kept his eye on the ball. We have to be aware of where he is, where his footing was. But Amandeep Singh makes no mistakes. And you can see he's trying to give this the big hee-ho. But, well, you can see from there, it's fair way short from the boundary. I don't think he would have even cleared the ropes. So Goha Manan, he has to go.
Yeah, it just hasn't clicked, has he, in this series?
No.
Any extended period, Goha. So he'll be disappointed. He goes for 2 off 6. And Romania, they lose the second wicket. It's 36 for 2.
Lipu gets another one. And now continuing to be a threat with the ball.
And we've seen, though, as long as you don't lose too many wickets, sometimes, if a batsman's not firing, sometimes if he gets out of the way and gives someone else an opportunity, that can be to the team's actual advantage. And here's a man who hasn't had too much luck as well, Ramesh Satheesan, the captain, who's dropped himself down to number 4 in the order. Maybe this is an opportunity for him to fire. He's another one that scored some big runs in the ECS, also picked up wickets, but hasn't really had too many opportunities to impress so far.
Strikes this pretty well for a run off his first ball.
Takes us to the end of the over, and the score is 37 for 2. And well, what a contest this promises to be at the moment, and it's wonderful to have your company no matter where you're watching around the world. It's a pleasure to be with you. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And yeah, I've got a bit of the Smurf look about me tonight, and it's beautiful weather tonight. You look a bit like a Christmas decoration actually today. But we're really getting to the spirit of it. It's a festival of cricket. It's a community.
Yes.
And I know it's highly competitive on the field, but of course, all the teams staying together, travelling together as well, to and from the grounds. And so, yeah, I've really enjoyed the vibe of the first ever European Cricket Championship.
It's been sensational. Just love it from the early mornings, getting onto the coach, and in darkness, has to be said, pitch
Very
darkness.
early.
It's darkness when we even arrived at the ground, but everybody's just so upbeat.
Yeah.
All the teams socialising together, the music is playing.
There's more to come, Rico.
It's lovely.
There's more to come. And this is only week 2 of 4. We're going to see who will join Belgium and Spain. And wow, we've seen some really good matches. And hopefully you're enjoying the cricket as well. It's a dynamic, fast format of the game. And it makes 2020 look positively pedestrian as we start a new over. This looks like Imran Khan coming into the attack for Portugal. He's a good all-round cricketer as well. He's a man that they might want to consider opening the batting again. They've got all these players that can do a lot of things. They haven't quite found their best combination yet, Portugal.
And this one's hit pretty well. 1 bounce, 4 runs. They're reaching for it. But Satheesan gets the boundary. That's what they've got to keep doing, haven't they? I mean, he uses his feet really well here and then decides, well, this is where I want to send it. And it's almost like a chip. It's the best way to describe it, sort of a chip shot.
I think he knows there's no third man in place. So as long as he gets enough bat to get over the infield, it's a fairly safe shot.
And this one is catchable and has been taken. A bit of catching practice here. When he plays a nice shot, he's trying to whip it away. I think he's trying to get it in the gap between the 2 fielders, but not able to do so. And Amardeep Singh, well, no messing around for him this afternoon. Sun or no sun, he's having no trouble catching these.
Well, Satheesan's going to be absolutely ropeable with himself after this. It's a bit of a helicopter shot. Just have a look at the way the bat follows through. But he finds the fielder. So his dismal run continues. The Romanian captain, he has to go. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. He makes 5 of 4 deliveries, and Romania now 41 for 3.
Yeah, he will be cutting with himself. He just played a nice shot, uses his feet, an intelligent shot. And then, well, he follows this one up by, well, was he trying to get too funky? Maybe he was. I think even if he just hit this full with the actual natural momentum of where the ball would have gone, if he continued his shot more orthodox style, he probably would have got it through those 2 fielders that are there. The man at long on and mid-wicket, but couldn't do so. Tries to get a bit funky, a bit of the helicopter misfiring though, and the catch taken by Amardeep Singh.
Sami Ullah will be the new batsman. Remember, Portugal can overtake Romania if they win this game. So if Romania lose, they'll be at the bottom in the danger zone at the end of day 3. Sami Ullah, and that's his approach as he tries to slam the first one, just gets the bottom edge. He's off the single. Off the mark with a single immediately. This brings Nadagodla back on strike, and I think with these wickets falling at the other end, Nadagodla becomes even more critical to the success of this innings for the Romanians.
Yeah, they've always needed somebody to get a 50-plus score to help them to a match-winning score. when that hasn't happened, they've struggled. And he's got to bat sensibly. He knows he's got to stay there and hope that the other batsmen that do come out, like Sammy Hula. I mean, if Sammy Hula can get a quick fire 20, 25, and one or two other batsmen do the same, and Natty Gotler keeps going the way he is, well, they will get to a reasonable score. Goes for it, but doesn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. Gets a single. You can see the fielders already, even when the ball is being thrown in, having trouble because of the sunshine. Yeah. 44 for 3 at the halfway point.
Here's the other thing, Rico. I mean, you might not even need that many runs against Portugal the way they've been batting as well. With the bat, they're yet to crack 100 in 10 over innings. Their scores are 94, 90, 97, 88, and then 73 in their 5 matches. So you don't want to implode here, Romania. Even if you can just fight and get that triple digits on the board, Portugal are yet to reach that mark. But it's going to be a pressure-filled second half, no matter what, I think. And Nippo is going to continue with his second over. Can Samuela stick around? And certainly, sometimes you see middle order batsmen coming in, just pushing the single and giving it back to the established batsman. I don't think that's the way Samuela's going to play it. Here he is facing the left arm spin of Mohammad Siraj Nippo.
So we'll just keep an eye on the umpire. This looked pretty wide as well. Let's see what the signal is. And it's giving us a no ball. I believe it is. It certainly looked like a no
here's
ball
the thing.
signal.
Hit the keeper on the full. Hit his fingertips. So
yeah, it's a no ball.
It's been called a no ball. Maybe we'll see this one again. I think maybe for bounce off the pitch, but you see, he actually hits the keeper, so it doesn't actually bounce. So it might just be one that maybe wasn't the right call. Now, you can't get stumped. And I don't think he would have done that if it wasn't a free hit, Natty Godler. But I suppose sometimes it can actually save your runs because free hits, I'd love to do the statistics. I think the batsmen have scored slower off free hits than they have off regular deliveries. Because you see stuff like that.
Probably a good chart. So it ends up being a dot. That's been a good reply back, though, hasn't it, from Nipu. I'm not sure what he was trying to do with the one that did end up so wide. I'm liking the field he's got here. I'm liking the 3 there inside the ring. Then he's got the 1 covering on the sort of extra cover boundary. He's got long off, long on, back. Then the 2 mid wicket and square leg on the boundary leg side. I'm liking this field, and at the moment, as we've seen, the ball seems to be going area to the fielders more often than not. Here's another one, and will this one go to hand as well? No, it doesn't. A desperate dive upwards from the fielder. It goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras.
Acrobatic effort, and we've seen some magic in the field today, but Zaib, he went right back and he tried to bend himself backwards, Matrix style, but unfortunately, it was nowhere near him. And the result, 6 runs to Romania.
Fantastic effort, though, and risky shot. You've got to back yourself when you play him. Natty Gotler. Time goes a bit straighter. Amdeep Singh will be in the action again.
This is where luck comes down to him. And Sathiesan hit one better than that, but got caught. He's just on a run where nothing's right. He was the one that was caught by Wale Gamage earlier, and he nicked off to Kingma last night. Natty Gotler gets a little bit of luck that time. He's still there on 39.
Ula hits this hard, and this has gone many a mile. That is big. That is sensational. ¡Qué grande ese golpe! Eso es 6 carreras más. Kita mundio suada gaya. That is big. What a shot.
Manas Arriba, umpire, and new balls, please. That didn't hit the tents. That was over the tents. Romania, despite losing a couple of key players, they are fighting on, and that'll help.
Ula going again, firmly hit. Amdeep Singh does well. Hasn't he done a good job for his team out there so far? He's taken 2 catches, and anything that's gone to him along the ground, he stopped it. You could see the look on his face saying, nothing's getting past me. I'm here to fight. I'm here to win this match.
Yeah, Natty Gotler just, wonder if he might have just have a bit of cramp here. And he seems to be a little bit bothered. It looks like maybe a hamstring cramp, just the way that I see him. The way they see him stretching it. It's certainly a player that I don't want to lose right now because you know, can't bat with the runner. So he's going to have to stay out there, you'd imagine. But yeah, he looks to be in some some discomfort. Didn't play the earlier game today, but it looks like he's going to stay there. There's two possibilities. If it's just cramp, it should go away. If you stretch it, maybe get some more fluids into you. But if it is a slight tear or a slight strain, that's a bit more serious. But he's going to stay out there. Last ball of Nipo's over, coming up.
Nipo just having a look around his field.
Preface and tell you that I'm not a doctor, but I have experienced cramps before.
But look, don't forget, they're going to need him to keep wicket as well.
Of course.
And he's hit this very well indeed. And that's 6 more. Manos arriba, Vitro. Manos arriba. Eso es 6 carreras más. Well, he may be injured. He may have some issues, but he's still hitting shakas for fun.
Nothing wrong with him. Actually, he's still going for it, isn't he? But, well, he's a fighter. Satwik Nadagodla, know him very well. We did see him in the ECL back in 2019 for Cluj. That famous tournament where Pavel Florin went viral and put Romanian cricket on the map. This is a real classic shot, though. Does finish the over as well. 66 for 3 after 6 overs.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's feeling something, I'm surprised nobody's just coming out and say, look, put a bit of freeze spray on it or something, get something on it to just make him feel a bit more comfortable, because you don't want him getting more uncomfortable than giving his wicket away because he's not feeling good.
True, but when you're batting well, you often just want to stay in the bubble. I'd be saying, no, just leave him alone. He's doing fine. Don't get him out of the zone. Beware the injured batsman. Over number 7, about to commence.
Ula swing in. Doesn't really get too much on there, but you see he's not running very well. It takes a single. With Ula, that's not a bad thing. I think either if he hits a boundary or gets a single. And while this man's out there, and then he get him on strike. 45, a big hit away from what would be a fantastic half century.
Yeah, just what Romania need. He's got 2/3 of their runs essentially.
Yeah.
And Imran Khan, it was a good Yorker to start the over to Samiula. See what he delivers to Nadagodla. He's dancing a lot at the crease, and I'd probably say just stand still. Sure showed me last time with that dancing cover drive for 6, but Nadagodla moves to 46.
Yeah, he's always coming up to the bowler, isn't he? Walking, taking a few steps towards them and playing his shots. Samiula's the complete opposite. He stays inside the crease. This has gone up in the air and just dropped short.
Really struggling now. It's really struggling, Nadagodla. Well, I hope this isn't more serious because he is their first choice keeper. I mean, you do have the rules now that, for example, Abdul Shakur, who's not in the 11, can come in and wicket keep. That's a recent change in the laws because they consider wicket keeping a specialist position. So if he couldn't field, there is that opportunity, but right now they don't want him to go anywhere.
Oh, well, this is going somewhere. It's going big. It's 6 carreras más. Ginna Sona, Ginna Badda Shaka. Well, he's battling through the pain barrier for his team. He's certainly putting smiles on their faces. Well, he's probably gritting his teeth in pain before the moment. Every time he hits it big, it's going to be runs. That's a fine way to bring up your 50. Sensational. Bahut badaiyan apne batsman lu bahut achhi batting ki thi apni 50 bana li. And Nadagodla, well done indeed. And this time he gets his 50 and out. Does what he's been doing all the way through. Dances forward to the bowler. Hits it pretty firmly, but hasn't got the height on this. And a nice catch taken. So he has to make his way back. Nadagodla, well, he's got a bit of time to try and see to whatever this injury that he's got is.
Yeah, it might not be the worst thing, I think, because it does give him at least 2 or 3 overs to see where he's at and if he can come out and keep for Romania. But what if half century was? It was gutsy stuff. 4 Maximos and 5 fours in that innings. 52 off only 24 balls. So Nadagodla works at the top of the order, but he does fall with just over 3 overs remaining. Now it's 75 for 4.
Yeah, nice catch taken there by Anthony Chambers. Be interesting to see what role he plays when it comes to Portugal going out to do the batting. You've got him and also Azhar Hamdani. As you see the applause there. Romania's batted really, really well. Bahut badaiyan apne batsman nu apni half century banali. Really batted superbly well.
Harpal Singh from Luxembourg in the live chat at the moment. ECN European Cricket Network. Well, hello to you, Harpal. I'm glad that you're enjoying the telecast tonight. And you're more than welcome to join him there. Imran Khan gets a wicket. He's got 2 for 16. Last ball of his spell. This is Siva Periawa coming out at number 6. It's a bit lower than we saw him earlier, but he's a pretty good player to come out in this situation. It does take us to the end of the 7th over. It's 76 for 4. And Rico coming up tomorrow. You guessed it, 5 more matches. And, well, Portugal, they've got a tough one first up against the Netherlands 11. But we saw Hungary push them earlier, so if Portugal can put a good performance in here, they'll bring some confidence into that. Then we'll see Hungary versus Austria. Portugal, Romania, I think that one's really crucial because if Portugal can win this match, then that one could decide who stays and who goes at the end of the day. Then Hungary versus Netherlands 11, and a rematch of that great match we saw just before this match, and finishing with Romania versus Austria. And, well, if you remember, that was what we had in match 1, and Austria put on 1-9-5 against the Romanians. So I'm sure men in yellow will be keen to avoid that again. See us tomorrow from 7 a.m. GMT.
Short delivery, gets away with it. And seeing Amandeep Singh, and not the best bit of fielding there. Should have just been the one. And the throw back to Amandeep wasn't the best. Take 2. They've got to keep it tidy here, Portugal. They know that they're batting up until now. They haven't scored 100 runs. They've struggled to get to 100, so that will be on the minds also of Romania here.
Yeah, so going with the spin here of Amandeep Singh in the 8th.
And this one's been picked up beautifully. Over it goes. Says Guerreras. Well, Taranjit, he's loving it. He's saying, Chakade, 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 Shakalagya.
Now, he was saying to me before that Rico doesn't even need a microphone to commentate because we can hear him, and I'm sure he heard that. I think he's pointing straight at you, Rico, saying, yep, don't worry about that. It's a team game, even though Taranjit missed out in this innings. Other players are picking up the slack, and I'm a big fan of Siva Periawa. We saw him really pull some macho man stuff last night when he got littered by Kingmutt, the quickest bowler in the competition so far, and then hit him for 6 next ball. It's a shot heard around the world, actually. Amandeep Singh coming on for his first over in the 8th, so let's see what the reply is from the off-spinner.
It's nicely played, but well stopped as well. Gets his body behind it, doesn't get through. Well, Dana and Denisa, how are you ladies today? Of course, big supporters of Romania. They've been here every time Romania played, giving them lots of support and encouragement.
Romanian wags, enjoying them at the ground.
Sliced in the air. Where's this going to land? And this time they watch. Wow, he's kicked it away. That's an own goal. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I was going to say watch for the spin when he did, and then he half volleys it.
He didn't just kick it away from himself, Junaid. He kicked it away from Miguel Stoneman, who was covering. He thought he was covering, but he wasn't covering all the angles. And this one, it's a good old boot. But will be 2 runs, brings Samuela back on strike.
It's up in the air. This will be an opportunity. And where's it going to end up? Well, it goes all the way despite a sensational effort. I think the wind has to have taken this, Vinny. Because at one point, I'm thinking this is going to stay inside. Look, that's a terrific effort. It really is. But it just keeps going, and goes all the way. Ginna Sona Shakalagya.
Well, Zaib, he's probably wishing he was made of Play-Doh because he needed to be a bit more flexible. Couldn't do much about this. Next ball, swing and a miss, and an appeal, and he's gone. So he's stumped. Samuela tries to drag this one from outside the off stump. And, well, it was an easy decision for the umpire, I think, because it doesn't even go upstairs.
Well, he held his pose. He said, here you go, umps, I'll just stay here for you. You can check it yourself. Yeah, look, this was, he's well short there. And nice work from Francis Stoneman.
Yeah, Francois Stoneman. Neat bit of work there. Main thing there is he takes the ball first. Sometimes you see keepers rushing that one. But end of Samuela, he was a little bit of, he might be number 27. There's a bit of 007 about him. He was living dangerously. But he does what he can for his team. Romania now at the end of 8 overs. They lose Samuela for 19 off 10. It's 93 for 5 with 2 overs remaining in this first innings of match 15.
Well, the Stomans, 2 Stomans out there on the pitch. Miguel and Francois, and 2 Stomans out there in the fan section. enjoying the cricket, and that's going to be, well, Anna and Bucks. Well, hello, Anna and Bucks, and they'll be hoping that their team perform better. And they're certainly a passionate followers of Portuguese cricket, travelled all the way down here as well. And they'll be hoping to see their team get a very, very important victory here. They've still got some work to do. They've just got to keep it together here for these last two overs to come.
Got plenty of batting here because they've got Raj Kumar. They've probably got Vasu Saini, Ijaz Hussain. Next two, not sure which order exactly, but they can still throw the bat. 93 on the board, 2 overs remaining.
Shazad. Well, they're bringing the pace back on. And I think that maybe the batsman would prefer this, but Shazad doesn't give you too many loose deliveries. It's nicely played. Gets the single, and that's what Najam Shazad does. I mean, he was a bit guilty, wasn't he, in the first over? Just bowled a few wides, but other than that, he still was tidy. He just went for 10.
Here's the thing, though. Portugal, doesn't matter even if they declare now, which they can't, but they're going to have to bat well. They're going to have to bat better than they have in the tournament if they're going to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to come down to. Looks like it might be something in the kind of 110 zone or something like that. Maybe a couple more, maybe a couple less. But they're going to have to step up with the bat if they're going to remain in contention.
Firmly hit. And interesting field also. Shazad has deployed here. He's got his 5 men on the offside in practically a straight line. Nobody on the boundary. And he's taken a chance there because a pretty firm hit that goes over them. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, they've got kind of a real spread out football style wall, don't they? Across that offside.
On the onside, they'll take the 1, think about the 2, and well, they may now, and they will. And a good throw here, and well, that was close as well. Good thinking from the fielder. I think that's Nepo again.
This is something special here. I mean, just look at the efforts here. I don't know if we'll have time to squeeze all of this in. I mean, they probably would have made it if they tried the first time because the throw wasn't a good one back to the keeper. It's an impossible bounce. And then look at the second one. Raj had to hustle. And down the other end, he was falling down. Bit of chaos. It all happens in the 9th, as we always say. And at the moment, Romania just sneaking towards that 100 mark. That's a mark. We've said it a couple of times. Portugal have not yet reached in this entire series.
So Najam Shazad takes a slow walk back to his mark. Obviously thinking about what he wants to do here.
2 to come in the 9th. This hit down the ground. It's going to be a 1 hopper. And Rico, it's about this field that we're talking about, which it's an interesting one, isn't it? You see the big gap that you got on the offside. We might show that at the end of the over, showing that there was an opportunity here to go over the top. It's a bit of a gamble at the moment from Najam Shazad, but he's bowled very well, and he's the man with the ball in his hand. Good Yorker, then he knocks it down, won't prevent the single. The 100 comes up for Romania, and 9 overs down. It's 100 for 5. Romania to hit that 100 mark. And certainly it's going to be a testing chase for Portugal, even as it is. They haven't cracked the 3 figures so far in the series. It's a win they really need. Have a look at the beautiful surroundings at the moment. Costa del Sol. It was forecast for a storm today, but well, thankfully the weather gods have looked after us. It's never eventuated. And we're heading to the last. And we're going to head to the last 6 balls now. Amdeep Singh is going to continue.
Singh just a little bit short, and this is going to go to the boundary. 4 runs. It's not the best of deliveries, too short, and allows the batsman to pick his spot. And Siva No problem for him. He knows where the field is here. And this one does actually, it sort of helps his shot, doesn't it? He sort of moves into him as well, and it just helps us along.
Just adapts because it had the length to work with. It was shorter, but it was too short basically. Nice shot by Siva. He's batted well in every position for Romania during this tournament.
Goes big, and he absolutely hammers this out off the ground. Big hit, 6 more, so 4-6. The first 2 deliveries, well, they're going with spin for the last. It's always a chance. You can see the batsman uses his feet so well. He gets there and crushes this out of the ground. Big hit.
Really makes it with that footwork. Next delivery. And he misses out, and so does the keeper. And they're going to sneak a by here, but that was an opportunity to get rid of Periawa.
Yeah, just not able to get this clean in his gloves, was he, Vinny?
It was a snatcher. He just snatched that one, I think. Francois Stoneman, when he looks back at that, won't even have time to show you replay, but it would have been a clear stumping. Raj Kumar on strike now.
Short. And this is hit over the fielder and goes for 4 runs. 4 more. When we were talking about the field, the ball before, we were saying that there's no man out there on the off. Well, they have put 1 man out because there's a different bowler. Shazad obviously prefers to have the extra man on the onside, but he can't get anywhere near this. Once this over the infield, it's going to be 4 runs.
So 2 balls remain. Can it hit the 120? We were wondering if they'd even crack the 110 mark, but now we're heading towards 120.
And no mistakes this time.
Little mistake because he missed the stumps the first time, but I think he will be out. Now check this one out. That's a big swing and a miss. We saw this earlier in the tournament. Just have a look at this the first time. It's a big miss. And Raj probably would have got back, but he gave up thinking, you're not missing, are you? You're going to wind this back seasons again because it's a big swing and a miss. Well, hopefully Francois Stoneman hits him better when he gets out there with the bat. And maybe we'll see him bat a bit higher this game. Yeah. But still, end of handy little contribution as we see Raj Kumar going for 6, including the 1 boundary. With the ball to go, it's 115 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been stranded at the other end, hasn't he, Siva Kumar? He's made 25 of 11, and I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with what Kumar's done there, because he'd be thinking, hey, remember me? All I want you to do is get me back on strike. And now, of course, unless this is a no ball and they run, or a wide and they run, he's not going to get on strike.
Don't count it out. Still, 115 on the board. It's a classic par total, I think.
Gets bat on ball now. What, they're going to take him on, are they? Well, they may as well. Well, they decide not to. And, well, fair enough. We're going to get there. But it's always worth a gamble. They add 1 more to that. So 116 it's going to be. 6 down. So 117. I think this one, Vinny, I'm telling you now, this is going to go all the way.
Well, it's go hard or go home for the Portuguese team. This is a must-win for them. The last match of the day of day 3 of week 2, Group B. And what a start it was as Taranjeet was removed very first ball. Junaid Khan getting the big wicket. And, well, this was an unlucky one, wasn't it? Miguel Stoneman not able to pull that one back into the field of play, but he had another chase on his hands. And, well, I would say that Portugal made a fairly strong start. They did remove some of the key players. And you see, Manan just hasn't really worked. But Nadagodla, he was the key. And Sathis, once again, he misses out. So some concerns, but, well, it was the keeper batsman for Romania, Satwik Nadagodla, that really made the early running. And despite the acrobatics of Amir Zaib on the team wicket boundary, he wasn't able to make too much of an impact on proceedings. That was huge, went over the 10s, but the Romanians, you see, it's a real team effort. And Nadagodla, a little bit bothered by what looked like a hamstring complaint, but he certainly battled hard for an impressive half-century for his team.
He certainly did, and what Romania also showed is even though they lost those wickets, and that one when Nadagodla went as well, well, other batsmen were able to step up to mark. Samuela, he played some nice shots, Disney, while he was out there. He hit 2 big 6s and 1 4. And then, of course, don't forget, there was Siva Kumar as well. And he did the same, 2 6s and a 4 to his name as well. Well, that man, Taranjit Singh, he's saying, don't matter, I didn't get any, but I told you so, the others would. Well, will it be enough? You know what, I just got a sneaky feeling. I don't know what it is. It may be the sort of tingle you get sometimes, Vinny, but I just think that we're going to see Portugal come good in this one.
Yeah, well, they need to. It's a pressure situation, so step up or step aside time for the men in red. Let's have a look at the scorecard, and it's always concerning when Taranjit, he's the key to their batting, goes very first ball, but like I say, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. He left plenty of balls for the other batsmen. Nadi Gotler starred with 52 off 24 balls, including 4 Maximos and 5 fours. Also, Perry Alwa, he's been so reliable for the Romanians, and he's been able to kind of fit into any position in the order. 25 not out at the end. Gave him a little bit of a kick. Samuela also with 19. And, well, Raj Kumar chipped in the last over with a handy boundary. As far as the bowling went, well, Imran Khan, the best of the bowlers for me, 2 for 17 off his 2 overs. Also, I think Najab Shazad didn't pick up a wicket but bowled very economically, only conceding 17. Also, 2 wickets for Amandeep, though he was a little bit expensive, and singles to Junaid Khan, one of his wickets, of course, at the very first ball of the innings. And Mohammad Siraj Nippo chipped in with 1, the left arm spinner. So, join us in just a few minutes. You don't want to go anywhere because Portugal, they will be batting for their lives. They need 117 to win, more runs than they've scored in any inning so far, but can they do it? Well, it's the field of dreams here in Spain, so anything is possible. Join us in just a few minutes then for the chase. Portugal will require the win, you'd think, to go through to the next stage. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a wonderful evening wherever you're watching around the world. See you shortly for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval in the heart of the Costa del Sol, the Sunshine Coast of Spain. Well, it's a beautiful setting for cricket and a wonderful afternoon. This is what cricket's all about. The sun is shining, currently around 26 degrees. Perfect conditions for this chase, and there's a lot of pressure on these two batsmen. It's going to be Sean Gomes and Azza Andani opening up for Portugal. And you do feel that this is a must-win for them. They don't want to go 0-6. And Romania, well, despite a few hiccups along the way, they ended up putting more or less a par score on the board. 116 for 6 off their 10 overs. And they're looking forward to seeing what the chase holds. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN with you today. And just have a look at that wonderful background and all the scenery. Can't imagine a more beautiful place to play cricket. Joining me in the commentary box, as always, Rico Full. And Rico, Portugal, well, they're batting for their lives.
Yeah, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Gomes, I think he has to be out there because of the form he's in. He's played some lovely shots. And I think, and I do believe this, that he's in for a good score. He's in for a big score. And Andani, look, I know he's not in form. Don't get me wrong, but he is a class act. He's a classy player. I've seen the best of him in Portugal. I think you have as well,
yeah.
Vinny. Just sometimes it just takes time just to adjust. He's been out of sorts, out of favour, but it's good to see he's getting the nod here. And maybe a bit of time he's taken away, not playing. He's got his head right. These two, if they can give them a good start, then Portugal are right back in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
So let's get underway. It's 117 for Portugal. Starts with a wide. And this will be the first run of the innings. And the interesting thing is the score they're chasing, I have said, is more or less a par score based on the scoring rates that we've seen so far throughout this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Edged away, Kayani will do the fielding, just a single. And, we'll get Andani off the mark, and you can kind of see here why I think it's a pass score, but not for Portugal, because Portugal, they've only been scoring at 88 per 10 overs. But the thing is, Romania, they've been conceding so many runs. They're the worst as far as conceding runs.
Yeah.
A couple of big scores they've given up, 145 per 10 overs. Right now they're trying to defend the 116 that they've got on the board.
Yeah, and this is important as well, these 2 overs that Namindra Manani will bowl. He is by far the best bowler. Once he's completed his overs, well, they've struggled to find another good bowler. This one, well, I'm not sure quite exactly what the what Shub was indicating there, but he does finally give the
Get out of my way, I think. Because look, you see there, he's right between the ball and Shub, so he's not going to do any favours.
Take the single. It's a good start.
A call of go. It's always a bit risky because it sounds a lot like no.
Yeah.
But I tell you, we're going to have the Czech Republic here next week. You know, in Czech, yes is ano. So you've got ano. Sometimes when they call in Czech, it's very confusing. I can tell you, having seen a fair bit of cricket from there. Prague's a beautiful city.
This one's again, yeah, go, and they do. And this is very good running. Good, positive start. I mean, even though it's those yellow shirts all around you, they're still making the singles, and they're making them easy, these two, starting with a good understanding.
Portugal have just imploded a few times with their batting, though, haven't they? It's got to be on your mind. You just need maybe a bit of luck to get you going. I do like the look of Gomes, slowly adapting his game to the T10 format.
In the air, and, well, Vinny, you had to do it. The commentator's curse. Look, I'm with you, though. I have liked the look of him. I think he's played some nice shots, but this time, it doesn't quite get to the pitch of this one. Good bowling, a little bit of movement away as well, I think, there, and a nice catch taken. Another one.
Fielder's well placed, though, isn't he? I mean, he's there for that kind of a shot. He's not right on the circle. They're kind of hedging their bets, and they're hoping that if there is an edge, it might fly in his direction. That's exactly how it worked out. So Gomes Gets caught by Ijaz Hussain, and that guy is a ball magnet. That's his 5th catch today.
Yeah.
And there's even one that he didn't hold on to. Now, a bit like Taranjit Singh, Portugal lose their key opener early. And in the first over, it's 5-1.
Yeah, disappointing. But I think we do know, and we've been talking about some of their players. We know they've got plenty of batsmen in there. We know they've got plenty of depth. Just needs one of them to put a good contribution together and the others to work around it. So goes for just one there. And, he'd be very disappointing because he is one that a lot of people have enjoyed watching him bat.
Manani's been good today, hasn't he, for Romania?
Yeah.
Giving them some good starts, and the start's all important, isn't it? Samir Zaib coming to the crease at number 3. I like this move as well. I think he's not a man that's had a lot of luck in the series with the bat, but he's got potential. So they're turning to their players that they think, regardless of their form, can get them to this target.
Yeah, I've liked the batting. Well, I've liked the all-round play of Zaib. I think he's been good. I think, there's a thing also, isn't there, Vinny, if that over comes to an end and it's 5-1, you always hear batsmen say, well, I am a number 1, an opener, or a number 3, a number 4 batsman. And if that's where they regularly play and that's what their role is, then I think when they're not in that position, when they're lower down, they just don't feel in the comfort zone. I know it's only a number, and I know you can always argue the fact, well, look, it doesn't matter what number you are, just go out there, score runs, and prove your point. But some batsmen find that difficult. They find they like to be in at a specific point of the match.
You need to be comfortable, don't you, when it comes down to it? And some people are less comfortable in unusual situations, which it's bound to happen in a national team where most of these players would bat in the top 3 or 4 for their club. Second over coming up now. Should mention also, Satvik Nedogola does have the gloves. He is behind the stumps for Romania. He was troubled by what looked like either some cramp or a slight hamstring strain. But he is there. And Raj Kumar is going to bowl the second over.
Dani gets back on the ball. Doesn't quite middle it, but gets a single. And that's where he's got to be careful on Dani. I think he's a far better player from when I remember seeing him in Miranda de Corbo. Far better player out on the offside. That's where he plays most of his shots. Great cutter off the ball.
And Vasu Saini back into the lineup. Fielding that one at deep square leg.
He played and well stopped, and no guessing who that is. It's the ball magnet today. Hussain.
I don't know if he's brought his own balls or something today. Ijaz Hussain, but the ball keeps following him. This one he doesn't quite handle cleanly, and they do get through for a single. Some hesitation from the batsman. That's 1 run to Portugal. They don't want to fall too far behind the rate either, do they? They basically need around 2 a ball through this innings.
Short. And, well, this time gets it past Ijaz, but it was always going to be just a single, and it remains that way. Interesting fields because they're changing it quite a bit depending on who's batting. The third man is very fine, isn't he, Kayani? But he's going in and out depending on who the batsman is. He's out to Zaib. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs. Just rocks back, hits it along the deck, along the ground, and this time Ijaz Hussain can only watch it go past as it goes to the boundary 4.
It's a good shot, because it's not really a yabba dabba do. It's a full-blooded cut shot from Zaib, and the third man was very fine, so there's no one getting near that, and that's confidence booster. They just need someone to get in and stay in, Portugal, and preferably 2 batsmen to put together a partnership to do the heavy lifting in this chase.
Field change now. So Kayani does go back up, but still very, very fine. But they've got a man now back on the boundary where that one went. And it's been moved a little bit wider.
Kumar with a comeback. Good comeback, good comeback. Gets this right, a little bit of a way movement there you see as well. And it was pitched up, and Zaib, we had a real go at it, but wasn't good enough to get any bat on ball.
Yeah, both men straight are inside the ring. The men that are out, he's got that sort of backward point. on the boundary and the man sort of behind square on the boundary. So a good hit straight is runs. This one's along the ground, but will be to the fielder. They'll take the single. So at the end of the second, and score 13 after 2, the 1 wicket down.
Yes, I mean, they're ready. 1 over behind where they need to be, basically. They want to be 12 off every over. Just a reminder, we have more cricket coming up. In fact, probably just making a start in Cyprus around now. And got a fair bit of news from you, as always. Geez, that was a great game. The Black Caps were involved last night in the Cyprus Eagles. Absolute scenes at the end of that one. It was all going down. It was an impossible last over, but we should have the lineups for you shortly. But right now, let's go back to Manani bowling his second.
And he doesn't quite get enough on this, but he's got enough at least to get it over the fielder. They're taking on the 2. That's very good running. And once this goes over the fielder, he's got to chase it down and get the throw back in. Missed time, but you can see he's eyeing up that area. This time, it just pushes him back and says, okay, just stay on the 30-yard circle. And in once more, and asking the question, the umpire says no, but nobody watching what's happening in the middle there. You see the bowler, he's interested in the LBW appeal, needs to be thinking about getting behind the stumps, because though it was a delayed reaction, and of course the batsman on strike, he has no idea, Zahid, what's going on. He's got his back to the non-striker, and then he has to go.
Okay, Arnie. Well, it was a good throw, just the wrong pitch. It's they sneak through for a single, so Portugal just falling behind what's required.
Oh, this is a wide, but a very good stop there. Well, it's a good job that Nadi Gotla is 100% fit, because he needed to do some work to stop this. This could have been 5.
Don't know about 100%, but he does have long arms and long legs. He's very tall for a keeper, Satvik, but he does a great job behind the stumps for his national team.
Soft hands, take the single. And I think this is all about at the moment. I know that I've said this before, that Azar Andani, he takes a while to get going. He likes to just straight the ball around before he starts to play his strokes. Maybe that's all he's doing here at the moment. But look, he can come good. And the other thing, Vinny, they'll be thinking about is they know what the bowling attack Romania are. They know it doesn't get any better than this.
That is a swing and a half, isn't it, from Amir Zaib. I think they just don't want to leave their run too late. I think that they're conscious of that. Portugal are ready. They've seen that rate creeping up. I mean, it started at 11.7 already. It's up over 13 and over. And that has to be concerning for a team that hasn't cracked the 100. And so, yeah, it's a really tough period of innings they're having to deal with now. I haven't made the most of this power play.
This is going up in the air, and it's going to have to be a very good catch if it's taken. And he's, well, he was too slow getting there. He was real casual sort of running. And then you see, right at the last moment, he had to get the skates on, accelerated, doesn't get there.
Well, the issue was the fielder in the circle, it was probably closer to him, but he just didn't see it at all. So Vasu kind of had to make a second effort, and he really made a good effort in the end to get there. But I think the issue for me was that Sivakumar Periawa, who was at mid-wicket, and that was only maybe 10 to 15 metres behind him, but he just never saw it at all. So Vasu had to try and cover him, but he couldn't quite make the ground.
Played away for a single. So a bit of luck for Portugal. Is that the luck that they need? Will that be the luck that gets them the victory they badly need? That is the end of the power play. It is 21 for 1.
So we were talking about that match in Cyprus, and it's a bit of a bonus for you. You can watch it on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's the Nicosia Derby tonight. The Fighters and the Tigers going head-to-head, and it's the Tigers that won the toss, and they are batting first. And if you would like to watch that, you can turn over either now, but I would suggest you stay with us a little bit longer here, because a pretty interesting contest going on. But after this one finishes, you can log on to the YouTube channel and watch 2 more matches of T10 cricket today. So 7 matches at the moment every day on ECN. Thanks to Nishay and Ujwal, who are over there, and all the crew, of course. Some of them have left the ECC to go and work on that, so we do appreciate your efforts. All right, well, they need a big over here, because Portugal have just gone 5-8-8 so far.
Samuela into the attack, and this one's down the leg side. The batsman not able to get anything on this, Zahib, but it will be a wide. So it will have to be bowled again, so one more to the total.
Yeah, so something that Romania have struggled with on occasion is the extras, but Samuela is a very good T10 cricketer, I think.
And this one now, it's going to be a wide. The offside, so he's gone down the leg, it's gone down wide outside the off stump, so maybe this one is going to be dead bang in the middle. Very quiet around the ground. I think a lot of people feeling the intensity of this match. They know the importance of it as well. Fortunately, I think he's not quite hit this well, because I think even if he's hit this pretty firmly, that one's going to go to hand.
You said you had the golden ball tingle a bit earlier in this chase, which of course the golden ball will happen if there is a tied match. Haven't had one yet. We've been close to one in the ECC. You still feeling it, or is it going away a little bit with this start from Portugal?
Yeah, I think, let's watch this delivery. Short and beautifully hit. That is 6 runs. And Andani, well, we know he likes to abide his time before he gets motoring. Well, he's waited, and as soon as this one's there, he puts it away emphatically. 6 runs, 6 carreras.
Needed something, didn't they, Portugal? And Andani takes it on upstairs, and one crashes into the fence on the full.
Yeah, I mean, the tingle I was saying is I've got a tingle. Something's telling me that Portugal are going to come good. It wasn't so much the golden ball tingle, but hey, it could be, because it's going to be that sort of match.
Yeah, man, they've got 9 wickets in hand here, Portugal, and just a reminder, if Portugal do win this match, they'll draw level on points, but they have a better net run rate than Romania, so they will be in 4th place heading into the final day of group matches tomorrow.
Nice shot. Fielder is out there. Here comes the throw. Well, that certainly will make the matches that come up tomorrow really exciting. And you do know something, that if this does go that way, if Portugal do it, well, these 2 teams do it again tomorrow. Yeah. And that could be the match everything depends on.
Yeah, it'll be a big rematch. They'll meet in match number 18, 3rd match of the day tomorrow.
And gets it over. The fielder to get a stop in here. Plenty of yellow jerseys there. Well, that's a knock on, if you've ever seen one.
That was a good pass.
A very good pass indeed. Lovely flick back.
That's Kayani with a bit of heads-up play, bit of innovative thinking. Let's have a look at this. And he says, well, I'll stop it, but you can throw it. Bang. Straight at his teammate, Ijaz Hussain. Well, he probably knew if he hit it, would go to Ijaz, because the ball keeps following him today.
He's gone down the ground, and he's gone all the way over. Seis carreras más. Bole, Andani. Well, just strokes this one beautifully. It's all about the footwork here. Look at this. Comes down the pitch, and he backs himself to play the shot. Even though the fielder's there, it's over him. 6 more.
More or less gets them back on track as 19 come off Samuela's over the 4th of the innings, and now they are 40 for 1. And hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel or one of our broadcast partners. It's great. Thank you so much for all the wonderful messages and the great feedback we're getting. I often say I think we've got the best cricket viewers in the whole world, the best audience, and it's all about the positivity and the people getting behind what we're doing, trying to grow the game in countries where it's not as established. And these guys out there, they're pioneers, okay? We're hoping that in the next generation we'll see cricket-loving children coming through, and now we'll see a lot more of the native European population, as well as European-born players taking the stage, and it all starts here. So thanks to all the players, the officials, and everyone who put so much into European cricket, and I think the result is something that's very, very exciting and something that the whole world is watching. Certainly that's feedback that we're getting. Vasu Saini comes into the attack for the 5th over. He had a horrendous over against Hungary yesterday, and he was left out of the team this morning, but he's back in. Let's see if he can keep things quiet after that big over last over.
Good delivery, really good delivery. think that he got, just got to be a little bit careful here. He's releasing the ball, running it back pretty quickly. And half the time, the bowler's not got his eye on the ball, got his back to him, so an opportunity for a cheeky run. The
Mania. They're chopping it a bit out there at the moment.
A bowled, good change in pace. Has a shy. Needlessly though. Kiani there.
Yeah. Is this the innings though for Andani? Even Zaib, you know, these are capable players. We saw them in the ECS not too long ago. It was only a couple of weeks ago we were in Portugal.
Nice shot, 4 more runs. And right on cue, these two batsmen putting a partnership here together. And there's Bolo.
He's off his deathbed. That's good. He was struggling, but I thought maybe he'd gone back to the hotel, but he's still there. And, well, he probably just wants to know firsthand. Is someone holding him up there? I was trying to work
I think they're using
a weekend at Bernie situation going on over there. It looks like he was moving.
They're using him as a notepad stand. Well, this one's gone all the way through. He's done him. Well, we just saw a lovely shot played by Zahib, and this is a great response from Sahini. What a good delivery this is. You'll see how good it is here. That really is a lovely ball.
So leg cutter, he rolls his fingers on it, and he completely does Zaib. And, well, that's a shame for Zaib, who was just getting going, wasn't he? But it was a very clever bit of bowling by Vasu Saini that does him. And he goes for 18 off 16. And 2 wickets down now. Portugal are 46 for 2. And the captain, Najim Shazad, comes to the crease. Look, Zaib, he played some good shots, but let's be honest, didn't really get going in the innings. It was just a shade better than run a ball in the end.
Yeah.
And maybe Shazad is the kind of batsman that can continue to tilt this game in the Portuguese direction.
Yeah, Shazad, the captain, hasn't been at his very best the last few knocks he's had. The last one, of course, was the Golden Duck. But if he does get in, we know what he can do. And look, this is interesting because it was Zahib, as Shazad's coming out saying to him, look, this is one that comes out the back of the hand, be careful of it. And Andani doing exactly the same thing. Look, there's one that comes out the back of the hand, be careful of it.
That was the one that did him. Sometimes you can get the new batsman's head, right? Suddenly he's swinging it both ways and cutting it both ways. He's got 5 times the slower ball, but he's probably just saying, watch out for the change of pace. So here we go. Last ball of the 5th. It's been a good one from Saini. He's only conceded 6 and picked up that wicket.
And he's kept this one inside the line. The umpires have a close look at it. And he's made a good comeback, hasn't he, after that nightmare in the last time we saw him.
Good ball.
Yeah, and he takes a key wicket as well.
So 46 for 2 at the halfway point. Let's have a look at that run rate required. I mean, these next 3 overs are so crucial. They need 14.2 and over from here. And Andani, he's going at that kind of pace, you know, almost to a ball. He's the man looking most likely. Shazad, he's new to the crease, but he doesn't have too much time to settle in. Looking at the batting to come, and probably see Imran Khan next. Maybe Junaid Khan at 6 potentially. But these batsmen, they're going to have to take some calculated risks. They don't want to leave it too late. They just love a magical over to get back on track. All right, now.
Well, it's Kayani.
Yeah, Kayani's going to get a bowl. I was just seeing him down here, seeing if he might get a bowl. He does bowl regularly for his club. Here he is, bowling over number 6.
Starts with a wide. And, well, he's allowed a loosener, I suppose. We haven't seen Kayani, have we? Look, what they aren't doing is they aren't going with Taranjit Singh. Taranjit's been bowling runs, hasn't he? And the batsmen have taken a liking to him. So it looks like they're just holding him back.
Yeah, interesting.
Straight at the fielder. Here comes the throw. And a good throw it was as well. And, well, he just doesn't get it first time, does he? He just the same, but he still controls it, gets the throw in, and this wasn't far off.
Guess who? That's Ejaz. He did a great direct hit run out off his own bowling. This one would have been gone.
Would have been, look, bat is in the air. And this one is out. And you can see the disappointment in Andani. He's not the batsman out, but he feels the frustration of that. He knows he needed his captain out there. And, well, it's a pair for the captain. He goes for 0.
Would have been a wide, I think, as well, but he wafts at it and gets a little nick. Natagodla finishes it off. Kayani, oh, he's ecstatic with that. He gets the Portuguese captain for a duck, so more unhappiness with the bat for Shazad. Third wicket falls. It's 48 for 3.
Yeah, 2-ball duck. Then he got taking an easy catch. And frustration. We saw that from Andani when the wicket goes down. And a few words of advice from Shazad. He's not had a good day with the bat, has he? And well, he's been doing the job for them with the ball, but just not happening with the bat for him at the moment. He's a hard-hitting batsman. He does like to go after the ball, but we've seen that on a number of occasions. That they either click or they don't.
All right, interesting one in here. They've gone for Francois Stoneman, and he's shown he's not afraid to take risks. And yeah, my feeling was he was batting too low, so I think it's a real opportunity for him. But I mean, they just need one big over, don't you feel, to get them back on track?
Yeah.
Certainly losing Shazad hurts, but he only used up 2 balls. Kayani, a ball that might have been a wide, ends up a wicket.
They've said yes. Oh, good. A direct hit and he's in trouble. Well, he's thrown the bat at it to try and get himself in. Of course, it needs to have something attached to the other end of the bat. And, well, this was a risky one. They don't need to take these risks. I wonder if this is all about Andani saying, I just want to be on strike, get me on strike.
Almost takes out the bowler with his throw as well. I think the bat just jams on that pitch. And, yeah, you see that would have been out. The bat's upside down. Back to live action. This next one's in the air. Oh, it's not going to carry the boundary, but it will carry to the fielder. And, well, that is a big wicket. And Andani goes. Romania, they are flying now. And Kayani, well, what an over from him. He picks up 2 wickets in the over. Portugal are reeling now. It's 49 for 4.
Well, Andani, he said that was there. It was in the slot for the shot, but he's gone for power. He's tried to overhit it. And as a result of that, he sliced it up in the air. You can see he was very keen to get a strike. He was really disappointed when the captain got out. He needed the captain out there with it, but really, look, I think he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to give his wicket away. We know that in Francis Stoneman, he's got a batsman there that, you know, can also hit the ball big, and the two of them could have got a good partnership together, but him leaving the party early is going to put extra pressure on the batsman coming in.
No doubt about it. And Imran Khan comes in, though. I mean, look, Imran Khan's a real attacking batsman. He can bat at the top of the order. It's just this rate has just climbed to a degree that, you know, you wonder if Portugal can go with it. I mean, they haven't had much luck with the bat as well during this series. Never cracked 100. But, you know, they're going to be trying. It does hurt to lose Andani. Just didn't quite click, didn't go on with it. He goes for 22 off 13. Didn't have a lot of the strike, to be fair. He's faced 13 out of the 34 balls in the innings. Kayani, what an over. 2 for 3.
Nicely played. Got to get down on it. Well, it gets past 1, but it doesn't get past. Goham Manan, well, he's not the quickest, is he? We know he's had a few nightmares.
Well, the thing is,
catching, but he's done well here.
Manan will go down, but he gives you 2 days' notice because it takes him a little while to get down. But when he does, the big fella, well, he does what he needs to, and he does keep it to 1.
He's taking him on, and it's Taranjit Singh coming in, and Taranjit puts it down. And, well, Stoneman gets a life. Taranjit charging in was never easy, and it's sort of knee height it eventually comes to, but down it goes. And that's disappointing for him. Taranjit, he knows he needs to do better there. That is the end of the over, but it's all happening out there at the moment. Portugal trying somehow to keep their hopes alive here. 51 for 4.
Well, I know it's not past my point of no return, but I still feel like this is bordering on the same kind of odds as the impossible chase we saw Sweden against Belgium, because Portugal just haven't looked likely. In this innings, we've only seen 2 4s and 2 6s through the first 6 overs. And they're going to need plenty more if they're going to get anywhere near this target of 117.
Just adjusting the field here. I need to make sure this is right, and that's giving the batsman the opportunity to reset his guard. Francis Stoneman.
Taran's just hurt his finger, I think, and looks like Pavel Florin, who is 12th man in this game, looks like he'll be replacing Taran, and he had to make his way in, didn't he? And it just looked like he might have got that one off the end of the finger. So Ijaz Hussain has got the ball in his hand, like he has had most of the day, actually. Seems to have the ball all the time. He's had a good day for Romania. And he bowled very well as well. So Taranjit off the field with a suspected finger injury. And Pavel Florin comes on. Maybe just a few running repairs. I think they'll try and get him back out there because he is a key fielder. If you're on Florin watch, he's at short fine leg. So it's going to be Ijaz Hussain now. And they need a big over to get them back in the game. Something magical, Portugal. Let's see what happens. Stoneman on strike. This is in the air, but it's not going to travel too far. I think about a second. It's not quite there. That's one thing about the fielding in this series, the international level, that in the ECS sometimes the outfields are a bit more unpredictable and the fielding's just not quite as high a standard, so there's just no chance of a 2 there.
No chance. Slow delivery, but this has come out all wrong, and it's been given as a no ball. Saying this hasn't even pitched on the pitch. And we know he likes to get these slow balls in with the old grunts. Let's have a look at this. And well, I'm not quite sure that was that wide. Maybe but
on the edge, I suppose, is still no ball. Free hit time.
Firmly hit. Fielder should stop it. Does. And they look to take them on. And that slight bit of hesitation is enough. And this is good running. This is what they've got to do. They've got to create something out of nothing here.
Yeah.
Got to put the pressure on.
This is good running. You just have a look how hard. You see straight away, Stoneman is running hard and get some support from Imran. Imran's a good hitter of the ball. Tell you what, can bat anywhere. Could open. Can he bring some power to his Portuguese reply?
Short. Hammered, and this will be 4 runs. There's only one man out there on the offside boundary, but he's not going to get to that. He's played this behind his point, and it goes all the way. Nice hit.
Nice hit because he plays the shot to the ball that's bowled to him. He's not premeditating, and he knows the field. And you see, you just got to break the problem into smaller sub-problems. I think when you need something like this kind of 14 and over, or it's probably climbed a bit more now, it's more like 16. 8 off every half over is what you're looking for from here.
Well,
this
what
one.
About this one. Does he play a shot here, Vinny? I don't think he plays a shot.
Well, the issue here is if you are trying to avoid the ball, it's still a leg bite. Now, the question is he trying to avoid the ball here or not? It doesn't matter. That he's probably not going to get hurt. Yeah. See, to me, he's trying to get out the way of the ball.
I disagree with you.
Now, see, but you look at he swerves and he's trying to get a wide. He deliberately did. He definitely didn't want that ball to hit his pad, did he? This is my point. It's one that we have only seen this year, to be honest. But the laws say that you must be at least either A, playing a stroke, or B, trying to avoid the ball. And for me, there was enough there that he was trying to avoid the ball.
I think he's trying to avoid the ball for more like self-defense, not like that. But anyway, what do you think?
I read the rule.
We're throwing our handbags around again. Let us know what you reckon. This one is a good. Oh.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is because that's what I thought, and then I looked it up. And when I looked it up, it just said if you're trying to avoid the ball. So if you're trying to avoid the ball, trying to get a wide, you're still trying to avoid the ball. Anyway, I love it when we fight. At the end of the 7th over, it is 61 for 4. And this is what's coming up tomorrow. Portugal will have 2 more matches. They'll play the Netherlands 11 in the morning. Then they'll have the return clash with Romania in match 18. And we will also see the Romanians in the 3rd match and the final group match. It's the final day of Group B action. And at the end of match 20, whoever is in 5th place, they are eliminated from the ECC. And the top 4 will go through to Group B finals Friday. Well, there's Kiani saying, here you go, Charles, check out these sunglasses. Charles said, thanks very much, and may or may not give those back to you later. But we're going to the 8th. Here we go.
That's a big swing at it, and he's running really fast. He wants it, he fancies it. And the fielder, no mistakes, picks up, gets the throw in it, just be a single. So Khan, he's got a lot to do here. I mean, that rate now has gone past that 18.
Yeah, it's past that PONR, point of no return. Don't see Samuel or Rahman anywhere to come and whack a few.
This is hit up in the air. There is a fielder there that should keep this to 1. He does. In comes the throw.
Portugal, I mean, still is mathematically possible if they could pull off the upset tomorrow morning and knock over Romania tomorrow, but certainly this is the one I thought there's their best opportunity to put some points on the board.
Well, trying to get funky, and he does try some interesting things, doesn't he, Stillman? You see him walk well outside the off stump sometimes, trying to get the shot there, the scoop in. This time he does the reverse and misses out, but it ends up being a dot ball. It's 2 singles and a dot so far in the over.
Last quarter.
This is picked up beautifully. Well, that's what you're better off doing, son. Just stand still and play shots on credit. This is a lovely shot, 6 runs. Well, if he can follow that up with a few more, that'll do him some good.
That's the way to get your iron. That's Chambers, who's probably in next, saying, well, if you want to have a good look at the ball, I'll hit it to you. And it goes pretty much straight to that man's coming in next. Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Just don't leave me too much work.
Nice shot, that. Lovely bit of timing, and that's what you've got to do.
Stand still and hit it.
Stand still and hit it, yeah. Fuller, and it ends up being a full toss, but it may beat the fielder, and it's a good stop there. And Taranjit Singh is off the field, getting some treatment.
And Seaver's out there now, I think.
Yeah, Seaver's racing. Pavel's gone to the fine leg position. I think he may be in the action here, because I think Stoneman will still try and play that cheeky little shot. And there he is. He's in the action. He's just going to do the backing up here. They think about the 2, and of course they've got to keep thinking about him. But thinking about him is one thing, getting him is another. Another over it goes. And even though there was that big, lovely, huge, juicy 6 from it, it's still not enough.
That's true. There's Pavel. He's out there, always searching for a highlight. Did hit a boundary earlier today. That was certainly one that we'll probably see in our social media at European cricket. But yeah, now Portugal, once again, looks like they're going to fall short. They just haven't been able to click with the bat, have they? And even their key players, they've got starts. They haven't really got on with it. And that's what you need to get these big scores. You need someone not just to make a 20 or 30, but to make a half century, to really kind of own the game. I often think, you're either controlling the game or you're being controlled. And that's been the feeling for Portugal. They haven't actually been able to boss the game enough so far in their ECC campaign. Here's Ijaz Hussain.
And got to run quickly, try and take this, make it into 2, but in comes the throw, and it's a good one as well. Just the 1 run. Hussain, it's a good day today, isn't he? I mean, he was ends up somehow after such a remarkable performance in the field in the last match on the losing side. But this time, he's trying to make sure, bowling this over, that he's going to end up on the winning side. Well, he's going to go run and get it now.
Same. He already got one run out of his bowling earlier, and that was a lot more difficult than that. This one, I think he just sees an opportunity, says, "You're all right." I think he would have been gone here.
Yeah, he would have been out, but I think this is where, if you're the bowler, you're just going to keep a cool head and say, the wicket's not important, the dot is.
He's got a smile on his face. You can see why. Looks like they'll get the victory here, Romania.
Slow delivery, hit firmly again, and just clever bowling. Ijaz Hussain, very sit around. Sometimes it comes out horribly wrong, the slow delivery, but when he gets it right, it's one that has a lot of the batsmen's bamboozled. Once more, quicker one. Just going through the motions here. Romania are sensing a victory which they will believe will be enough to see them progress to the Group B finals day on Friday. That's that slow delivery, and no real urgency for either the bowler or Nanny Gotler to get to that. They know that a single, this leg by, is not going to hurt him, because what's going to be required of the last, it's going to end up being something just short of a miracle.
Yeah, well, we have seen 39 in an over, but my spider senses aren't tingling at the moment. Hussain's bowled pretty well.
And he's got hold of this one, and this one may go the distance. It does. Seis Carreras bowled Balle, balle, balle. But Khan, he gets hold of this one all right. He has to wait for it because it is that slower one. Well, the grunt probably gave it away. He heard the grunt and said, I'll wait. And then he punishes it. But again, I think it's just coming a little bit too late. That over comes to an end. The score 83. 4 wickets down, 6 more balls to go. And well, that tells you that they need 34 runs of 6 deliveries.
Here's a man that almost conceded that many yesterday in the Hungary game. He went for plenty, Vasu, but he looks locked in today, and they're trusting him to bowl the last over. I think this is when he should bowl as well. I think he's a good death bowler. Everyone can have an off day, but I think he can bowl these Yorkers, which batsmen find it hard to get away. You've got to feel for Portugal. Just nothing's clipped them with the bat so far in this tournament.
This has been crashed pretty well, and they've got to stop it getting to the boundary. They can't. 4 runs. It just keeps things interesting here. That's 4 of them.
5 sixes. That's what you need.
Here.
Tell him he'd be a hero. I mean, he's always smiling, Francois Stoneman. I love the way he goes about his cricket. I thought he kept reasonably well today as well. A couple of smart bits of work behind the stumps. He'll be smiling even more broadly if he can whack the next 5 out of the park.
And that's a good reply, and that's the delivery that you were talking about, Vinny. That Vasusani can get in, and that's exactly what he's done, gone full and straight. And Stoneman, who's trying to create something, dancing down the wicket, misses out on it.
So Romania, they'll salvage something from the day with 2 points. I'll give him a bit of breathing room.
This is up in the air, and it should be the keeper's catch, and it's taken comfortably. So another wicket goes, and with that one really, and without that any runs being scored of that delivery, Romania will know that, well, though it's been a hard-fought victory, they didn't have everything go their own way, but they'll look back and they know there's 1 or 2 men that they have to thank, and big thanks for this performance has to go to the man who took that catch there, Neddy Gotler. I mean, his innings was so very, very important.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's got to be man of the match for me, Neddy Gotler. And he was left out of the lineup this morning, and he came back with a vengeance. He's a man on a mission, and this is one. He just takes charge of the situation. Big early call. He said, I've got this one. And yeah, I think he's a very good cricketer, and I like him at the top of the order. I think he's the kind of man that also is used to opening innings with Taranjit Singh, because they both play for Cluj and they will regularly open together. So Portugal lose a 5th. It's 87 for 5.
So he picks up his second 2 for 10 as he comes in. Well, maybe see if he can get 1 or 2 more. This one goes through as a dot. That's that variation again. This one's shorter. And
so Junaid Khan, who's come out, of course, he's on strike because the ball is caught. New batsman will go to the end that the departing batsman hit the ball from.
This was hit pretty well, but straight at the fielder. And he has well, I think he ended up having 3 goes at this. And it was a 3rd time lucky. It still goes down. Well, he can smile about it.
So Thiessen, the captain.
The captain, because it doesn't really matter. But look, this has been thumped at him. He's taken 1 there the other day. Look. Wow,
look at the face on him as well.
Lucky. Well, that was too hot and spicy to handle. And a hot potato, that one. Slower delivery. And it's going to be fine. So another dot ball as we come. Well, that is the end of this contest. And sadly for Portugal, though they performed, I think it's probably one of their better performances. I think they were good in the field. They just, it was just Neddy Gotler that they had to remove and they couldn't see there. Taranjit Singh, he's still sorting that sore finger that he's got out there. So he's not doing any clapping at the moment. He'll just do it all verbally. But look, these guys, they'll be happy. They need this was such a crunch match. There was so much depending on it. Portugal needed to be up for it. They were up for it. But once again, things just not going their way. They went with Andani at the top of the order. He did give them the 22 runs. Didn't face too many balls. But I think with that wicket gain of Shazad early and well, Zahib, the way he got out as well, it just that was what hurt them.
There's Prabjeet, who's into the action as well. Just arrived. Well, just arrived to see his dad get a first ball up, but I'm sure he'll get another chance to see him again tomorrow. And it's great to see some of the families and some of the wives and girlfriends getting involved. This is Sione, who ran half a marathon to get to this one. Didn't quite get there. It was Kayani, who was a bit of a surprise packet when he was introduced. Before that, Samuela. You see, this is one which did go the journey. Kayani, he's into the lineup, and he's definitely brought a bit of an X factor, and it's good to see Paolo up and about. Wasn't feeling too well. Vasu Sione had a good game. Again, the two players that they left out this morning, Nadi Godlat and Vasu Sione, well, they looked refreshed. And this was Kayani who came in, and his 2 wickets were crucial. And Portugal, you know, they needed their top order fire. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. When Andani went, you knew it spelt trouble. And, well, hats off to the Romanians who pull out the victory in match 15.
Chambers, he had his pads on, we didn't see him. This one was a good one, wasn't it? You think, I can't believe it missed it, and then there you see the captain in action as well, trying to take the catch. Sathisan, well, he'll be a happy man though, and everyone in that camp will be happy. And I know the girls, Dana and Denisa, they'll be very happy. They'll be partying tonight as well with the boys because they get another victory. With that man there, well, Taranjeet Singh, well, he didn't have a good day, did he? I mean, scores no runs, gets a golden duck, and then when he's out there in the field, they don't trust him to bowl, they trust in the field, and when the ball comes his way, he puts it down. Yeah,
exactly right, and this is the story of Portugal. No one's really been able to go on and get a big score, and Dani fell for 22, didn't have much of the strike. He batted past the halfway point of the innings, and as you see there, there's a couple of contributions, but none significant enough to get them anywhere near this target of 117. And with the ball, Kayani, for me, he was probably the best of the bowlers. 2 for 16 at a key time, but Manani, he's really performed well for Romania with a new ball. 1 for 12 for him. Also 2 for 11. Sione, well, he did the business at the end, didn't he? So some good performances there. Romania, they are improving, aren't they? They do have the opportunity to win a couple more matches tomorrow. They've got Portugal again. They'll meet them in match 18. Then they'll have a return date with Austria. But I think Romania, they're a lot better outfit than we saw on Monday morning when Austria put them to the sword, putting 195 on the board. Well, Rico, it's been a wonderful day. It's been great to spend it with you. And we'll come back and we'll do it all again tomorrow, the final day of group matches on the way. But for now, we might just leave you with some of the highlights of the day. And on behalf of everyone here in European cricket, it's been great to have you and have you with us, part of our European cricketing journey that's taken us to so many places this year. And well, over 1,000 matches. That's what we're going for. We're past 850, so join us on our journey. But for now, from everyone at ECN, it's Mr. Maximo Hivi, Sandu, as well as Orico Full. And on behalf of Michael McCann, hope you have a pleasant evening. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of the day. You can find them also at our social media at European Cricket. But from us, we'll see you tomorrow morning. It's bye for now.
Adios, hasta mañana.